Quagmire, open your microphone up and let's have a conversation.
Okay. So,
What's up, man?
I'm good. So, don't get offended by this, but would you mind showing me anything that like proves that Earth is flat besides you saying so? Yes,
Yeah, sure.
please.
Yeah, long distance observations and laser tests that are impossible on a globe.
Why they are impossible? Any example?
Because the globe has curvature, right? It has a certain amount of
Yes.
curvature based off the radius, and these observations would be impossible on a globe that have that curvature because
Which observations?
there's plenty of observations. You want to see one?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just give me a second. You know how much curvature there is over 21 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how much curvature there would be over 21 miles of distance?
I don't.
Okay, so the answer is 293 feet of curvature.
293 feet of curvature.
Yeah, that's like
21 miles.
80 something meters. Yeah, 21 miles. That's how much curvature there would be over 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers approximately.
Okay, let me just open up my browser so I can cross check.
Okay.
You believe in Google, right?
I believe Google's a search engine.
Good enough.
Yeah, I don't think anyone denies Google's a search engine.
Trust me, I have seen plenty of people. There are people out there who deny the existence of Google. Google is a cult, they say. Globe curvature per 21 miles. And that's 8 inches per mile. So 20 miles, the curvature would...
Squared. 8 inches per mile squared.
No, not squared. It's not squared. The Earth's curvature is... I am reading the whole sentence.
Okay, so if it's 8 inches per mile, that would just be like a ramp. Okay, so to have a sphere, you would have to square it. Do you understand?
You don't. No, you don't.
No,
because
come on, man! Don't make me have to explain really basic. I'm going to put the Pythagorean theorem up on the screen. You're an idiot.
Yes or no?
You're an idiot. Bro, you don't know basic mathematics. I'm not going to sit here and argue with a moron, bro. Go to the beach and do a poop, right? You're better off than being here.
Okay, this is not disrespectful at all. You are not going to get banned.
Bro,
I am going to get banned if I try to do anything.
Go fuck yourself, man.
Where are mods? Where are mods?
I'm a mod. I can kick you out of here if I want to.
Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself.
Yeah, bro.
I'm
not going to talk with idiots, dude. You're the one being disrespectful.
With all due respect,
you're the one that's being disrespectful to me. Now you're getting it back, right? That's what happens here.
I asked the question, do you believe it on the link that you sent? Do you trust that, yes or no? And you started calling me a moron.
You believe it? Do I believe it? And I said, no.
Did I abuse?
I don't believe it.
Use any abusive language? Did I use any abusive language? Did I raise my voice? What did I do wrong? I simply asked the question, and you started abusing me.
Oh, you poor little snowflake.
Who's the wrong?
Who's the wrong?
Who's in the wrong?
You're the wrong.
I am the wrong. Okay.
I was trying to have a good faith conversation with you, and you wouldn't go along and have a good faith conversation. So I decided to start acting as retarded as you're acting.
What do you mean good heart conversation? I asked a question.
Yes,
That's
I was
a conversation.
trying to explain to you the basic curvature rate of the globe Earth, right? That you believe in, that you don't seem to know anything about. Right, and then you got an incorrect answer, and then you said it's 8 inches per mile. I said no, it's 8 inches per mile squared according to the globe side, and you said no, it's 8 inches per mile, which would just be a ramp. Okay, that doesn't. You can't make a globe with that. Hold on. See. Notice how you're interrupting me. This is why we couldn't have a conversation properly, because you don't have any knowledge in how to have a regular conversation with people, right? Right?
Who's the one Okay, go to the calculator, okay?
Okay, let's go to the calculator. I have it open.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so I put in 1 mile. It says 8 inches.
No, don't.
I put in 2 miles. I put 2 in. It says 32 inches. Why isn't it 16? I put 2. Listen, bro. Yeah, do put stuff, right? 1 inch. Okay. 1 mile. 1 mile. 1 mile, it says 8 inches.
You are correct. Now,
and I put in 2 miles, it says 32 inches. Now I'm going to put in 3 miles, 72 inches. Okay, I'm going to put in 6 miles, 288 inches. Is 6 times 8 288? I don't think it is, right? So maybe you should listen a little bit more when you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I am a moron. You are correct. Now scroll down. Is this Earth curvature calculator accurate? That's the bullet point. Read that point. The whole point.
Is it not accurate over a certain distance?
Is this Earth curvature calculator accurate? Just read that paragraph. Just read that paragraph.
It's a parabolic formula. It's accurate enough up for about 1,000 miles. There are other formulas that you can use, and you'll end up with pretty much the same results. We're talking about point or something, right? You can use different mathematical formulas to come up with the same outcome. If you want to choose a different mathematical formula, you can do so, but it will reach the same outcome.
Yeah, so the observation that I was talking about was 21 miles. Okay, so over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature.
So does that mean it's flat?
If the Earth is a globe that you think it is, right?
You might find, I'm reading this for you. You might find that if you were to test our calculator versus a real...
I have to mute, okay? Right? You fucking idiot. Right? If the Earth is a globe, Quagmire, that you think it is, right? You didn't know the dimensions. I had to teach you your own bullshit, right? You claim that there would be 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. That's what you claim. There is zero curvature over 21 miles. Do you understand that?
Okay, I sent something. Just read it. Okay, I'm not saying anything. Just read. I sent a message that was written on that side. Just read.
Summary. Came in here all arrogant in the side chat. Started talking in VC. Thought the Earth was a ramp that curved away at 8 inches per mile, and got angry at me when I suggested that it could be squared.
You got angry.
Bro, you got upset. You told me that I was wrong. You told me that I was wrong, but actually it was you that was wrong, right? Right?
Jedi, you are listening, yes or no?
You were wrong, right?
Jedi, you were listening, yes or no?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying to figure out why you're upset. I've given you the alternative of other mathematical
look.
formulas. Why are you talking for me, dude? That's why other people get upset.
I'm
Gave you
just
the
asking who was
alternative.
the one who
That
got
was me
upset.
telling you to shush and so I could continue. Dude, don't be rude. I explained to you that it's an approximation. This one is a parabolic formula. It's accurate enough up to about 1,000 miles. There are other formulas that you can use which will come to pretty much exactly the same outcome. We're talking about the deviation of a curved surface from a tangent. There's mathematics that can easily apply to this. If you don't agree with this one, find another one that you can use. But this is as good as the other ones. And for the short distances, 10, 20, 30 miles, it's perfectly fine.
Right.
Maybe I should ask you a question. Do you think that 8 inches per mile squared, or for an observer standing on the surface, giving you a geometric horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, is a good mathematical approximation to use when making predictions about how far an observer can see something reduce in angular size at distance over a surface? Is he gone?
No, he just does this.
Okay, so he's just going to go quiet.
Yeah.
It's just going to be rude. Okay, fair enough. I won't waste my
Oh
time.
my god, I am so quiet. Why is it so quiet?
But
Oh
when
my
he's not
God.
interrupting, he's just refusing to acknowledge things that were said. He's got to do all his research on the
What
spot
are you
and
yapping about?
ask Google for everything.
What are you yapping about, bro?
Well, if you
Just-
didn't understand what I said, then that's a problem
Yeah.
for you. I'm addressing the subject. You're not listening. That's why I wondered
Okay.
why you were silent, because I
Okay.
was waiting for your response. You clearly didn't understand. I think that's a you problem.
Bro, I was drinking water. Are you gonna
Really, your
blame me
ears
for
don't
drinking
work when
water?
you drink? I don't think we should speak to you. I think you're just wasting our time. Why should we continue to engage with an unreasonable person? Just go away.
Go into your country, go away.
See, there you go. Now he's acting like a child. Go away,
Yeah.
child. Nobody wants to speak to you if you're going to act like this. Shall I just mute you? There we go.
Do not redeem.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy.
Wow.
Why is the child still talking?
It's someone else.
Oh, good.
It's
That's
like
right.
working at a soup kitchen. It's like working at a soup kitchen, and the people that come in are starving, but they don't want to eat. They don't want to accept the food from you because it's you.
I've seen those videos. You get like a free pizza and they just throw it on the ground.
Everything could be okay, you know. And prior to that, I was saying, I don't understand what you're saying. Say it again. I don't understand. Say again.
Okay, sir.
Okay, how you doing? How can we help you? What's up?
Me mahabo, no, masesito.
Koro kue. Pami.
Pami mawingwe.
Pami mawiwe. Abude abuko abagaja abore bare horo abade borege oro.
Okay, what the hell are we doing here?
We're just making noises.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
I enter the room and that's the first thing I hear. I'm like, what the hell is going on in here?
We're just
I'm a escribe
making-
Mabito Papatito.
Typical flat earth environment.
Yeah, yeah. We're just practicing the noises. You know, like the musicians when they go through their scales. Do, re, mi, ah, la, 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 oh, lo, 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 oh.
Yeah, fair enough.
So we're just practicing for the destruction of the global and the heliocentric model. That's what we're doing. Limbering up. That's the word, isn't it? Those are the words. We're just limbering up. Yeah. Going through the vocals, checking it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got the power there. Nice. I can reach the levels I need to reach. It's good, isn't it? 63, all this energy.
Welcome to 24/7.
Yes, all this energy
Flat
at
Earth
63. I love it. Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord.
Welcome
You got
to reality. The real world.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Me and my colleagues here are well equipped to answer all of your questions. And those that we cannot answer, we will tell you categorically, we don't know or we're not up to that level. No shame in that at all. You see? So there we are. Go ahead. Far away. Any questions you like? Well, we did have a young man who was called Meow about 2-3 hours ago. And he was asking about the flat Earth. If the Earth is flat, why don't you fall off the edge in space? So obviously we corrected that, didn't we? You know, we're not a disc in space. That's not us. That's a misrepresentation, a very bad straw man. You know, what we're saying is that the Earth is level on the surface. We don't know the shape, is what we explained to the young man. Then I asked him, had he seen the curvature of the Earth? He said he had seen it. I said, where? When I was flying in a plane. Oh, can you remember where you were going? He said, oh, we went from Pakistan to Hawaii. Well, that's a long journey. That means it would have had to follow the curvature of the Earth. Did the plane follow the curvature of the Earth? I said, did the plane fly horizontal or did it take a curved trajectory? He said, it flew horizontal. Well, there's your clue. That means the Earth is flat there because we're measuring flat on the surface. You're flying in the air, not taking a curved trajectory. I've never seen the curvature. I'm 63 years of age. You haven't really seen it. You haven't seen it on the ground. Did you see it on the ground? No. That's unusual, isn't it? So, and we've measured it.
I asked you a question in private.
To me, I find it funny. I'm assuming he's talking.
Yes, you.
I always find it funny because we know that at the altitude of the Red Bull Edge of Space jump, you can't see curvature. So at a much lower altitude, people are claiming that they can. I find that to be hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. And this was a young man who he did. But when I explained to him how the planes flew, he agreed that the plane was horizontal and it didn't take a curved trajectory. So he kind of like was interested. He was lured in, and he said he's going to ask his teacher. The question you asked me, where did you ask it? In the DMs, was it? Sorry.
What?
Is the question? Yeah. Somebody said they asked me a question. It must be in the DMs.
Eradication. Yeah, Eradication asked you a question. He's got a red.
Okay.
I don't know. Why didn't you just ask it here, man?
Yeah, why don't you just ask it? Because I'm not seeing it in my DMs as such. Eradication's not coming up, and I'm looking.
We prefer VC because you get all of the emotional cues in it. It's not just dry and bland like text usually is.
Yeah, I'm looking in my DMs. I'm not getting Eradication.
I've sent you the
If
message.
you're not friends, it's going to automatically send the DM into a different folder. You'll have to search for it because if you're not friends, it's not going to make it automatically show up.
Okay, I'm looking the folder now.
I got like 3 messages I got to go out of my way to get, and I don't even care about them. But yeah, when people message you,
I've got.
they show it to you readily.
Click on my profile picture and go into messages. It will pop out immediately.
That would be the easiest way.
Okay, hang on a second. Let's have a look at where I'm going wrong here. Still a rookie at this. Hang on. New device and all. Okay, let's stop all this. Hang on. Okay, right now. Back to the Discord. Somehow, don't know how I got out of there. Right, back to Discord. Right.
It's funny to me that Discord, the etymology of it, it literally means to dishearten. So if you ever find yourself feeling disheartened while you're here, that tracks. That explains a lot, and that's exactly why. This place is engineered for that, which makes sense. It's a gaming platform, so you're supposed to have kind of adversarial encounters.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong, I love chatting about stuff like that. Here, I prefer in person, though. It's much more fun.
Yeah. 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 You know, I'm not able to see Eradication. He's gone then. He's gone, hasn't he?
He's still here.
He's right above
Where is he?
bottom of the list.
Yeah, bottom of the list. Yeah, I clicked on you.
Red profile pic.
No, you're.
The aesthetic of Eradication.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, I did click on that. Not getting any message though. I went into messages, accepted the friend request. Wicked. I've done that. Okay, something odd has happened. It said. Try that again.
Maybe you have on settings just.
No. Everything's smooth. I don't touch anything. So I'm now going to go to the message part. Okay. Now we're in. All right.
Okay.
I tagged you in the side chat. You probably.
Well, that's a good question. That is a good question he's asked. Could the Saturn V rocket reach the Kármán line? That's a great question. I would have to say no at this point because they didn't go to the moon. And that would be speculative, ladies and gentlemen, right? As I wasn't on the rocket. My knowledge of rocketry is that I would say no, but it is a possibility that it could have got up to 60 miles altitude and then returned back to Earth. But they do take this arc, you see. They're taking a parabolic arc. So it is quite possible that they could have got up to 60 miles.
Well, Jen, I just posted something in the side chat that goes 65 miles up. That's right there at the Kármán line, which is what 63 miles? So we've got a horizontal baseline. Yeah, at the Kármán line, horizontal. It remains horizontal. There you are. So there you go. Oh, yeah, and the 65 miles is the same altitude that Katy Perry and all of her lesbian friends went as well. So horizontal baseline from that altitude as well.
That's right, you see? So, and as I explained yesterday, you may have missed this, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you see the rocket on the launch pad and you see those nozzles where the exhaust is meant to come out, those nozzles need to be adjustable. In other words, we need to increase the size of them as the rocket is going up, climbing up in altitude, for they are actually fixed. And there is a problem. Because they are fixed, there's only a fixed amount of fuel that's going to come out of that at a certain rate. It'll be a fixed rate. And because the air is diminishing, the higher the rocket is going up and up and up, it is forced to take a parabolic arc because the air is diminishing. It's running out the air itself, so it cannot propel itself forward. That is why it takes this parabolic arc. But if it was able to be adjustable now, if you could increase the size of the nozzle, then you'd have to have more fuel to push through there. Then you could keep this vertical trajectory. All right, but then you've got a problem. Can you carry enough fuel to take it all the way to space? It cannot. That's the problem, ladies and gentlemen, you see. That's why it takes the arc. That's why it will never go to space. No rocket takes you to space. So rocket science doesn't actually get you to space, ladies and gentlemen. That's the point I'm making, because the rocket itself cannot carry the fuel to keep it going in a vertical trajectory. It would have to be the size of like the, what do you call it, the Empire State Building and some more, right? And it may get into space, but it will stop working because there's no air there. And it would end up returning to Earth anyway. Okay? Yeah, there you are, ladies and gentlemen, all right? That was a good question. Sorry I took my time, yeah, because I wasn't sure where you were. And now that I got it, boom, 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 bang, bang, there we are. Yes, the Saturn V. That was the rocket that supposedly took the Apollo astronauts to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. And we told you that they didn't go to the moon. Not possible. Even Bill Woods, the NASA rocket propulsion engineer, in the interview from the documentary called What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, What Happened on the Moon's Part 2 and 3 together, he stated that NASA didn't have the required shielding to contend with the radiation. It would have had to have been at least minimum 10 centimeters thick. That's just over 4 inches thick of aluminium shielding around the capsule. Now, if that had been the case, he said that it would have posed a problem for the F1 engines to lift up the Saturn V rocket. The payload would have been too heavy. And then he also added a bonus. He said when he looked at the rocket in flight, he looked at the exhaust plume and he said he knew that rocket wasn't going to the moon because the exhaust color was wrong. So he said they must have been using a different fuel, maybe kerosene or something like that. And you know, they use that in flamethrowers, and flamethrowers don't have much thrust. Flamethrowers don't have much thrust.
Yeah,
Pay attention to the private chat.
I'm not a flamethrower, but I spit fire on the mic.
Yeah. You must go through a lot of mics. You're spitting fire.
And meanwhile, in the side chat, we've got the altitude for the Chinese space station, which is more like 200 something miles. And
that's right. It's next door neighbor. It's next door neighbor. And yet they don't seem to say hello to one another as they pass by, taking pictures and waving. None of that goes on.
Not to mention Echo 1 and Echo 2 were balloons, satellite balloons that went 1,000 miles high, according to the official narrative.
I mean, it's very soft.
Yeah. That's impossible. No, that's impossible, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 miles, please.
I can't even walk 1,000 miles, and you know, I can walk 100 more.
Yeah, there you go. 1,000 miles high. And Echo 1 and Echo.
Sorry, Jin, we got a little bit of lag. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that'd be me, I think, my side. Sorry about that. I was asking massive silver balloons, weren't they? Looked like giant metal balls, if I remember rightly.
They made stealth ones too that were black and flew at a lower altitude. So if you dig into that type of stuff, it gets really weird and very cool.
Well, yeah. Yeah, if they painted them black, obviously they were up to no good there. Trying to hide it from the public, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, why would you paint your balloons black? You're trying to hide something. Maybe they were going over supposed enemy territory, but those enemies are really frenemies, ladies and gentlemen. You see, that's the thing. They say they're enemies on the one hand, but then you see them later on laughing in stitches at the way we believe what they tell us as lies. They can't contain their laughter. They're doubling up over laughing. Germany and Russia.
If you look at
Russia and America.
majority of the hires in relation to the Space Force, those people are not, they have nothing to do with astronauts. It has everything to do with cyberspace.
That's it. That's exactly it. Cyberspace, ladies and gentlemen, where me and you go regularly. Yeah. Yeah. This is what flat Earth does to you. That's what it does. It just sharpens you up. You now say, oh, really? Okay, let's have a look. Let's unpack. You now have the patience. Now you think, okay, unpack it. Let's have a look. And then you find out it's another lie. Honestly. Yeah.
That is true. It turns you into a very patient cynic. Like cynical of everything, but very patient. Show me what you got.
Yeah. Yeah. That's me. When they start saying that they do this spectroscopy and they can tell the makeup of a planet from a distance through this thermal imaging, I said, that's it. That might work locally. Yes. I can understand it. It's within your vicinity. But you're going to try and tell me what these planets that we don't know what they are, and you're using spectroscopy to actually determine, no, that's crap. I want to see this equipment now. Can we please open up open up the machine. Right. Before I start clobbering it. Yeah. Get it open. Let's have a look at the components. See if the components can do what's being claimed, if it fits for purpose. Yeah. You have to open up everything, ladies and gentlemen, and start asking questions about these componentry. Yeah. You know? Yeah, and then you learn that it's just another lie. It works only local, if it works at all.
You can explanations in private, in DM. I've sent you an explanation, Jin.
Just say it on the mic, you pussy.
Okay, let's look in my DMs. I'm out of the screen again.
Might as well say it in here because Jin's just going to repeat it, what you've sent him in here anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Quit acting shady.
Exactly.
You don't want the exposure. You're embarrassed of what you're trying to claim. You're trying to do it in like some back room.
Have the courage of your own convictions.
You want to pull the guy into the alley to preach your shit?
In this case, am I a trader or holder? I'm not really a trader. I'm not a holder. That's the end of that. Yeah. I teach English. I trade in the English language. Yeah, that's it. I'm not holding anything in assets in any way. Maybe the house we live in, motorbike, car, bicycles, smartphones, some computers, some really good clothing that if I was to sell it, it'd cost you a pretty penny. Because I've had them for so long and they really are slick. Oh, yeah. Got some assets. Oh, yeah. But my main asset is my health. That's it.
The number one asset that anybody can focus on, because without your health, you are nothing.
Yeah, that's it, you see. That's what I've always said. What's the point of being rich, but you're an unfit bum? What good is that to you? Can't even enjoy your money. Nah, man. I want to enjoy it. And then again, I'm just because if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't be wasting my money anyway.
It wouldn't matter. Say you had a heart issue, right? You got 5 heart transplants. Doesn't matter how much money you've got. You're just going to spend most of your time healing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want the heart. I don't want the heart transplant in the first place, especially now as I'm very worried and concerned of the practices these days. I'm avoiding them like the plague, honestly. That's why I go out early in the morning. I go out. I know what I can do. I know my heart rate's 52 beats per minute at rest. So I know that I'm keeping myself on point all the time. Yeah, like a machine. That's what I want to be. I want to be like that machine. Yeah, up early, get out there, do it. Yeah,
Know your own stats. Know what's normal to you.
yeah, that's it. I'm my own doctor. That's what I was saying to my niece earlier on.
When it comes to the flat Earth discussion, is people taking accountability and responsibility for themselves.
Yeah, yeah, and it's worked. That's why when I say to you that I haven't been sick in 45 years, that's an achievement as far as I'm concerned. How did you do that? By maintaining routine. That's it. Maintenance, routine. Keep exercising, eat good food. Sometimes I have a cake, a biscuit, and a pizza, but maintain health. A little glass of wine here, a little bottle of beer with shandy there, but maintain health. Regular, because I was in the army anyway, I can take my body to extremes because of the training we had. So we can go on extreme. We can do a 24-mile cycle. I did 12 today. 12 miles. That's 6 miles cycling and 6 miles running is what I did. For a 63-year-old, that's reasonable, I think, for my age.
Yep, you got to keep moving, or you're going to end up becoming stuck. Everything will freeze up. I get you.
Yeah, I'll seize up otherwise. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. I don't want to seize up, ladies and gentlemen. I want to keep on moving. I want to do my circuit training in the park. Yeah, I do that as well. And I enjoy it because, I'm using the smart device, listening to music where I need to be. If I'm walking, change it to listening to a podcast, a moon landing hoax, vacuums, for example, or I'm listening to the things we shouldn't have in our bodies, that stuff. All the latest updates and what's coming around the corner, et cetera, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the good work he's doing. So that's on a walk. Then if I want some action, we're up with the high tempo house music, progressive house, jazz funk, hip hop. Yeah, let's keep that going. That keeps me bopping and moving as I'm doing my stuff. Yeah, there you go. Very enjoyable. 2-hour workout routines. They're good. 2 hours. Yeah, nice. Outside. Yeah, and it's outside.
Release dopamine, so if you experience pain, there's something wrong with your body.
Yeah, that's true. So basically, the dopamine is a really good one because it gives me a natural high anyway. That stuff, and the what's the other one? I keep forgetting. Endorphins. That's the one. Endorphins. Yeah, right. So now you're out there feeling good 2 hours, but you're outside. Yeah, doesn't even matter if it's raining. It could be snow, cold. I'm still moving.
It's funny when people tell flat earthers to go touch grass when we're the ones who are more likely to go outside and have a run. Enjoy the weather. Be in the sun.
Yeah, enjoy the earth because it's flat. We realize it now. So now
Why spend time trying to learn physics and maths when you can touch grass?
Well, yeah, true. It's true,
Physics and whatnot. If you get out there in it and actually play with reality, though.
Yeah,
you can't
play with the
study it from a
play
distance.
with the physics.
Interact with it. Yeah, be a child.
Yeah, actually apply the physics. That's what we do. We actually take the numbers and everything, what we learn, and we actually apply it practically. And it's been wonderful, uplifting. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's no good learning about physics and then you don't go to the nature where you're learning. Get out there and apply the physics, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. I guarantee you.
It's always funny to me when folks act like flat earthers don't understand science when we're the ones who are actually promoting what entropy is, teaching people what entropy is, or the understanding of buoyancy versus density.
Correct.
We're actually have an understanding of science. We're not saying, oh, some dude on a fucking mountain just told us this thing. So the wizard on the hill knows what he's talking about. I believe him. We don't do that.
It's a fantastic point you raised there because it's turning out that it's the flat earthers that are holding the highest standard of integrity here. We're making sure that the so-called experts are firmly in the realm of the scientific method where applicable, of course, and in the realm of integrity all the time. So we are, and that's amazing, isn't it? That's a turnaround. What a turnaround, ladies and gents. And the pinnacle of this, the pinnacle of this situation we've just described was when the ordinary man and woman on the street, house husband, housewives, right, took on the mites of Cambridge and Oxford and defeated them. Okay? Now that was the pinnacle. I love that. Okay? Right. So don't be looking down at, don't be turning your nose up at the flat earthers or looking down at us in a condescending way. We're the ones that are holding the standards here. We're waking everybody up. We're your counselors. Yes, we are your friendly counselors. Right, they're looking to us now. Who would have thought it? I mean, I've turned out to be a nerd, ladies and gentlemen. I never thought I was going to be a nerd. I'm actually a nerd now. Wow. 63-year-old nerd, honestly. But that's true. Because I can now flash it with the best of them now. Yeah, I was always interested. Just a little bit lazy, trusting. Now I know they've misused my trust now. I've become a lethal weapon when it comes to this stuff now. Flat Earth, moon landing, hoax, and 9/11 and that. I'm Mr. 9/11, my registration number plate's 9/11. I am the worst person you want to be if you're going to be the narrative. You're coming with a narrative, you lose it. You're going to lose. It's going to be embarrassing.
Look at the DM.
Yeah.
Why does this dude just keep sending DMs?
Because Jin, unlike the rest of you, I have seen him in other servers which doesn't have the mute button, and he was out there actually debating people. So you guys aren't actually.
Mute button. So just say whatever you're going to say over the mic.
So the thing is, you aren't really interested in debating, like.
Just say whatever you're going to say to Jin over the mic.
I can read what I said to him. I sent a picture. I asked what causes the rockets to move in some direction. Answer is a part of pressure wave from combustion that hits the part of combustion chamber which is marked in green. So your point about air getting thinner, so rockets would have to increase the diameter of the nozzle with rise in altitude is senseless. Thickness of external air has negligible influence on frontal pressure wave, which causes rocket to move in a direction.
Can you put that rocket inside the vacuum chamber and make it work?
What?
Can you put your that rocket inside the vacuum chamber and make it work?
Yeah, it would work.
Show me.
It would work because the first law of motion.
Show me. You can talk, but show me.
The first law of motion works. So
No, don't talk. Show me the experiment.
You want to be shown that the object will maintain.
I'm asking the experiment. You have it? Yes or no?
You don't need experiment for reasoning. You can just use.
I don't need bullshit talk. Okay, I need what I did ask.
Yeah.
If my reasoning is wrong, you would be able to point out.
Yeah,
how it
more
fails.
bullshit talk. More bullshit talk. I'm asking to you. Do you have it? Yes or no?
I don't have an experiment, but it doesn't make it any less.
If you don't have it, I don't care about any more bullshit talk.
Yeah.
No, that's a dodging strategy, right? Because
No, you are dodging. You are the one dodging. I did ask you something, and you are not providing. Okay? You are the one dodging.
You don't have to have an experiment.
I didn't even did a simple question, and you cannot even answer yes or no, man.
If my reasoning is wrong, you would be able to point out.
I'm going to do it right now. I'm just waiting. So when my colleague is finished with you, I'm going to deal with you properly. I'm waiting. That's all. I'm going to deal with this situation. Don't worry. I'm just waiting, for you to respond to Miguel and make sure you. And if you haven't got anything, you should answer quickly. No, I don't have that material. Don't pretend here because you make yourself look worse. You're bad enough already. You should make yourself worse. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, what he's put forward is the situation where the rocket itself is actually in space first, but they don't get there. They never get to space, okay? So it's a begging the question fallacy. For a rocket to have control and to be able to go left or right, it would need the medium, air. Without it, you fire your thrusters, nothing happens. We've proven that in the vacuum chamber here on Earth, that thrusters do not work because there's no medium for them to push off of. And remember what I said earlier, that the rocket has to follow the parabolic arc because the nozzles are fixed, first and foremost, and the air, which is vital to keeping the rocket going vertically upwards, is diminishing. So when the air diminishes, it has nothing to push off, then the forward motion now starts to drop. That's why the arc happens. It has to. It's not the rocket firing its thrusters to turn. No, it doesn't do that. Okay, that's not what's happening. It's going in the arc because the air is thinning out. And if we want to keep that rocket firing up in an upwards trajectory, it would need to have its nozzles enlarge. Okay, so you push a button, it enlarges, and then more fuel is going in. Then the thrust generated from that, pushing off the medium that's thinning out, would keep it going up. But it will run out of fuel because the rocket can't carry the sufficient fuel to sustain that trajectory. It cannot. So it has to come back down. And as my colleague earlier on said, 60 miles. Go ahead.
Side chat,
Yeah,
first
we
law
heard you,
fail.
sir.
Yeah, side chat,
Thank you.
first law fail.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that support. That's right. Side chat, first law fails. No good.
Do you really think that rocket pushes off the air and that's how
Oh,
it
they
moves?
certainly do. They certainly do. I can give you an experiment that you can do to prove it, ladies and gentlemen. There's a video out there called "Easy Debunk: Rockets Don't Need Air." And what you have is an Englishman from up north, from northern England. He has a plastic bottle, okay, and a compressed air compressor with a long nozzle. So you've got your plastic bottle with the cap. It's got wheels on it so it can roll, okay? And he inflates it. He puts the nozzle through the hole, lets it go, and the thing shoots off like a rocket. Boom. He does it again so you can see it. He inflates it like a rocket. Then what he does the next time round, he's got two toilet rolls, long length toilet rolls, like the ones you get from the kitchen rolls. Two of those. One of them is a solid one. The other one, he's drilled holes, much the same as a submachine. You know, the holes are in there. It's peppered with holes, okay? So he gets the one that's solid, puts it on the end of the nozzle cap, inflates it, and the thing doesn't move. The air rushes out, but there is no forward propulsion. He does it again, inflates. Okay? And no forward propulsion. Why? Because the air that is needed to be pushed off is isolated. So the thing cannot push off, ladies and gentlemen. No medium. So then he takes that nozzle off, puts the other one with the holes on it, clips that on, inflates, and the thing moves off. Not as fast, but it moves off. Okay? Does it again. Then he removes that toilet roll tube, inflates it normally, and it rockets off again. So there's your first experiment, and then he then goes on to explain with an American guy how these rockets need air to work. Brilliant video. Easy debunk: rockets don't need air. And what it means, that's a play on words because they do need air. Brilliant video.
How does it work on the picture I sent you? I sent you a picture. So would he be able to point out the reasoning?
I'm going to post a video, a test.
Okay, let's have a look at what you're sending. Are you sending it? DM, is it? Or what? Or is it in the site?
It is in DM.
DM? Oh, okay, I just went. I didn't see anything. Let me check. I didn't see anything in the DMs. Let me see now. Okay, let's have a look.
As you can see, there is an expansion going in combustion chamber. How does it not work in vacuum?
It wouldn't work in a vacuum because there's no air to push off of. You see, we're talking about forward motion, propulsion. It needs the air to push off of to go forward. The material can come out the nozzle. It's not going to give you that forward propulsion unless the air is there. If you remove the air, all you're doing is wasting fuel. It's just going to come out the back, but you're not going to go forward. Okay?
That's not.
That is the truth. Sorry. That is the truth.
What do you mean by push off the air?
Well, exactly what I mean by that. That the air is the medium that the rocket needs to push off of, like the springboard. Okay, it needs the air. And the video that I asked you to look at, it's called Easy Debunk Rockets Don't Need Air. This particular video explains exactly the importance of the air. Let me get you this video for you. Hold on a second.
How does the rocket on the picture I sent you push off the air?
Yeah, you know what push off the air means, yeah?
Yeah,
like when you push
on the picture.
You're not explaining it in your picture. Is not explaining that.
How is not explaining that?
It's not explaining that at all. I'm not going to waste my time with that. It's not explaining what you are hoping it to explain. Because it's not. It's not.
It's not. It's not because it's not.
It's not because that's not how they work. That's why. I've already explained how they work. So obviously your one is not working to the way I explained it. And I'm going to now post my source. My source is coming now. Okay? So you can keep asking how, this, that, why. Rockets don't go to space. The problem of the outgassing phenomena, degassing phenomena, cold welding phenomena, and then you've got the radiation, 3 belts to get through, solar flares from the sun, and cosmic ray particles. No chance for any machine we have can survive that. We don't have that capability. So there's no chance anyway. No air.
So where does my picture fail in accuracy?
It fails because it's purporting to say that rockets work in a vacuum when they don't work in a vacuum. That's where it fails.
On the picture, you can see the combustion chamber and the pressure.
Yeah, you can combust in a chamber. I said that already. You can combust in a chamber, but what comes out is not pushing off of unless it's pushing off of the air, you will have no forward motion. So you can have this rocket, you can have a combustion going on, but if there's no air medium, then it's just going into nothing. It's just wasted fuel, no forward propulsion.
Okay, so how does a particle from a pressure wave I have drawn push off something, and how the interaction?
It's the volume of the material and at the rate it's coming out. Okay, because it's got to lift the load. So it's magnitude, orders of magnitude, much powerful than you seem to realize. That's how it can get its lift. Okay, and I'm not going to start giving you the numbers of that because I don't have that to hand. I don't have that to hand.
I'm not asking for the numbers. I'm asking for the reasoning.
I've given you the reason already. If you don't understand English, you need to study harder.
No, you just made claims.
No, I'm not making claims. I gave you a proper explanation. If you don't understand it, that's your problem, not mine. Sorry. Don't start moaning here. Sorry.
In order to propel, you need something to propel off of. He did explain that. And it's obvious, it's self-evident. How can you propel if there's nothing to propel from?
Because of the first Newton's law?
No. Sorry, that's BS.
Why is it BS? Explain on the
because
picture.
it doesn't.
I debunked that. I debunked that.
There you go.
It's in the side chat. Debunked.
You would be able to explain why it fails.
If all he needs is Newton's first law, that little balloon car should propel despite the vacuum cleaner sucking the air away.
Nope, that experiment isn't a good one because you would need to have you would first need to show that without the vacuum cleaner, the balloon has a power to move the vehicle. And then what you would need to do is to put 2 vacuum cleaners, one in front and one in the back, because you're not accounting for the conditions you have. Like you want in your alleged experiment to simulate the conditions of space. So you would need the 2 vacuum, like in space you have vacuum in front and in the back of the aircraft. But here on what you sent, he put the vacuum just behind the aircraft. You need both in front and behind.
I'll go and finish. Yeah, you're over-explaining something that is simple to explain, taking too long. There's part of the bamboozle right there. Anyway, there's the video you need to watch. If you want to learn about what I'm telling you, there it is, right? This video explains it so beautifully. The guy's from England, simple experiment. You can do it yourself. The importance of the air is expressed here. And then you go on to listen to how rockets don't go to space. Impossible. Okay? Just impossible. They can't get there because there's no air there, ladies and gentlemen. I was shocked as well. I used to think this, like this young man thinks. I thought it was the thrust that was pushing the rocket forward. That's what I thought. But it's not that. It's actually the air is so apparent, so important a factor that without it, that's why it's going in an arc. It just makes sense. They don't go to space. Do you know what I mean? And there's no control. You can't control your rocket. You fire up and that's it. And all your fuel is spent.
Since you like simplifications, I simplified the picture and sent you the simplified version. Show me on the simplified version.
I don't have to show you. I don't have to show you anything. I've already explained. Right? You seem to have it wrong. I already explained it with the first one. I understood your first picture. I explained it correctly. Okay. So posting another picture is not going to help you at this point.
If you understand something, it's not a problem to clarify. Never.
I don't need to clarify. I've already clarified it by posting the video. I've explained it 3 times. I've also gone as far as stating to you that I used to think like you, but then it was a mistake. I've gone that far.
The posting the video is not what I asked. I asked you to show.
Well, no, you need that. You need that because you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. So the video is there to help you understand because you don't seem to understand, you see. So the video is there to help you understand. Okay, unless you don't want to understand, then you won't watch the video. Then you won't understand that rockets don't work in a vacuum. Okay, it's that simple. So carry your belief. You carry your belief. I carry my knowledge. Simple as that.
So since you carry your knowledge, the way we do it on universities, for example, if you have some calculation, some equation, or some reasoning which is wrong, somebody draws something on the board. And then you come on the board and you show why it is wrong on that template scheme equation. You don't post sources and say, go look at this. If you really understand.
Yeah, I already know. I have explained it to you. You're acting coy, like you don't understand. So I provided my source for you. Go and look at the source and then you will learn. The source is only 13 minutes long. So it's not a long video. It's 13 minutes.
Explain on a picture how the rise in volume.
I don't need to explain anything. I've already explained twice already. Your first image, right? Your first image I've already explained. Secondly, I've backed it up with my source. Okay. Thirdly, I've explained it again and again and again and again and again. I'm not going to explain anything else. You're not somebody that I have to explain to. Now, if you've got any other question outside your image, please carry on. But your image has been dealt with. I dealt with that already. I've provided my source in response to your image. Okay?
You're actually, without citing anyone else and removing the responsibility of...
Unfortunately, I have cited somebody else. I'm giving you this source of my knowledge. I am very able, and I'm actually giving you the source of my knowledge, which you don't want to look at, because you know you're going to learn something. You're going to be embarrassed That's what it is. You're going to see a real live experiment proving the importance of air. That's what you're going to learn. But you don't want to look at the video because it's going to be exactly as I explained it to you.
I didn't require your sources, I required your knowledge and your explanation.
Yeah, that is where my knowledge comes from. My knowledge comes from this source and my experiences. Okay? So please look at the source. If you don't, that's up to you.
I didn't require your source.
You do require it. You don't seem to understand. You don't seem to understand that rockets do not work in a vacuum. You don't seem to understand that. We've explained it to you over and over again. There is no air. There is no forward propulsion. Okay? No way, Jose. Simple as that.
Show it on the picture or tell where my picture fails.
Basically, look at the video that you've been given. Simple as that. I've done the honors. I've looked at your letters. I've looked at your picture. And as far as I'm concerned, they're beneath my intellect.
They're beneath your intellect.
Yes, that usually I don't look at Glober's material. Usually. But I did you a favor. I had a look. I looked at your letters and I looked at your image. I explained. You seem to be a Klingon. You seem to be clinging on to your proof that rockets go to a vacuum where they don't. You're hanging on to Newton's law, which has not been proven, right? And I posted my source to you, which you are not wanting to look at. So what can we say here? Who's being dishonest here? Being intellectually dishonest here.
Imagine if a kid at school went on an exam and when a teacher asked that kid to draw and explain something on the board, the kid would say, oh, look, I have these books. You look an explanation over there.
I did explain. Don't talk as if I didn't explain. I explained 4 times, maybe even 5 times. But you seem to be hard in hearing. I'm not going to explain again. I explained it 5 times. So don't be giving it ooh. I answered your question 5 times. That's why I posted the source, because you don't seem to understand.
So first of all, Newton.
Stop fuming, bro. Stop fuming.
I'm not fuming at all.
Newton's law is not a law. Because first of all, it begs the question of a situation we don't experience. Nobody's experienced something moving indefinitely.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you. Especially in space, on top of that. So, yeah. No, I've obliged you and I've accommodated your situation very well. I've expressed myself and gave you the answers 5 times, that to the point where I had to post the source. So I posted the source of my knowledge. You're not satisfied? I couldn't give 2 shits, to be quite honest. What I do know is this, as I'm older than you, so you can't know more than me anyway because you're younger at 63. What I do know, as I've lived longer than you, that rockets do not go to space. They do not work in a vacuum. That's my knowledge. Trumping your youth. Your youth is your enemy at this point because you're too young to know. University graduate.
You don't, if you know, don't just redirect my question to your sources and find out on where my simplification fails.
Yeah, we heard you. I'm telling you now. So here's the thing. You know what an actual law is? The law of entropy. And we experience it when you boil water and the water goes from hot to cold. That is something we experience and thus called a law because it happens always. Newton's law is not something we've ever experienced. It's something that you're saying this picture is validation of, but we've never experienced it. There's the difference. Now you can believe what you want to believe, but obviously there's a clearly defined difference between a law that's actually a law because it's demonstrable and something that you're just saying.
First, Newton's law, we experience it every day. So yeah, like you guys wanted physics, but you deny the Newton's first law.
We don't experience it every day. We do not experience what you put forward every day. We don't experience that at all. So I'm sorry, it's wrong.
We don't experience inertia except for the fact enacted on by forces like wind, gravity, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just begging the question. What we do experience is the opposite.
So again, I would like to ask Jin, show on my simplification how the pressure wave fails to push out the internal combustion chamber.
I don't really need to do that because that's not really necessary. The fact that my source, the source that I post, is simple. And as you're in university, you can easily, if you're university level, you would be able to
You
understand.
don't have to talk to him because it waters down the response initially. Every time you repeat, every time we feel the need to repeat ourselves, it waters down the truthfulness of what we're saying. You don't have to respond to somebody who's responding to you, but just repeating.
Oh yeah.
Well, you don't need to explain to me why my simplified stream fails. Why it fails. But the thing is, you don't need to explain.
I've already explained it. That's why.
Explain on the picture itself.
I've explained it 5 times. I don't have to explain on the picture at all. I've explained it 5 times. I'm not here to dance through your hoop. I don't have to do that. Remember, at my age, you are beneath my intellect. That's your problem. You don't seem to understand that. I accommodated. I don't usually look at Globus stuff. Usually, I do not look because I already know what I know. But I did you the courtesy of looking at your material as you know. I thought, okay, let's see what he's got. You got nothing.
What is the picture? What is the picture of?
I would send it in a side chat, but I don't have permission.
What is the picture?
It's the picture. It's a picture of. Let me send it to you. I'll send it to you. Hang on a second.
No,
it's meant to be. It's meant to be an expansion chamber. It's meant to be a chamber, a rocket chamber. That's what it's meant to be. Hang on. I'll get it. I'll get it for you now. Hold on a second.
Also, India is probably older than you, but he doesn't know that 10/3 is a real number. So you flat earthers,
no, that's crap.
Flat earthers really don't get smarter with age.
Yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, that's silly because you're youth. You're trying to run before you can crawl. You have to crawl first and walk and then run.
Because it's wasting time. I'm not fucking with it. Okay? Stop doing it. Stop responding to him.
Okay.
I just asked the question. You responded to him as distracting the conversation.
You don't need to explain anything, dude. Like, just if you want to show that you actually understand what's happening.
Shut up. Describe it again, Jen. I can't look at what you're posting. So
I am going to try and post it to you. Just give me a few seconds whilst I get the image up. Hold on a sec.
And describe it because I can't look at it.
Yeah, hang on. I'm actually going to send it to you. Hold on. It's going to be in the side chat any second now, okay? Okay, you got it? Side chat. You can't see it.
You just explain it. Describe it. What is it?
Okay, well, basically, it's like a rocket expansion chamber, and then it gets ignited, and then the fuel, the colors of the fuel come out as the pressure increases in the chamber. It's all line drawing. So maybe when you stop the car and have a look, then you can do it. That's the best description I can give you. You need to look at it to do it, really. Okay, I'm going to post the other one to it as well. There's another one. There's two pictures. The before and the after. So it's just the inside of the chamber of a rocket, basically. The nozzle. So I posted 2 of them. They're in the side chat. You can see them for yourself when you're ready.
I don't know if you posted it in the side chat.
Okay, let me double check that because it was in the side chat, the hub, the English hub. Let me check it. Have I done something stupid there? Have I? Let me double check. Hang on.
Not in the English hub yet.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
in politics.
Oh, I put it in the English hub, haven't I? Sorry. Okay. Okay, hang on a second. Let me try again then. Rookie move. Rookie move. Okay, so we're in the politics. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, 1 second. Okay, here we go again now. Sorry about that, guys. Here we are. 1. Got it? Yep. There's the first
Okay.
image.
Listen, Jen. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there's the first image right there for you. And then I'll get the second one now. Hang on. Okay, got that one. And then the second one coming up now.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what you're looking at there is an expansion chamber with the fuel coming out. That's all. And this is the before the fuel. Okay?
So that's
There you
not
are.
what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is a diagram, a drawing. This is not a photo.
Yeah, a diagram. Exactly. A diagram. That's all it is.
I mean, this would have been a very simple conversation if you would have responded with, well, it's not a photo. How can I respond to a photo if there's no photos?
Yeah, that's what. But I explained what I saw to him, and he understood it. He wanted me to start drawing things on his image. You see, I'm not going to do that because I know that these things don't work in
Oh,
space.
but this isn't real. So there's
No,
nothing to. He's like, here's my concept, and within this concept, here's how rockets work. Now,
exactly.
explain to me how that wouldn't work on this diagram that I say it does work. That's stupid.
Yeah, that's exactly what it. That's what I said. It was beneath my intellect, and then because you seem to be having difficulty in understanding that rockets do not work in space, right? In a vacuum. Here's my source, and he didn't want to look at it. He didn't want to look at my source. But there you are then. Totally refused to look at my source. Okay, well, never mind. Once I didn't provide, I don't have to draw
We
pictures
got
on
P9,
your.
we got P900s, telescopes, all types of things, and they have Earth curve calculators and side view, leaving out perspective, conversation. Like, it's crazy how all we do is talk about reality, and then they're like, yeah, but that's just video of things that people can normally. That's not real. What's real is this advanced. Here, let me draw it for you.
Yeah, yeah, stupid. And here's a video, 13 minutes long. It shows you the importance of air, and it really does bring it home. Slam dunk. There's no doubt about it. That when the nozzle is isolated by putting on a toilet roll tube, so that there's no air near the nozzle, the rocket doesn't go forward. It stays there. All you hear is the air rushing out. No
Bro,
forward
fuck you.
motion.
Go fuck yourself, Big Daddy Flutter Trick. Go fuck yourself.
Look at you, desperate. And he thinks little words like Big Daddy are going to do something. Come on, man, get real, man. You're right out of a comic book, as Black Belt Jones said once in that movie, Enter the Dragon. Yeah. Hey, you're right out of a comic book.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Is Newton's first law presuppositional? And the AI view says there's a long-standing philosophical debate on whether Newton's first law is a presupposition, definition, or an empirical statement. While it
Right.
functions as a foundational assumption for Newton's mechanics, it can also be seen as empirical claim validated by observation. Now, that former part is true. That latter statement is affirming the consequence. If you're going
Yeah.
to make a claim and then see something and then claim that seeing that thing validates your claim is the definition of affirming the consequence.
Exactly that. That's always been my position ever since I realised that they could not have gone to space, and I've said right that rockets cannot go there because I was always wondering how is the rocket able to stay in the space, and then you hear that they're travelling at 18,000 miles per hour. But how can that be? Because that would need a continuous thrust of power all the time to keep that momentum up. But they're running on that the rocket is actually floating there. It would have to be suspended in a floating kind of motion in itself, and then when you give a bit of gas, and that keeps you going, because that's the only thing I can envisage. And then that's not possible. How do we know that that's going on up there? So what you said is correct. It's affirming the consequence, of course. I always had a problem with that Newton's first law. Always, things just keep going. Where do we have that situation where things just keep on going? Where do we have that?
On Earth, you have gravity, which would stop that from happening.
Yeah, we don't have gravity, but we have forces that would. We have other forces that would stop it. Yeah, drag, for example, drag factor.
All that stuff's created by gravity, though.
Not
And we
really.
know
No.
we know that we get pulled down. That's when you jump, you fall.
No, we don't know that. We don't know that at all. That's never been proven.
If I jump, I fall. I don't.
That's not
float
because
away.
something's pulling you down. Not because something's pulling you down. That's where you got it wrong there. Nothing's pulling you down. You're dropping back down because you're more dense than the medium you're in. If you was light as helium, you'd be floating up. So there you are. It's got nothing to do with gravity, unfortunately. And Sir Isaac Newton, who is supposed to be credited for discovering this mass attracting mass, stated that he disagreed with it. Totally did not want it to be associated with it. He said, "Don't call me because I'm not going to be calling you." Metaphorically. It's true.
Because, well, I mean, gases float, but there's a difference between a solid person and a gas.
Exactly. A solid person is more dense, heavier. Gas is light.
Gas doesn't float.
Yeah, they rise up.
Well, either way, I mean, floating was just a term that I used. It wasn't like. But what I'm saying is that a gas
No,
is
but that's
totally
the
different.
point. That's the point. The claim that everything universally is pulled to the center of a sphere is obviously false because gases don't do that. That's the point.
Now I can mix up the air and the helium and have a helium balloon float in the middle of the room. I can do that.
But what I'm saying is a liquid, a solid, and a gas are three different types of atom. I'm not sure what the word is, but we're talking about
That are
three
supposed to
different
be
states of
that are supposed
reality
to
here.
be universally that are supposed to be universally affected by the force of gravity. First of all, there's no such thing as a force of gravity. That was already debunked by Einstein.
I'm sorry, you
With
cut
or
out. I didn't hear you.
somehow, yeah, there's no. I said all of those different things that you named are supposedly being acted upon by the force of gravitation of the Earth. There's no way to actually validate that claim. You're about to describe to us the very opposite.
Yeah.
When we're talking about density buoyancy, you're like, that's because of gravity. That's just because you're begging the question.
Yeah. It's not about gravity at all. It was never proven. So, and if it's not been proven, then I have no business dealing. I have no business with it. No thanks. It's not a proven anything. It doesn't exist. One less thing to worry about.
So, okay.
That's it. Keep it simple. That's how I deal with it. Just keep it simple.
I mean, fair, but it comes down to just denial of. I mean, if we're talking
Well,
about
I can't
completely.
deny that does not exist. You see, if it existed, and then I'm denying it, then yes. But what we're talking about doesn't actually exist the way it's being described.
That's true. To put it in other words, to deny a framework or an idea isn't truly a denial of anything
No.
unless it's validated. Then you
Thank you.
deny something that is real, which is insane. But nobody
Yes,
here is
that would be a crime. That would be a crime.
nobody's denying something that's real. You're talking about denying presupposition. Okay, so it's not in actuality ineffectually doing anything. Denying something that hasn't been validated in the first place, only presuppositionally given.
Yeah. See, that's my position exactly. I reserve that right to dismiss and refuse that doesn't match my reality. Okay, so I'm not denying anything because nothing exists at this point for me to be denying. Thank you. It's great walking in integrity. It's just great living in integrity. Fantastic. That's what flat Earth does for you, ladies and gentlemen. It keeps you in the realms
The
of.
thing is
It
that
keeps you
even
in,
gas like stays close. You know, gas is well, it depends on what it is, but there's layers to the atmosphere, right? So certain gases stay in certain levels of the atmosphere, which would imply that gravity still is working. It's just certain gases raised to a certain point. You know, if you fart,
Wait
it
a
doesn't go
second.
all the way to space.
Show me that gravity holding us, please.
No, stop. Don't ask him to show you anything. Imply. See, words like imply means that directly you don't know.
Yeah.
But second of all, to your point, yeah, a fart in the room expands in the room. It
Yeah,
doesn't
and that's
go
just
to
an
the
example, of
floor.
course. You know,
No,
it doesn't
listen.
fart
That's
because I
the
thought of it.
that's the example. That's the example you gave. It doesn't matter what example you give though, because any real world example is going to be an example of gas expanding, not going down to the center of mass, like
Yeah. Well,
you
then how do
explain
you
heavy.
explain like when you scuba
I
dive,
don't.
right? The
I
deeper
don't.
you Okay, fair.
I
But
don't.
I scuba dive, but when you scuba
No, I'm
dive,
not saying
right?
I don't scuba dive. I'm saying I'm not going to explain because it's like when somebody puts forth a proposition and then the counter is, well, prove the proposition is true. And then the counter to that is, well, explain.
I mean, fair, but
That's
you're doing the
typically
same thing to
somebody.
me.
That's typically somebody reversing the burden of proof. Like,
Well, then I'll bring up a different
yeah,
point. Because I respect that. But my other point would be, like oxygen, for example, if you go and you dive in water, the closer you get to the center of the earth or the deeper you go in water, the air gets denser as you go down because of the pressure from the water from the gravity exerting its force. And that's a
No.
fact. Like if I come
No,
up,
that's not. No,
if
that's
I
not a fact.
rapidly
That's
swim
not a
upwards,
fact.
the air
That's
expands.
not a
Yes, it
fact.
does, because
Hang
I've been
on, hang on,
underwater
hang
and
on,
I've
hang on,
done
hang
that.
on. That's not a fact because it hasn't been proven. Gravity hasn't been proven to exist. So you putting the word fact on there doesn't
Okay.
help you at all.
Well,
It's another supposition.
Okay, and I'll roll with that.
well,
What I will say
hold
is,
on. Well, hold on. Let me respond to that too, if you'll allow me.
yeah, of
Like, you're
course.
just talking about density and buoyancy again. This has nothing to do with like you saying because I got closer to the closer to the
The
center
deeper
of
you
the
go
earth
underwater, yeah.
proves. But the bottom line is, again, you got to remember the claim. Universally, all things should be pulled to the center of the earth. That is not a claim that can be evidenced because it's not evident. We don't see that anywhere. You're talking about how things are denser at the bottom of a pool or a lake or an ocean, as opposed to where something is less dense. It doesn't matter because at the end of
Same
the day,
when you go underground, though, too. I mean, if you go in a mine.
yeah, but we're not denying experience. We're denying your presupposition on top of the experience.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd argue
The
that
explanation.
because to say like, okay, well, that's happening for sure, because you know, if you go underwater,
No,
Oxygen
it's
does get
listen.
denser.
It's just
You
the
know.
presupposition that we don't look. It's very simple. It doesn't matter how many ways that you say it. If you put a presupposition on top of it, obviously a
What do you
presupposition
mean?
is not.
Because my statement is that when you go deeper underwater, oxygen gets denser. That's my statement.
Okay. Okay.
And so what I mean is when you say that's a what do you mean? Because that is a fact.
No, it's when you add gravity as the cause. When you add your gravity word in as the cause of the density as you go down.
Okay, so what would be your cause of the density?
Not making an assertion here. It's your claim, right? And just
It is
because
my
I
claim, but
couldn't,
I don't think that
sorry,
it's
dude.
fair to say,
No,
okay, well, you're
no.
wrong, but I can't explain why.
Well, hold on,
No.
Jedi. But hold on, Jedi. Time out. You 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 just conceded to the fact that it would be reversing the burden of proof, which is what you're doing now. How can you reverse to me an explanation for a claim I'm not making? That doesn't make sense. It's not that it's something that I don't want to do. It's that it doesn't make sense. It's like if I stopped, speaking coherently to you.
Okay.
What you're saying is incoherent. You're speaking English, but it's incoherent. How can you reverse the burden on me where I explain something that I didn't claim?
Don't get me wrong, like I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is
No,
that
you're saying you get what I'm saying, but you're not answering what I'm asking you a question. You're saying I'm asking you.
it's a diluted
It's a
question. If you
question.
make it more direct, I could answer it.
All right, more directly.
Yeah,
You're
I'm not trying to be
claiming
an ass. I'm
that
really not.
you're
I
claiming
don't
that
understand what
gravity.
you're asking me.
Okay, you're claiming that gravity pulls things to the center of the earth. I'm saying that can't be evidence. You're saying, well, why then, if it's not gravity, what is the cause of density? I'm not making a claim about the cause of density. I'm just describing density, but I'm not putting any presuppositions on top of it like you are. That's the point. So
Well,
when you
yeah, but
ask
my
me, why
evidence.
can't I just accept? When you ask me, why can't I just accept the presupposition because my evidence is the experience? I'm like, well, it's a presupposition. I would think that that's all there is to say in response, and a person will go, yeah, I feel you. Okay, it is a presupposition, which you've already conceded to as well. What am I
What do you
supposed to
mean
be accepting?
I'm not asking you to accept
A
anything. But what I'm
presupposition is
saying
something.
is,
Presupposition is a proposition that is presumed to be true rather than evidence or demonstrated to be true.
so I guess my
That's
next
what
question would be: was what would it take to prove that gravity is real in your eyes?
direct evidence. What do you mean? We
I
got
know, but
direct
like
evidence for
what I'm
things.
saying is
Listen,
because
listen to what I'm.
and I'm trying to
Hold on.
understand. I really truly am.
Hold on. So we'll stop saying you're trying to understand. You just asked me what would be direct evidence.
Okay.
How the fuck can you be listening if you're still talking?
Okay. Well, now you're talking over me and you're yelling at me, and I've been calm and cordial with you this entire time. But please continue.
That's true. How do I answer your question if you're talking?
Okay.
You want me to be calm about that? What do you want me? What do you expect?
I'm done talking now, so please.
So in science, we can establish cause and effect relationships. So if someone claims that a phenomena is the cause of an effect, we can actually test that hypothesis. There's no such thing for gravity. There are scientists doing science. There's no science on gravity, just presupposition.
But to me, from my perspective, it's coming down to people, and I guess in this case, for you saying that gravity doesn't exist, you're denying some
I'm
of the
not saying it
evidence
doesn't
people put
exist. You're
forward.
not
Like,
giving me any
people
evidence.
say dropping an
No,
apple, the apple hits the ground.
Dropping an apple is not scientific evidence. If I drop my shoe, is that scientific evidence? Because I put a
Hits the
story as
ground.
to why it's happening. Listen. It's not evidence. if you're going to presuppose why it's happening, you already have what's happening already. There's nothing else to do. The apple fell. In essence, if we're going to call that a test, the test is already concluded. Now somebody's going to presuppose why that happens. There's no way to further test why that happens. It's already accepted that the presupposition is why it happened. That's dumb.
I think what I'm confused about is that if it's not gravity, that the reason the apples fall, which, okay, why then does the apple fall?
There's no claim.
Or anything.
There's no, listen, why? Do you need to hear it from Neil deGrasse Tyson's mouth? What part of there is no claim to the question you're asking are you not understanding?
So
Just because you ask me a flat earther, just because you ask me, a flat earther, the question doesn't mean that the question would be answered elsewhere. Neil deGrasse Tyson himself would tell you there's no answer other than the presupposition gravity is real. But when you ask,
what if the Earth isn't flat, but it's cylindrical?
He will say, we can't prove it like that. Like you need an authority to tell you the same thing I'm telling you for you to, because you're saying I'm not understanding. Yeah, we didn't understand either. That's why.
So, but what I'm saying is I guess my question is so it's unknown why that happens. Then.
Yeah,
it's unknown. It's unknown.
Yeah.
It's not explainable.
Yeah. Nobody knows why a tree is a tree. It's just a tree. You know, there are things.
I think that's different from why an apple falls when you drop it, though. I know you're just giving an example, but I'm saying like
well, a tree is a tree, something existing. An apple falling is something happening. What's the cause of apple falling? Well, the weakness of the stem. But why it goes down, other than the presupposition that things are being pulled to the center of the earth, which we've abandoned over 100 years ago, there is no claim to why things go down. Just like there's no claim to why things are more dense or less dense. That's just something we experience.
well, I mean,
you want to take over? Jedi.
So it sounds like anything that's theoretical, but you cannot, see with your own eyes, you are not in favor of treating as scientific fact.
Well, first of all, you said two things is false. I didn't say you said two things is false. I just answered two things since you weren't. What I meant was you said two things, and then when you concluded what you said, I said false. That's not what I said. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it can't be evidence. Observation is not just something that you do with your eyes. It's something that you observe with one of the five senses. Thank you. So now, when you say if something is theoretical and cannot be validated in any sensible way, yeah, I reject that. Yes.
I don't know. The gravity thing is one thing. I can understand that because I mean because we can't like fucking detect gravitons. You know what I mean? And that's known. So I mean, it is technically it's on some level a theory because gravitons.
So what I'm saying is, you just accept that I'm not going to accept the presupposition as proof.
I could respect that gravity is a bad example to try and say that I can accept.
No, but it's not gravity. You have to understand that I'm not going to accept affirming the consequent. A presupposition, begging the question, reification as valid evidence for something being true. It doesn't matter what the conversation is. As long as you know that, then you can understand and move like through this conversation a little easier.
So what about gonna think of another example. If a boat is coming over the horizon on the ocean, you see the top of the boat first. As it comes up, you start to see the whole boat, which is because of the curvature of the Earth.
I've never seen that.
I have. And
I've
I mean,
never.
I don't know. I guess if you could like hang out by the ocean,
Well,
and you'll see. And it has to be a
hold
big
on.
ship too. It has to be a tall ship.
What do you?
Any
There's,
ship, really.
then there's
You have
gotta
a
be,
microscope, telescope.
then there's got to be a time lapse video of it. I'm not denying it. I'm just letting you know right now. It's interesting that in 10 years I never asked. Is there a time lapse video of this?
Let me look.
Good, because people say that they've seen it all the time. I'm not
I've seen it.
denying that that's the case. But
You
things
can
that
see it
people see.
over time too. Like time lapse video is better, of course, because it's
Listen
per
to what I'm
hour.
saying. Stop trying to fight. Stop trying to fight what I'm saying.
I
Listen.
wasn't, but okay.
If something can be seen all the time, it's usually recorded, typically, right or wrong.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Things that can be seen all the time are typically recorded, right or wrong.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. All right.
Let me get you a good quality video. I don't want to give you a crappy quality video.
But, unfortunately, when you ask me what do I think is happening when I see that, I'm not making any claim. Now, if you have a claim that that's because of Earth curvature, guess what? I'm going to have a rebuttal for that. And it's not going to be a dismissal. It's not going to be a no. This isn't. No, but we can get into it, and we can have a robust conversation about why the horizon is.
Video evidence doesn't really mean much anymore, does it?
To see, that's the thing that I find unfair, though.
So
Like, I can
video
show you
evidence.
something, and
I
you
didn't
start
say. I
talking
didn't
about
say
how
that.
it's a
I didn't say.
presumption of
Why are you
something.
responding to him? Why are you responding to him?
I was
I didn't say
talking to you.
video evidence is fine. Video evidence is fine.
But not
Don't even
anymore, because
respond.
there's deep fakes, there's AI
No,
that
video
can generate
evidence.
anything.
I think that everybody
Video
knows
evidence.
fakes.
Yeah, we can tell the difference between usually well if it's scrutinized.
These days, it's
And
getting
you
harder, though. AI is
but
crazy.
listen, the point is, if I give, matter of fact, if I tell you I go to Coney Island and the horizon is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that's never been evidenced ever. That's not just something that I can make up in a video. That's something that people can experience. That video, people are going to realize is obviously a legitimate thing because they can just go and experience that themselves. Very simple thing to do.
If the video was posted before a certain time, then maybe.
No, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but you gotta remember this important.
It doesn't matter if there's a video that was 100 years ago, right, Jimsy? Because if I can go and evidence what I saw in the video, then that's it. What are we talking? Like, obviously,
There's something called repeatable, verifiable, right? There's things that are repeatable and verifiable, and if that whatever is shown in that video, nobody can repeat, nobody can verify, then what is it?
Yeah. What about the videos on how to make a souffle, how to remove an engine oil from a CBR 1000, how to put the brake pads on a CB 100N? These videos exist, and it's proven and put in because you can follow the steps, and the video is accurate. Thank you. So no, don't say video material is not good. It's only not good when you put it under the latest digital software and you find the copy and paste, the photoshopping going on and stuff like that. Then you don't. That video is not reliable. You see, simple.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
So video material is reliable as long as it's genuine.
Let him respond eventually.
So my response to why is my response to why is we're literally talking about the difference between a demonstration that someone questions as a demonstration, but then you can just go and evidence it yourself in person, and somebody photoshopping something together that no one's ever going to actually evidence and experience in reality, like the former.
You said you
That's
couldn't. I did
Oh my
post
God,
a video, by the way. I actually don't know if you guys seen that. I was responding to something. I might have been responding to something that I wasn't even paying it. I posted a video though in the 24/7 chat. I don't know the chat that's on like the side of the thing.
It's another. Okay. So that's still the claim that the horizon's geometric. That's in front of the boat, and I can't see the bottom of it, right?
But the bottom would be in the water, but
Well,
yeah.
it doesn't. It doesn't. See, what I'm expecting to see is a ship disappearing over a hill like a car would.
Which is what's happened. It's lowering down, which would
No,
be
no,
going
no,
curvature.
no, 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 no. Like I'm not looking at from top to bottom. I'm looking at uh, a miraging effect, and the only thing I see at the end of the video is a boat that's still visible because of mirage. You know what a mirage is? It's a mirror image of a flat surface. So that's all I see. I didn't see it. I didn't see it go over the horizon and disappear. Let's be fair. Did I? Let's be fair. You can describe it being lower in the latter part of video than the former video. But when we talk about ships sailing over the horizon like a car would over a hill, can we describe this video from beginning to end as that?
You have to understand that the difference between going over a hill
I mean,
and the curvature of the
a
Earth
simple
is
would be
miles.
a simple would
Miles
be
and miles.
okay. You can justify that, but you can justify that and answer my question, right? And then you can say, well, yeah, you're right. It doesn't look the same. But then I would ask you to
So how
justify.
can you say that? It does not look the same,
Oh,
but it is different.
okay, so then justify saying that it is like a car going over a hill when it doesn't look like that.
I never said it was a car going over a hill. Those were your words.
Well, it's a boat going over a hill if you live on the
It's a
curvature of a
boat
ball,
going over the curvature of the Earth, which is what I said.
which is the same thing. It's synonymous. A car going over a hill and a boat going over the hill of the earth is the same thing.
It's
Hell
not
no,
because
it's
there's
not.
mile-long differences.
That's
I mean,
you're
you're talking
tripping,
about
bro.
1,000
You're
miles to
tripping.
2 miles. I mean, how big
You
is the
on
hill?
drugs?
You know,
This guy
I
gotta
just
be on
put up a
drugs.
picture.
If you're trying to make that like similarity, like that's not anywhere comparable.
All right, fine. Okay, all right, fine. Then we
Like
don't
you're
have
tripping.
to. Okay, fine. So we don't have to argue about, you know, like Matthew Learns would say,
But I
squinting at.
understand the principle you're trying
Do
to
you hear me
present. I
talking,
understand
bro?
that concept.
No, I'm about to mute you, man. Do you hear me talking?
The Earth is
Okay.
flat. How are satellites a thing?
I feel like that's.
I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna continue what I'm saying to the other guy because he's been reasonable, and I'm gonna stop all these attempts because you know what's about to happen. We're about to actually demonstrate that what you think the horizon is, it isn't, and that it can't be validated, just like everything else we talked about. That's why all these clowns are popping up. But it's going to be heard.
Like, you mean like an experiment is going to happen?
No, I mean like a demonstration that demonstrates to you that what you think the horizon is, it isn't.
What do you mean by that? That makes no sense.
What I mean by that is you think the horizon is the curvature of the earth. Thus, when the ship gets further, it appears lower because it's going over the curvature of the earth. Yes or no?
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. So then why would you say what I said doesn't make sense when I just said that?
You're trying to present it as if it's not true.
No, I didn't present anything yet.
You're
I said I
presenting it
would.
as in like some type of question, like you're not sure, like you're not sure it's a fact or something.
You think how he's slowing the conversation down? Like he's not even paying attention. I said I will. He's arguing as if I have.
Yeah, that's why I'm just. You say you're going to show it. I'm going to wait till
I
I
will
see
keep
it
going.
before I say
Sorry, go
anything,
ahead.
You know, I'm not going to respond to something that's not even shown yet.
So Jedi,
Go
are
on.
you there? Jedi left because I'm definitely supposed to be doing something right now. So
And among other
if
things, too,
anybody,
national
if
dateline.
anybody,
Yeah, I'm still here. GNCB
Bro,
online.
we're waiting for you to make your point, bro.
Yeah,
well,
I'm still here.
the horizon.
I'm still here. I'm still here, Elijah. I'm still here.
Go
I haven't
ahead.
gone anywhere.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
So they want to know why the horizon isn't because that's what I'm saying. The horizon is an Earth curve. Because he's saying what he's seeing is a ship going over Earth curve, and I'm like, well, horizon is an Earth curve.
Are you going to make the point that our eyes can't see that far? Because I've heard
Why do you have to try to anticipate what I would say? No, that's not.
You tried to do that to me earlier, for one, and for two, I just am
Well,
assuming
was
I
I
had this
justified? Yes.
conversation.
Was I
So just
justified?
for clarity,
Oh,
my
see, he
uncle,
can't
my
answer
uncle
anything.
believes
Was I
in flat Earth.
justified when I did it? Was I justified when I did it?
No, you don't.
What?
I didn't
Because
even make that point. I never made the point.
okay,
I don't remember what it was, but it was something that never
so you can't put poison in the well right now because you're saying words that's again disrupting the conversation and the demonstration right now that should be going on.
I'm not
To
sure.
say something happened that's recorded, by the way,
I
but you
agree.
can't.
I think you're being elusive right now, is what I
No,
think.
I agree. Just stay on topic.
I was in the middle of staying on topic when you said what you said. So
I
who's
agree
off
with you.
topic?
No, I agree with you.
Okay,
It
that's
should stay
fine.
on
We can
topic.
just continue on.
All right, so stop stop being disruptive while claiming I'm being disruptive. Is that
I wasn't claiming you were being
reasonable?
disruptive, first of all. I'm just confused because you're saying, like, oh, you're going to get an example, and, like, it's been 5 minutes, and I haven't gotten an example.
Well, first of
I'm
all,
not a
it is
troll.
in
I feel like I'm being trolled at certain points in this conversation, which I think you've been really respectful, by the way. It's just some points you've, like, the way that you've acted, it seems like you're the one playing games with me. Like,
Hey,
well,
no personal attacks, bro. No personal attacks. Just stay on topic.
it's fine, but seems and is two totally different things. Everything that I've said to you so far has been accurate and not untrue. Have I said anything that you can? Because we're on recording, by the way. Have I said anything that has been invalid that can't be cited somewhere?
You've said things that I disagree with. I'm not going to state whether.
Disagree with. However, is it cited? And did I say any disagree? You disagree with the Earth being flat. You didn't disagree with density. You just disagree that I shouldn't accept your presupposition. All right, that's not disagreement. We already went through that. So don't cheapen the conversation by saying, "Well, you didn't disagree with anything that I said because I didn't tell you something that was untrue." Does that make sense?
That doesn't make sense because you can say something. You can say the sky is blue, and I could say I disagree.
Bro,
But I
just
didn't
keep
do.
the
But
conversation going, bro. Why
that
y'all
wasn't.
keep fucking sidetracking?
Because
But
he's
that
like
wasn't.
arguing, like,
But
I don't know what the
because
word
he's
for it
trying
is.
to.
We're
Because
talking
you're
about
trying to
wordplay here.
because yeah, it is wordplay. But the bottom line is you keep trying to say things that are false. So when I said, did I say anything to you that was false? You came up with this hypothetical where I could tell you something that is untrue.
It's not. It's
No.
not
Did I
even
tell
that.
you?
What it is, I'm giving you the benefit of doubt and not saying you're wrong. The Earth's not flat. That's what I'm
Bro,
trying to.
stop behaving like women. Finish the
Well,
convo. Keep it going.
I didn't demonstrate to you that the earth was flat thus far. So how can you make that? I never claimed
Like,
to have
see,
done
that's
that.
semantics. You're just like that's
No,
wordplay. That's wordplay.
hold on.
Because you're obviously a
First of
proponent
all,
of it.
if you weren't talking at all, I would have just demonstrated it instead of asking you anything. I have thousands of hours on YouTube. I prefer people like the flat earthers in here. Their tactic is to ask questions and have you prove this, that, and the third. The conversation that we've had is not typically how conversations with me go. I just present demonstrations. That's typically how it goes. But I'm being amicable to you in the room because this is typically how you guys choose to talk. If I'd have just came in here and was like, I don't really care about the questions you have, let me just demonstrate this to you, accept it, and
Wait,
that's
you're
it.
a flat earther?
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Wait,
And
this guy's a
I'll
flat
leave it be.
earther?
And we can wait for whatever.
You're a flat
That's what I'm
earther?
never asked you to accept something that wasn't true. So if you could just concede there, then
This
we
guy
can move
believes
on.
in flat earth?
What do you? I'm sorry. Can you ask again?
I just want you to concede that I never asked you to accept something up until this point that wasn't true. That's all.
Concede that. What do you mean?
I have not asked you to accept anything that I have said that was not true. What's
Yeah, I don't
hard
think that you forced me to.
All right.
But to me, that's semantics, by the way. Like that's
No, it's
wordplay
not
that you're playing,
semantics.
and I
It's
don't know
only
why you're doing it.
semantics. It's only semantics if I'm playing and if I couldn't actually pull the trigger.
Okay.
But I've already demonstrated like you're inconsequent in that scenario. Like everyone else here knows that I'm not just playing and it's not just semantics. Only you think that. And I respect that because you don't know me. And I would expect somebody who doesn't know me to treat me like somebody new versus being a bigot. So actually, this is one of the best conversations that I've had in a long time because people typically treat me like a flat earther. You're trying to see what I'm
Yeah.
about. I respect that shit.
No, I know you seem intelligent, and I was saying earlier, like my uncle's a flat earther, and I love him to death. Like I disagree with him, and he's a smart guy too. I mean, you know, I don't
Yeah.
think that just because somebody believes the Earth is flat that they're not intelligent.
So you asked me to stop playing games, so I'm gonna go hard and fast then. Okay.
I
So
might ask you to repeat
I
yourself. That's fine, but
yeah, you might. It is recorded, by the way. So if there's any falsehoods in anything that I said, um, again, you'll have it. So um, we have something called the modus tollens. There's two propositions and a conclusion. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, that's the form. We've just put that into an argument, which we call the black swan. If the Earth were a sphere with radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the horizon is not measured to be no further than, the horizon is further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, that initial claim is false. Now, that's what I'm saying. They already posted in the chat a screenshot of a video evidencing exactly what I just said.
I'm looking at it. Hold on a second.
Remember what I said about being at Coney Island in Brooklyn? That's where I live. Seeing New Jersey. That's what this has to do with. If I were to do a video and put it into an argument, anyone could go to Coney Island and experience the same exact thing.
Has anyone here ever been a crew member on a plane or an air warning in
What?
Could you repeat that again,
that
please?
cut out? I'm so sorry. Has anyone here ever been a crew member on a plane? Like an AWAC?
Is that relevant?
I've been a passenger.
Have you ever had to do the math? Have you ever do that?
I've flown over the international date line though.
You guys know we're in
Have
the
you?
middle of vacation, right? Just
Have
cut
you done
the
the math
silent.
for that?
So you just gonna
To be
ignore me?
honest with you, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Think I'm fucking around. Okay. See, why do I have to get irate and act out and be the character that you guys expect to actually have a conversation?
He asked me a
How the
question
fuck
and
do
I
y'all just?
responded.
I know he did, but with all due respect to you, why would you allow that? You're in the middle of contemplating something.
I am reading. I'm just trying not to be rude, honestly.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you what to do, but with all due respect, am I right or wrong? You're sitting here
Yeah,
in
because it's not
contemplation
good to
about what I.
interrupt.
Well, no, he's playing argumentative games, which he has to win any type of argument in this.
No, I'm not. No, that look. I
That is
stopped
so
arguing.
absurdly anti-factual.
So I stopped arguing to do exactly what you guys wanted, and it was very quick, wasn't it? It was less than a minute. But I will argue somebody making falsehoods. If you say you're perceiving something to happen that isn't happening, unfortunately, as a Gemini, I can't help but say and argue that down. which is why I'm still talking. And I'm arguing about the fact that you disrupted a conversation that's happening. Just because it's quiet, you think you're just gonna have a whole nother conversation on top. Like, we're in the middle of something, bro.
I guess that's how it feels to be wrong.
Does that make you see?
Big
What
Daddy
I'm a flat.
Fleur.
You see how retarded people act in this shit? Like, honestly, you see? Does that even make any sense? Like,
Define retarded.
I
Would
gotta
that be
do
someone
something
who
else.
has no clue of the
I'm gonna go
truth?
on mute.
So,
I
well,
can't
I
do
do
it.
have a
Who
question.
has no clue entire industries?
That's better.
What happened?
Great, Jedi. Would you mind taking over for me? This guy is he's mad cool to me, as far as I can tell. I like him. Can you handle him?
I mean,
Like,
dude, I've only just come back. I haven't been listening for about 10 minutes, so I don't even know what you're conversing about, dude. So I'm
he's
sorry.
at the Black Swan because remember when you left and we were talking about the boat disappearing over the horizon. I said, well, that's because you think the horizon is the Earth curve.
Yeah,
And I said, and then he was like, well, can you do anything other than argue? And I was like, okay, well, here's the claim, here's the argument. Boom. I did that in under a minute. Now he's looking at the Black Swan. He's gonna have a question for you now, I guess.
Okay.
It's a black swan. This
Well, I'm always here waiting. By the way, it's
Oh, yeah,
Jedi.
no, my
So
Jen was gonna take my
to
bad.
make sure I'm understanding this right, that's what I really want to do. Is this basically just saying that depending on where you're standing is depending on how far you see on the horizon?
Your altitude above the surface changes the distance to the horizon. That's why it's in the formula 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So if you've got a radius of a sphere and you're changing your altitude, your geometric horizon is going to change. Right? It's just a geometric function at this stage. A tangent line and where it's going to touch the curve, not intersect, touch the curve at distance from your eye height. That's all we're trying to figure out.
Okay. So in the case of the boat, in theory, if I have a camera sitting there and it's not moving, it's not changing elevation at all, the boat's getting further away but going down, are you saying it's... I'm kind of just confused on what the claim is, I guess.
Sorry. What do you mean about it going down?
So when a boat goes over the horizon, right, it appears like the boat is, I mean, for lack of better words, sinking into the water. And the argument there is that that's the curvature of the Earth. And it's not sinking in the water, it's going with the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so the bit why it's going down, right, you're talking about the bottom of the boat going downwards.
Yeah, like if you're watching the boat on the horizon as it's going.
Yeah. That's just perspective.
Going down is just, it's just...
That's perspective, isn't it? Like the reduction and angular size of an object. So you've got your eye level and you've got the object that's above your eye level. With distance, that's going to appear to go downwards. Like when you look down a corridor and the ceiling and the floor look like they're getting close together with distance, like the walls are getting closer together, right? It looks tiny up at the end of the corridor. That's just perspective. The reason why you can't see the bottom of the boat is because it's gone beyond your optical horizon. The optical horizon is the limitation of your angular perception of the surface when you're looking horizontally across it. Eventually, with distance, the angles are too small for you to resolve, so you can't see any more of the surface. The boat, though, that's still on that surface, and as it goes beyond the horizon, the bottom of that boat is in that angle that you can't resolve. So you can't see the bottom of the boat. It's literally too small for you to see, and the top of the boat is appearing to go downwards. That's just a function of perspective.
But the bottom of the boat, at least in the video that I showed, is larger than the top of the boat, and I still see the top of the boat.
Sorry, the bottom of the boat is larger than the top of the boat compared to what, your eye level?
Fair, that's fair, but I mean, still,
If there's more of the boat above your eye level, then it will take longer to reduce an angular size than the bottom of the boat.
No, I see what you're saying. The hallway thing is really where I understood what it was that you were saying.
So also just to interrupt. So what you're asking about again, where the boat appears to be like, that's why I said if you really look at the video, it's not actually showing like what like a car going over a hill. You're like, well, it's too far. It's not the same thing. But the bottom line is the claim is that you can't see the bottom because it's going over the curve. Well, the response is the angle is too small to resolve between the bottom portion and the water it's on versus the top portion of the ocean that's above your eye line. So that's number one. Can we evidence this? Yes. We've actually put boats on the water with the curvature of the earth into account. So we had to make it a small enough distance to where that wouldn't be a factor, and then recreated the same thing, a boat appearing like it's disappearing on the horizon. But if the horizon is earth curve, then it can't be that. So what I'm trying to point out to you is that we can demonstrate that the horizon, whatever it is not earth curve, which is what the black swan was for. So when you're like, well, I'm not understanding why I'm seeing what I'm seeing, then, well, that answer is what Jedi just told me. So where do we go from here? Or where does Jedi go?
What's the black swan too, by the way? Because I mean, I'm looking at like what is this? Some kind of, unless that's the name of the, what is that? An oil rig? Or did I miss something?
Brother, let's wrap it up very, very simple. You claim the horizon, the thing that's cutting off boats. You claim the horizon is the edge of a giant ball. If that was the case,
but
it is the edge. So the definition of edge is the outer extent of any shape, the perimeter, the border. It's all edge. Every portion of the earth is its edge if it's a globe. Anyway, there's a curve, right? And the very most crest of that curve is what's cutting off things that go behind it, your view. Now, if that was the case, and the Earth is a object that has a fixed size, 3,959 mile radius sphere, if that's what it is, then that portion of Earth that's cutting off the boats must be at a specific location relative to where you're standing. Now, in the Black Swan observation, relative to the observer's location and where he had his camera, the horizon should only be about 1.5 miles away. Yet in the image you were just given, there are 2 oil rigs. The furthest oil rig is approximately 10 miles away, and the horizon is behind the oil rig in the image. That means it's about 9 times, 8.5, 9 times greater than it should be. So if your claim is that the horizon is the thing that's cutting things off and that it's the edge of the sphere, then that would mean that the sphere changed size that day, because now the horizon's in a different location. Now, in order to have the horizon at that distance, you need a sphere with a radius of approximately 250,000 miles. That would be from here to the alleged distance to the moon. So obviously what we're looking at here when we think of the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere. It's not the apex of an arc of a curved Earth in between point A and point B. So in this image, the horizon is way too far. Now, you also said that the thing's cutting boats off is the horizon. Here's the problem. As our other friend told you, you can do observations on a 1,000-foot lake, and you can get the effect of the bottom of the boat disappearing. Now, on a 1,000-foot lake, from an observation height of let's say 8 inches, the horizon would be twice the distance that the lake is. So the horizon would have zero effect of the ability to block any portion of the boat at all. Yet the boat still disappears. So we have an observation where the horizon is way too far, proving it's not a geometric location. And we have an observation where the horizon is further than the effect that you claim the horizon is needed to cut off the bottoms of the boat. So we have a problem here. And that problem is that the horizon is most definitely not the geometric edge of a giant Earth ball. Go ahead.
I mean, that was a lot, but I guess my big response would be, because the big thing that you said that would definitely disprove it would be if you get the same effect on a 1,000-foot lake, which...
Yeah, 100%, dude. I just did it. I just did it 3 days ago, and then I did it 5 days ago. fact, I do it all the time at my local lake. I go to the lake. This lake is actually from my observation location to the target is 333 meters, approximately 1,092 feet. Okay, that's the width, that part of the lake. The lake is longer in the other direction, but that's the part where I'm at the little beach area, you know, where you're allowed to swim. And then there's a pier on the other side where there's this yellow, like pontoony floaty boat type thing, you know, plastic. And I lower myself in the water. And before I even get down, like my chin isn't even touching the water, and the boat will start to disappear. And some days it's more dramatic than others.
Because you're
Or I'll sit my butt in the water. Yes, exactly. I'm changing my elevation. Now, I know for a fact that this is a 1,000-foot lake, and I know for a fact, based on the globe geometry, there's no appreciable curvature between me and the boat. There's no horizon, there's no hump of earth curve that could possibly block that boat. So the only cause possible, categorically, like the category that would be in, is optical effect. Because it certainly isn't any globe geometry. It certainly isn't the lake getting in the way. There's no hill of water in between me and the boat. No.
You're changing the elevation, which changes the effect. Like you're changing your elevation, which would cause the boat to drop.
Irrelevant.
Your elevation.
No, it's irrelevant, dude.
The thing you gave me, which
no,
would state,
dude. Listen, dude. If there's nothing in between me and something else, me dropping in altitude, right? Why would that change anything?
That would be the case. If the Earth was flat.
Yes. Why would that? But why? Pay attention. This is a question. This is important. Why would me changing altitude change what I can see?
You just gave me an. See, that's the part where you're losing me.
Well, let me put it this way, brother. I go to the lake. I'm standing at the shore in the sand. My toes are in the sand, right? I can see across the whole lake. I can clearly see the entire pier and the entire boat. I go into the water to where it's deep enough to where I can sit down, right? So my body can go downwards. Okay? My shoulders are out of the water. My neck is out of the water. My chin is not touching the water. Okay? And the bottom of that boat on the other side has disappeared. So what happened?
What I'm saying is that if you're in a watchtower, we'll say 100 feet up in the air. We don't even have to do that though, because this would apply no matter what. But we'll say you're 100 feet up in the air in a watchtower. You're going to see more, even if you're on flat land. You're going to see more from 100 feet in the air than you are on the ground.
True. Listen, while that's true because you've increased your angle of view, AI understands that. We're not talking about seeing more or further because you've increased your angle of view. The conversation, all right, forget the book. The conversation is about whether or not the horizon is open. Forget the book.
Yeah, but if you go, what he was saying
No,
is
you
as
gotta
he
pay
goes
attention.
down.
No, what he was saying is he's describing to you how he's in the water and how in the water he's 8 inches above the water. And for that elevation specifically, there is no horizon that is earth curve that should be getting in the way. However, he still sees the same effect that you're claiming is. That's the point. What are you not understanding?
I don't know. I think that we should just agree to disagree on this one, honestly, because
No, I think you should take a pause and really think about what I actually said and think about how it impacts your previous claims.
I mean, hey, that's fair, and that's why I think we should agree to disagree, because I think you're not even understanding what you're saying. Like,
yeah, no, I'm absolutely understanding what I'm saying.
I looked at everything that you showed me, and it seems to me.
Time out. I listen, I warned you not to play this game against me. I am going to get into my nerd bag and say, yes, I'm one of the most dangerous flat earthers to play this game with. If you're going to tell me you didn't understand that, because I'm giving you our direct experience, I can give you Nat Geo and CFI investigators instead. And you tell me you don't understand that they're claiming what the earth curve should be. and how it's not there. Do you want to go that route? Tell me you don't understand what I'm showing you and how it doesn't make sense, so I can show you the parallel of exactly what Nat Geo did.
I think, to be
Tell
fair,
me
I
that.
think I looked at everything you just showed me. You explained it to me, and then the way you explained it to me, I mean, you're going off the assumption like
All
you're
right,
like, oh
all
well,
right.
the
No,
Earth
no,
is
no, no,
flat, so it is this way.
no.
But
Time
you're
out.
not
No,
even going off.
no. I didn't do that. Your mind is
Well, you
doing
did.
things.
To be fair, AI did.
No. Okay, whatever. I gave you modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if you're going to say you don't understand what I said, first explain to me what the argument and the conclusion was and what you're disagreeing with, because that would actually be proper.
Okay, that's fair. What I'm saying is that because
Is it going to be a red herring or a non sequitur altogether to what I just said? Because if so, just spare me the time.
no, but what I'm saying is that the higher you go up, the more you can see.
Okay, but that's irrelevant to having a fixed
That's not what we're
foundation.
talking
The lower you
about.
go down, the less you can see.
No, but
So
we're
if you
talking.
go
That's
down
not
in the
what we're
water,
talking about either. We're talking about the horizon and the phenomenon of things getting cut off, which you claim is caused by the horizon being the curve of the Earth. Big Daddy showed you the black swan, which shows that the horizon is actually further than it should be. And I showed you an observation before the horizon where something's getting cut off from the bottom up. Both of those observations disprove your claim.
I disagree.
How?
I disagree because the way you conducted the experiment is in favor of what you're saying. Like you're saying, like
No, false, brother. Pay attention real quick. Don't interrupt me. Love you, God.
I've been interrupted more, but okay.
I could care less.
I know. I can.
You didn't order anyone not to interrupt you. So
Yeah.
you lose. You snooze, you lose, sucker.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also not a mod of this or a frequent.
All right, okay, dude. Let's get enough meta. Let's get to the topic. Let me explain.
I can't even
simply.
No. Have you ever heard somebody tell me to shut up and I shut up because I was interrupting? Yes or no? AI.
I don't even know what to talk about right
Uh, have I not shut the fuck up when someone was talking and I was actually interrupted? Have I not went fair enough?
I'm actually amazed you guys even have a Glober here still. All I hear is you two guys talking. I would have just left if I was him a long time ago.
And it's no disrespect, like Big Daddy. To be honest, dude, I had a good conversation with you, but AI, I think that you're being disingenuous. Like I'm not even gonna lie to you, dude. And Big Daddy, he's very respectful. And if I interrupt him,
What do you mean disingenuous? I just told you, let me explain something and don't interrupt me. How is that disingenuous, dude?
I was talking first. So.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
But because you asked me to explain it, and then when I start explaining it, you oh, shut up, don't interrupt me. It's like, yeah, I was talking, I was doing.
No, that's not what happened at all, dude.
Shut up. Okay, I'll admit, dude, I'm getting kind of heated because of how the whole situation happened. So, reset.
Yeah, fair. So you're claiming.
Let's reset. Let's reset.
Yeah, I'll admit.
We all cool? We're chill.
There. Reset. And we'll go back to I don't know where we last remember.
All right, it's very simple.
Right.
Globe side claims the globe side, people on the globe side, and people who make globe arguments for years claim that you can't see the bottom of a boat out in the distance because the Earth curve is obstructing it. The boat is lower on the other side of the curve, and that's why you can't see the bottom. That's the claim. So I tested that claim by going to 1,000-foot lake and reproducing the bottom of something disappearing, where it's not possible that the Earth curve of the Earth they claim could possibly be in between me and the boat. Yet I experienced with my own two eyeballs the boat disappear from the bottom up. That proves 100% that it's not a 3,959 mile curved ball that's the sole cause of the bottoms of things disappearing. Period. What say you?
But my point is that and I'm gonna ask because I want to make sure that I'm getting this right before I say it. But you're saying that you were lowering yourself down while conducting this. You're not. What I'm saying is you weren't sitting stationary, and the boat wasn't moving. You were lowering down, which changes your
Correct.
perspective.
Correct. But what else does it change?
It changes your perspective.
Right. But
Which
what
is
else?
going to cause
According to the globe model, it would change the distance to the horizon. Correct.
I don't think that's how that works because the boat.
Yes, that is how that works. The distance to the horizon.
Getting further away from you, or were you just moving and the boat was stationary?
Flat earther, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Suck dick.
Didn't you just say before, but when you increase your altitude, you can see further?
Go fuck yourself.
You increase your altitude, you can see further, and if you're lowering
So,
down,
so if you're coming down, what would that do?
You're obviously, the higher up you go, the better you could see. But if you are high up, or
why can you see? Why can you see better? What does that increase? Like you can see further.
And I think Big Daddy said it earlier. It changes the angle in which you're seeing from a higher height, and you can therefore see more.
So if you're going down, you should be able to see less. But if that horizon,
Wait. I accept everything that you said. So does that mean that you accept your own words that the horizon is merely an optical effect and not Earth turn?
The only reason I can't accept this specific example
What
is
you
because
said?
two experiments
Not the
conducted
no,
are
not the example. What you said. No, what you listen. I hear your gripe, and your explanation. Your gripe and your explanation is that no, what you're doing is you're lowering it, so you're changing the effect of the horizon, and that's why it's doing what it's doing to the boat. And our point has always been, yeah, that's because it's optical and not geometric. That's always been our point.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'll admit I did not understand before, but I get what you're saying now. But I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, which is that the two experiments are different, and therefore you can't use them to disprove anything because they're two different experiments.
No, it sets out to observe the same thing. So the
we need to get into brass tacks. Pointless. Listen, friend who's engaging with us. Do you know where the horizon should be based on an observer height at any given point? Do you know how to acquire that or concept?
I'm guessing there's a mathematical equation involving how tall you are and eye level and.
Yeah, your observer height, right?
Yeah.
So your observer height, if you imagined a laser, just like a laser pointer coming out of your eye, and it would just travel and it would just go straight. In order to see something, quote unquote, beyond the horizon, you'd have to be looking down with your laser eye. And so your little red line would go over this curve, and then eventually it would intersect the object, right? But that red line would also intersect the curve of the Earth at a particular point, right? Make sense?
No, I'm not following. What do you
mean? If a boat is over the horizon and you want to shoot it, you'd have to shoot through the Earth, right?
No.
If you just drew a circle on a piece of paper, put a line off that circle, and drew a line straight from the top where it intersected the circle, and then you drop that line that's straight up off the circle and drew a straight line from the top of it, what would happen?
Yeah, it's in the chat, boys.
It's so weird that you understand how boats should be cut off by Earth curve, but when we're talking about any other of the geometric concepts, you're completely clueless. It's very odd. It's almost like you've been indoctrinated into what you think, not actually thought it through.
No, man, I've just been.
I think it's hard to process because there are a lot of things coming at him at once.
You could be right.
Like,
I'm
when we started the conversation, he seemed, wholly ignorant to, I guess, what our viewpoint is. I guess everybody comes in here with the assumption of what our viewpoint is. The first thing to dispel is that there's no worldview, there's no viewpoint, there's just what is and what isn't. And he's accepted that all along the way, which has been very refreshing, actually. I told him that Newton's law is presuppositional, and he accepted it. And I was like, well, I mean, since that's the case, you
Well, I
can't,
do agree
you know,
because I'm not gonna lie,
be
I've had
gobsmacked at the fact that I'm not going to accept an assumption that hasn't been proven. Like that's like let's not. How you going to argue me down about accepting something as true when it's actually just an assumption?
yeah, and I agree because I've had questions about
So
gravity,
then
like how it works.
he's like, well, what about the horizon when boats, go down? That's how this started. And I gave him the Black Swan. We haven't really even stayed on that or touched on that at all, because he was focused on why he sees what he sees, which is why we pivoted to what you showed him, which should have satiated his hunger so that we could then focus on the Black Swan. But for some reason, it hasn't done that. Like the way the conversation
You don't need to focus
was
on anything. It could be
of his
organic.
own making. I allowed him to steer the conversation. I don't know why. Maybe you just need a moment. Do you need time to
I don't.
Well, he said it himself.
like,
He said it.
just think about all the information? Like, what is it?
It's just not clicking in my head, and that's the thing. And
No, you said it yourself, bro.
What?
You said that if things disappear from the bottom up at a close range where it can't possibly be the Earth curve, right, then that would disprove your claim. I told you a demonstration of that, and then you hemmed and you hawed.
I just think that those two experiments that you're using to disprove the other experiment it's two different things, is what I'm saying. Like,
Okay, perfect. That's why I want to get into the brass tacks.
You don't.
Right. That's why I want to get into the brass tacks. So now that you know that.
Before you say the price tags, and I promise you it's going to be relevant, AI, for interrupting you, and I do apologize.
Or me.
The reason it's two different things is because you red herringed away from the Black Swan. That's why there are two items on the table, because of you. So when you say these are two different things, that's because you've introduced something that was not relevant to the premise that I was laying out. But I thought it'd be disrespectful to tell you that, so I let it happen. And now,
I told the black. Look. Let's be frank here. I said what the Black Swan was. That the horizon is in the wrong place. Nobody else said what the Black Swan was, but me. I finished the whole argument. The horizon is too far. That's part one. He said the horizon's at a certain distance, cutting off boats. The Black Swan's the horizon's too far. There you go. Then I put him with the observation of things disappearing from the bottom up being too close. So I got the too far and the too close. There's no red herring at all.
Just to be clear, the Black Swan, that's the oil rig?
Yeah.
That's the name of the oil rig. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's not the oil rig.
No, it's not the name of the oil rig. It's the name of the argument.
Oh, okay.
The name of the argument is called the Black Swan. Do you know what the Black Swan argument is?
Yeah, that's what they're explaining. I was just I didn't know if it was called that because of the oil rig or what.
Yeah, no.
But I get
That's
what
the
you're
name
saying.
of the
It's the name of the argument.
Yeah. In its form, the modus tollens.
Right. The argument is very simple, dude. At a 1 foot tall observer height, which is where the observer was, which was a camera, the man got to the side of the ocean there, and he leaned down and put his camera on the ground to film this. He then zoomed in to the oil rigs, and the horizon is beyond the oil rigs. Now, from his observer height, based on what we've already talked about, the horizon should be no more than 1.5 miles from the man. Yet the horizon is 10 miles. That is what I already told you. I then told you that in order for that to be possible, the Earth would have to have a radius of approximately 250,000 miles, not 3,959 like they claim it is. So that horizon cannot possibly be the curve of your Earth. That is what I said. It was very simple and very straight and to the point. Now that I've said it twice, do you still not understand it, or do you have any questions?
I mean, I don't have any questions. I think that you're not going to change my mind, and I'm not going to change yours on this topic. I think that you're wrong.
Isn't that what you said last time? Like that you saying that is not actually addressing what he
You guys
said.
are saying the same thing though.
And it,
One of
and
the
it,
things
No,
that
it's the
AI
no,
truth.
said
no, no,
specifically went off the
no,
basis
no,
of
but
what the
listen,
Earth
listen.
is not round, and so therefore this
It's not
is true.
about. It's not about. I don't listen. I don't think I can change someone's mind if it doesn't want to be changed. My point was that you came in here thinking that the horizon was Earth curve, and I wanted to disprove that for you. I don't care what you believe. Just to be clear.
Correct.
Yeah, so let's do a multiple choice test right now. Is the horizon at 1.2 miles, as it should be, or is it at 10 miles, representing the Earth of 250,000 mile radius? So what is the radius of your Earth, my friend?
Yeah, I think it's just a normal 3,000 whatever miles.
Okay, then why is the horizon? Why is the horizon in the black swan? Why is the horizon in the black swan observation, which you've been presented, approximately 10 times greater than it should be?
You're changing the elevation. It's a different experiment from what the boat thing is that you use the black swan to disprove the boat thing, but it's a totally different experiment.
Wow, brother.
Different thing.
No,
No, I understand. I understand. He don't understand. There you go.
Let's slow it down. So somewhere along the way, you got lost. No,
The
his
thing
boat.
with the elevation and the black
Yo,
swan is
bro.
it's been put into the calculation.
You have to get muted, bro, because I was literally in the middle of talking. I
Yeah,
hate
okay, right. Mute you.
So again, you've somewhere along the way gotten your wires crossed. What he said about his boat on the 1,000-foot lake has nothing to do with his full articulation of the black swan, which he just did. What he just told you just now has nothing to do with his little toy boat. It has to do with the claim of the horizon being Earth curve and the result of a sphere, the radius 3,959 miles. What he explained to you is at 1 foot, not changing elevation, just being at the same elevation, 1 foot where you expect the horizon to be 1.2 miles away, it's 10 times greater. Do you understand now?
I guess I'd have to try this myself.
Absolutely, and that's why I said
Like the experiment,
it's
like
something that it's
AI was
something.
saying.
That's why I told you what I told you about Coney Island and because while they're giving you the premier black swan, it's the argument. It's not really the observation is one of thousands. It's not. Somebody can say that's bullshit. Did you do that? It was this that day. It was that day. You can go wherever you want and do the same thing. And that's what we want you to do, not accept what we're telling you. Because I told you at the beginning, I don't want to accept presuppositions or things that I can't know myself. Why on earth would you think that I would be expecting you to do that? I expect you to go do some investigation. That's what I expect, if you're honest.
Yeah, I
So
think
I
that
think the
that would be.
conversation is you now have an expectation of
What's
what to do.
What's with the train track thing? I'm seeing lots of train track things. I guess I can read with this person.
Well, before you go on to the train tracks, brother, there's 3 observations you could do based on what we've talked about. And they all have to do with the horizon or things disappearing from the bottom up. So you can go with your own eyeballs out and witness the horizon greater than the distance that it should be. That means it can't possibly be geometric. Or you can go out and witness things cutting off from the bottom much closer than the horizon could even possibly be in the way, proving that things getting cut off from the bottom isn't being caused by Earth curvature. So you could do either of those. Or you could go out and witness a boat that you shouldn't be able to see because it's supposed to be beyond the horizon already. All 3 of those observations together disprove your claim that the horizon is the edge of a ball.
like I said, the boat thing. You used a toy boat when you did this, or like I mean,
I don't know, dude. Oh no, let me say it again, dude.
You can
Try to pay
explain it,
attention
man,
this
but
time.
I'm gonna have to do it myself. You can explain it all you
Yeah,
want.
I want you to. I want you to. Let me tell you why I want you to do it, brother. I'll tell you why I want you to do it. Most people think the Earth is a globe, having never experienced anything that has to do with anything about it being a globe. And most people do believe that things can only disappear from the bottom if the Earth is a globe. But if you go out with your own eyes and witness this, which you can do because you could find a 1,000-foot lake easily.
Yeah.
You go out, you lower yourself down. Now here's the trick, the way I like to do it. You find something on the other side. Make sure it's about 1,000 feet or so. If it's bright, that's good. The brighter, the better. The one I chose was a yellow boat, not a toy boat, the big boat.
Okay.
Like a multi-person pontoon fun boat or whatever the heck. And it's always tied to this one pier. So what I do is I get in the water and I lower myself down and I keep looking at it until it starts to alter. Like maybe the bottom will start to disappear a little. And I'll find that sweet spot. Sometimes it's with my chest in the water, sometimes with my shoulders, sometimes I have to put my chin in. It depends on the day. But once you get into that sweet spot, you'll notice that thing starts to disappear. And you can use the buoyancy of the water to just float up and down, or you can even like tilt your back and forth, and you will watch the bottom of the boat and the entire boat blink in and out of existence. And you will know for a fact that you are above the water. There's nothing in between you and the boat. And according to the geometry that they claim about the globe Earth, there is no possible way there is any curvature of the Earth in between you and the boat. But you will witness with your own eyes and experience in your own mind a live demonstration that the claim that things can only disappear from the bottom up because the Earth is a globe is categorically, provably false.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And this sounds pretty easy to do, too. It doesn't sound like it's like overly complicated at all.
Now, I will give you one caveat.
Figure out what 1,000 feet is in relative.
Absolutely. Easiest way to do it is just search your local lakes and do the Google. There's profiles for the lakes, and it'll tell you. There's some mapping system for lakes, and it'll tell you the width, the length, everything. And there's one caveat to this, though, is that you'll get different experiences on different days. Some days the boat will disappear sideways. Some days it'll disappear top down. Weird like that.
Oh, wait a minute. Disappear sideways. Are you describing compression?
Maybe. I just know I've witnessed it.
I'm only asking this because that's exactly what I said I saw at the end of the video he posted when I asked him and tasked him to get a boat of that's actually disappearing from top to bottom. Because I told him I'd never actually seen it. I understand the phenomena of it appearing to get lower and not seeing the bottom, but I'm talking about seeing it like a hill, like a car going over a hill and from top to bottom it completely disappearing. I was saying I've never seen that. So if you got a time lapse video of that, shut me up right now. But what he did give was a video of exactly that, where you can see a miraging of the boat and where it appears to be disappearing from the sides. Look at that shit. Bro. How the world comes right back around. No pun intended. You still think
that's why I love recommending people to do short range observations on short lakes, because once you start seeing these things, time and time again, and you start to recognize like this type of weather and this type of dryness in the air is going to give me this and this and that. But for sure, that there's no possible way any of it's being caused by Earth current. Because it's not even plausible with their geometry claim. So you can set that aside, right? And you can just experience it raw, and you'll see all these different optical effects that cause the objects in the distance to disappear.
as
Yeah, I
evidenced
mean, I'll
by the
definitely try
video,
this. I think I
as
might actually.
evidenced video that you presented that you claim was a ship disappearing bottom up. Exactly what he's describing is exactly what you see in the video that you shared. Is that not like
No, I
slap
see.
your
I
mama
rewatched it and
revelation?
see what you were saying. It goes sideways. I see what you're
Is that
saying.
not slap your mama revelation right there? Like that's
Yeah.
God working. And I'm not a religious person. I'm saying life is interesting like that when you have a good conversation and revelations happen. Like that's a genuine revelation. Like we started with that video that you sent after the Black Swan Report. Because you were like, well, what about this? No. My bad. I'm wrong. We started with your video. That's the first thing you presented, bro. But isn't that interesting?
Like I said, I still think that I mean, there's other
I'm
things
not,
too.
I'm,
You know,
I'm
it's
not
not just
asking.
the
I'm
boat
not
thing. I
asking
can even
you.
agree,
I'm not
especially with
asking you to
water.
believe. I'm not asking you to, because when you say I'm not going to accept the Earth is flat, I don't, because that would mean that you don't know it's flat. That means you would have to believe it. Why would I ask you to be a believer when I told you I wasn't going to be a believer when you asked me to believe in presupposition? I am very firmly into freedom and having a freedom of mind. And with that being said, we're not showing you any of this so you can go home and accept that the earth is flat. But at some day, I will warn you that you will just understand that that's what it is. It's not something that you accept because of belief. When you go do these things and demonstrate to yourself that you're seeing what everything we're discussing and all of that, that's when you'll know. And when you know, you won't have to come here and tell me you're going to accept it because you already know it. There's no reason to say something like what is what is, bro. You know, this is like level one, not even advanced flat. Like we've talked to you how the earth is not curved. We didn't even touch how the earth is measured flat and just used practically and axiomatically is that we didn't even scratch anything. Because why? Because you didn't ask for it. But typically people don't, which is that too is by design.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely. I mean, listen, I've heard of flat Earth for a long time.
Have you heard anybody put, you know, to you a conversation that's less about meta and thinking and more about talking about something that's demonstrable?
What do you mean? I
The
actually, to be honest
horizon.
with you, in person, I've only met one
Meaning
person who believes
it's
the Earth is flat.
demonstrably or like it. We set out to prove one point and conclude one point. That point is concluded. That like usually flat earth conversations are like, okay, so what's at the edge? What all of these things that can never actually be evidence. Have you ever actually been in a conversation where someone is damn near begging you to just stick to what we know, which is what I did, and what AI and what Jen, you know, all these people try.
I mean,
It's
in
easy to talk about
relative to
flat
flat
earth
Earth,
when
to
people are
be honest with you, I've
seeing. Oh, go
not
ahead.
talked to many. Yeah, I have not talked to many people who believe in flat Earth. I actually just seen 24/7 flat Earth, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of people in there. And then I came in and, what was that dude's name? The dude with the thick accent and the red anarchy-looking symbol was arguing with Jin.
Yeah.
I was listening to that, and I just stayed out of it.
Yeah, you got to listen to, you know, there's a lot of PhD conversations that we have cataloged where you would think, well, Why don't these flat earthers just talk to like, somebody in university? Guess what? When there's a professor in front of their name, the conversations get even more sillier. Why? Because as a professor and an educator, you have to accept in academia, if somebody is laying out a premise, whether it's true or not, you just understand that they're teaching you that thing. And for the sake of learning this thing, you're accepting this and everything within that, lexicon of information. But when it comes to a professor talking to us, he has to force me to accept the presupposition as if it's true. And then when I say I don't have to do that, they then have to say, well, if you don't have to do that, we can't really know anything. So when they say that, it's because they don't want us to say, well, we're just taking reality, because they'll be like, how can you prove that reality exists? You know, the physicist that Indio just talked to like 3 days ago, maybe you don't know who Indio is. Indio, an admin of this server, of the 24/7 server, spoke to a physicist the other day, and the running meme right now is prove that you have hands. So when you go to college, like everybody who's experienced it, that hated it, knows that that's what happened. That you have to get. You gotta accept concepts that you can't prove to be true, but you have to accept them. Like think about Einstein, one of the most widely accepted things as true. Did you know that it's purely mathematical, aka abstract, aka there's nothing tangible about it? If you look it up, they'll say, yeah, it's a theoretical concept, mathematical construct.
Yeah.
But what a physicist will do is tell you, well, that's true, but that's how we understand the world around us. I'm not going to use imagination to understand my reality. I'm not doing that. I don't know why a human being would ask another human being to do that. So now let me create all this math and let me tell you a story, and you're going to have to accept it, because if you
Hang on,
don't
would you rather have a conversation or tell a story?
well, it depends. Do you want to have a conversation
I would love to have a conversation.
about what?
Well, I mean, it's a flat Earth room, right? So flat Earth.
You want to have a conversation about flat Earth? Okay, the Earth measures and is practically used as flat in all instances. Do you
I mean,
want to
show?
Do you want to detail?
Can you show a single measurement of flat Earth?
Yeah. When planes use trigonometry to determine their descent and their ascension path. Now, let me. They don't. Meanwhile,
Cite your source. Cite your source.
Okay. Give me a second.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm a Glober, and Elijah's right. They do use trigonometry.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matthew. Because I can cite it, but that's a lot faster and easier, right? Like, let's not be ridiculous.
Planes use trigonometry. Is that what you just said?
For navigation and calculation.
Airplanes, when they're landing from a long distance away from the airport, they use a trigonometric calculation to determine glide slope.
So you're saying that for a small portion of their flight, they use trigonometry. So
Yes.
What I said was false.
Yes.
That planes don't. I mean, so they don't only use trigonometry. Would that be better? Would that be better? They don't only use trigonometry. Would that be better?
You see the difference between someone who wants to argue and someone who wants to
Hang on. Would it be better for me to say that planes don't only use trigonometry?
Give me 5 seconds.
Would that be better?
Yeah, I think that'd be better. Sure.
Okay. I agree. Planes don't only use trigonometry. They don't only use.
All right. Now here's what happened. Person came in. He said he wanted to talk about flat Earth. I made my intro statement, and all he did was say it's false. Now somehow the conversation is morphing into, well, do they only use? Look, listen. You asked me for something. I gave it to you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's weird. Like, and it's like we're not even going to talk about that because we're going to move on into this morphed conversation about what you want to talk about. But I thought you wanted to talk about flat Earth. I'm guaranteeing you want to tell me how planes fly over a globe, don't you? So then don't lie to me and tell me you want to talk about flat Earth because I can do that very handily and very quickly.
So this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. If you want to have a conversation with me getting muted will stop or I leave. I don't care. So if I continue to be muted when we're having a conversation,
Oh, stop crying, Donald. If you stop carrying on with shit, you'll probably find you won't get muted.
We'll leave.
So go and cry then.
Should I just mute him anyway?
How come I can't mute him anymore? Well, I can't mute anybody now. What happened?
Ugh, you got demodded.
Why?
Maybe abuse. I don't know.
I think you did piss some.
Donald's got all the clout. That's why.
You did piss off that one.
Wow, I did nothing. I did absolutely nothing. Don't blame any of this on me. I did zero.
You called Brenda.
I don't know Brenda's number.
It's your number. Oh, I'm just kidding.
No, my number and Brenda's number are definitively different.
I know, but there's this running question. People think you are Brenda, and I'm like, no. God, for the love of God, it's not Brenda.
Idiots have like asserted without evidence that I am Brenda, but that's just stupid people being
So
stupid.
I would like to put in the chat. This is a Twitch stream of an ISS astronaut making repairs, and you tell me how this is fake, please. Please go ahead.
That'd be amazing.
Where'd you put it?
I'm posting the video in the side chat. This is a live feed footage from Twitch. I can't even post in the side chat. Somebody give me perms, please.
It's weird because I was able to, because some other people couldn't either. I've been in this Discord for a long ass time though, so.
Who's a mod? Where's a flat Earth mod when you need one?
I think it's
in order to get perms to put images in, you've got to time up. So it's basically to do with your server rank.
Do a link though.
Okay, Matrix, I'm gonna send you the video, and you can post it in the side chat.
Right.
Awesome on my
There's
phone.
the video.
Right.
Okay, well, who can I send it to? Who can I send it to?
I am a furry.
All right, such a cow. Can you post this in the side chat for me? I can't. You got like
I can.
bug shit. Okay, Kathos, I'm gonna send it to Kathos. Kathos, post this in the side chat. This is a live footage feed from Twitch from a NASA stream of an astronaut making repairs.
Tagala, I've, if I may make a recommendation, why don't you use your original account instead of coming in here with an alt?
This is an original account. This account was made in 2017, buddy.
Yeah.
Like, hello?
Yeah, cool, man. Nice
Like,
to have
how
you
old
back.
do you need me to count? How old do you need the count to be?
Yeah. Welcome back, Tracksuit Timmy. Good to see you.
Okay. Yeah. I bet you don't even know what Tagilla means. Or my Discord icon. Tracksuit Timmy. It's all from Escape from Tarkov, buddy. I know you don't play games. All of it's from Escape from Tarkov. Thank you. So yeah, look at this video in the side chat.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with your
live
image
footage
or your
feed.
name.
Live footage
It's
feed.
good to have you back, Tracksuit.
Check the side chat, buddy. Look at it. You can see the sun glare and everything. Tell me how it's fake. You can only put you can only clip certain amount of clips if you don't have nitro. I hope you understand that. I can only clip 5 seconds of it.
So you've given us 5 seconds of absolutely nothing.
It's a NASA stream. Look top right. Hello? You can find this on Twitch.
Just because it says NASA on it, so if I get a tattoo of NASA on my bum, therefore I'm a product of NASA.
Dude.
Just because I've got a NASA sticker on me. Just because someone's made a video and put NASA on it and then said, hey, look, boys and girls, this is a live stream.
Okay,
does that make it real? So how do you verify it? How do you validate it?
Okay, why don't you look up the NASA astronaut top left? Jasmine.
Okay, that's great. Answer the question. How do you validate that this is true and correct and is not just some CGI bullshit?
Okay, dude. Yeah, obviously you could say, well, space is a green screen giant Olympic-sized pool.
Yeah, that's great. We want you to verify for us and validate how it's true and correct.
How? Okay, you do realize on Twitch, right? They have guidelines.
I don't care about Twitch. I want you to tell us how you personally know that that video is actually physical, real, taking place.
Because it is sponsored by a government agency.
So you trust the government agency?
Yeah, I'm a citizen of the United States. Obviously.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. So you've just got blind faith in this government agency known as NASA.
The only way I can do it,
you've just got blind faith in this government agency known as NASA, and you are exercising your right as a US citizen to believe them.
Okay, well, what if I showed you a video of a guy using a ham radio to contact astronauts on the ISS with 29 million
Now that's
views
not
on
going to
video?
work, is it? That's not going to work, is
The
it?
video has 29 million views.
Hello. That is
what if we show you a video footage of Bigfoot?
Can you not hear me talking? Can you not hear me talking? I was saying to you, that's not the. You see, look, you said what you got to say. Now it's my turn. Pay attention. That's not the standard that we operate under here, mate. Not that kind of standard for that, what you put forward. And by the way, the video you put through there, a few seconds does not make the truth there with that thing. Okay? And you have to remember that
I don't have nitro. I don't have nitro.
You're not paying attention. That act is meant to be doing his supposed spacewalk.
That's a spacewalk,
Mark 23. Yes. At Mark 23, that's 17,500 miles an hour. All right. You want to believe that? Good luck.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. Okay. If I can't physically go to space, all right, on the ISS and whip out my phone and be like, oh, look, guys, on Discord, check out the ISS and float around and shit. How do I prove space? How do I prove
You can't go to space. That's the problem. No one can go there. It's not a place you can go to. That's what you don't seem to understand. You're believing what they tell you. We can't go there. So you can't go there to validate that they're lying because you can't go there in the first place. So they are lying already. Do you understand?
Okay, well, what about Elon Musk? He's not even a citizen of the United States.
Elon Musk is a liar.
And they're letting him go to space.
No, he didn't go to space. He hasn't been. He never will. In fact, his recent argument and disagreement with Donald Trump has now jeopardized any kind of funding that he may get for his SpaceX and Falcon Heavy and that. He won't be going to Mars because you can't go there anyway, right? And he would definitely not be going to the moon because you can't go there anyway. So Elon Musk is not going anywhere. He did not send a car to Mars back in 2018, I think that was. Okay, so it's all crap.
Okay, well, what about all the Mars rovers then? What about all the Mars rovers?
That's all in the studio. It's all in the studio, and the place is a place called Devon's Island in North Canada. There's Baffin Island and Devon Island. That's where that was done.
Okay, well, what if you were able to look at the footage of the Mars rovers and then?
Okay, listen. Space is fake. Tequila, take a step back. Space is all fakery. So by you directing, what about this, and what about this, and what about this, there's no space, my friend.
You're telling me it's fake, but I can look at the moon. I can look at the stars.
Listen carefully. I know you're excited, and I know you've got something to prove to all these silly flat earthers, but guess what? All we're interested in is measurements of the ground. So if you can prove that the ground is measured other than flat, we are all ears.
Yeah, because you're going to need to have the Earth as a globe substantiated completely with its rotation and its hurtling through the universe. Then we begin to take on what you're talking about. You haven't even proved the Earth is a globe because you're going to need that radius so you can get the exact distance.
Okay. Well, what about drop over distance between long periods of travel? What about that?
It's never happened.
Drop over distance between long periods of travel.
Yeah.
Yes,
we don't observe that. We don't observe that.
Okay, so if we're on
hold
the
on,
side,
Jin, let the gentleman talk. Tagilla, continue.
Okay, so if we're living on the surface, right, and the surface is quote unquote flat or curved, and we want to prove whether that surface is flat or curved, what if I drove from, let's say, Washington State to Florida, okay, and I look at it on the GPS? Wouldn't it show you drop over distance, especially like altitude?
It doesn't show drop over distance.
Like, isn't the top part of the globe like colder than the bottom or the middle, right? So doesn't that?
Okay, so let's get this straight. You're going to drive from point A to point B, and because this place is colder, ta-da, therefore globe. No, my friend, it doesn't work like that. I can drive to T-Dub's house.
Okay, no. What I'm trying to say is this, right? If we live on a globe, right? Okay, let's say whatever the globe, right?
So you've got your assumption. You're living on a globe.
No. What I'm assuming it for you, right? Let's say we live on a globe. Okay, that would explain why the top part of the planet is cold and the middle is hot, because the middle part is close. It bulges out towards the sun more, right, than the North Pole and the South Pole, because that land is closer to the sun.
Tagilla, hold up for a second. Okay, I know what you're saying. Because that bit's closer to the sun, therefore technically should be hotter. Now, when you apply the inverse square law and the energy readings from the sun, considering the fact that the sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away, the difference from the equator, which is supposed to be the closest, to the Arctic or Antarctic, which is supposed to be the furthest, is only 0.004 of a difference.
So you're saying that there's not a drop over distance between the equator?
No. You were talking about temperature, not drop over distance. So from the equator to the Arctic, you're talking a 39.59 mile difference. When you put that over 93 million miles, that means the difference of the closest point to the furthest point is only 0.004. When you look at the temperature differences and light energy readings of those differences at those distances, it doesn't match up to the numbers given.
All right. Well, what about the coincidence of every single area that lives around the equator is tropic, right? All these, it's like jungles and shit, tropic. And the farther you go north, it's tundra.
That's not proving globe, right? But Matrix.
But how would that work on a flat Earth?
I'm just going to explain. Just 1 second. 1 minute, please. Matrix, first of all, he said he was in Washington State and he would go to Florida and that would prove his globe.
Right, because you're driving on the edge, you're driving on the surface of the ball. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
yes. I understand that. The only way you would be able to prove that you went over curvature, right, was that if you took your smartphone, first and foremost, get to level, put your smartphone down on the ground where you are about to drive from, so it's level. Lock that phone off. Lock it. Okay, lock it, and then switch it off. Power it down, and then drive to Washington State, and then power it back up and put it on the ground. It should not be level, because you would be.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Flat Earthers have done that. Flat Earthers have done that from America to New Zealand and Australia, and the phone was still level when it shouldn't have been, because they're in a different.
Didn't one of them actually do it with a gyro and actually have it on the flight? They spooled it up at the start and landed in another country, and the gyro still showed level. It didn't show a tilt of X amount of degrees like it should have.
Thank you very much. So there you have it. You see. So
but
there you have it. Thank you.
Look at it this way. All right. So on the surface, right, on the ground, right, it's colder, hot air rises. So if I was on the ground and I did a temperature read and it was 78 degrees, and then I take a hot air balloon and I go up 20,000 feet, there's going to be a temperature change. You know that, right?
That's not proving globe, is it? That's not globe proof anyway.
No, but what I'm trying to tell you is that
it's not proving the globe. No, we're talking about proving the globe. What you put forward does not prove the globe, because that would happen the same on a flat Earth, just leaving the surface going up. So no, sorry, sir.
But dude, Canada has a fixed temperature because of the region.
But it's not proof, is it? It's still not proof.
Tagilla, hold on, Jen. Hey, Jen, hold up. So let's go to Canada. Let's take a measurement at ground level, and then let's get elevated at the same elevation you did at Washington State. So you're going to go up 10,000 feet. Is it going to be colder? Yes or no?
Did the guy really just say is it going to be colder 10,000 feet up compared to like surface of Canada? Yes, because bomber pilots had to have oxygen and wear jackets.
Tagilla. So what you've done, you've said point A, we go elevation, it gets colder. Point B, we go elevation, it gets colder. So how does that prove a globe?
Okay. Because look, if you take a sheet of paper, wait, listen, if you take a sheet of paper and you fold it, right, and it bulges out. Let's say America is the part that bulges out. And
Tagilla, I'm going to make it really simple for you. If you draw a circle and a straight line next to that circle, that straight line is a tangent to that circle, correct? In basic geometry.
Yes.
Excellent. So out in the real world, instead of drawing lines, we get these things called lasers, and we shoot them across excessively large bodies of water. 10, 20, 30, 40 miles, okay? So what happens is that laser acts like a tangent. Now, as you know,
that the laser doesn't change in direction; it just goes straight forever.
Well, the purpose of the laser is a straight line. So, anyways,
the purpose of the laser.
What would happen is, whilst you're being quiet and listening very carefully, because I've got to go back to work. What would happen is that laser is the tangent. From the tangent point, where basically the laser is at its closest point, touching the circle, curve, or arc, then we measure at 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles or 40 miles. So just so you know, at 10 miles, the expected difference between the laser and the ground is 66 feet. At 20 miles, it should be 266 feet. At 30 miles, 677 feet
in height,
or 667 feet, and at 30 miles, 600 feet.
Right.
At 40
the laser
miles,
should be like pointing straight up in the fucking
you're
air.
talking over 1,000 feet of drop. So the problem is, my friend, when they go and do these laser tests, and I'm pretty sure someone's hopefully posted one up in side chat, when they do these laser tests, they're not finding any drop over distance.
Okay, well, what about when they shoot projectiles at a long range?
Okay. Yeah, we got.
Well, what about the ones that use
like a rail
What about
gun,
the ones
like
that use
gun.
laser targeting? Tagilla, the railgun uses laser targeting. So if that laser can't be lased onto a particular item, they ain't going to shoot it. Okay?
Well,
so that laser is dead straight. The projectile shoots dead straight.
Yeah, Tagilla, you got to take time and digest and acknowledge what we're saying to you, because we're telling you, and then you're putting it down, and you're trying to say something else. You're putting it down, and you're not really acknowledging. Hang on a minute. Now you're interrupting what I'm trying to say. Look, take your time, okay? Slow it down, hit the brakes, and acknowledge what we're telling you. Now, the railgun, when the projectile is fired, it's coming out of that muzzle, bang, at 7.6 times the speed of sound. That's over 5,000 miles per hour it's traveling. By the time it gets 120 miles away, it's carrying the kinetic energy of Mach 5 as it slams in, 5 times the speed of sound, 4,000 miles. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's horizontal linear speed. Doesn't take a curved trajectory. Okay? Thank you. That's flat Earth proof right there.
Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is this. Okay, here's a simple analogy. If I fire a bullet out of a rifle, okay?
Yeah.
The bullet, as soon as it's fired, is losing velocity. And
excellent. So what you're talking about is bullet drop. Okay, bullet drop is not the shape of the ground, Tagilla. Bullet drop is its own specific function.
Doesn't that prove gravity? Because gravity is constantly pulling
it doesn't.
down.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
What you've got is a projectile moving at a whatever its given speed is. So once it loses velocity, the density of that item in the medium it's in. So is a lead pellet more dense than air? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. So if you've got items that are denser, what happens? They go to the bottom. That's it. So anyways, guys, lunch break's over. Have yourselves a good one. I'll catch us later.
Nice one, Matrix. Yeah, nice one, Matrix. Yeah, I'll carry on with where Matrix left off. So we've got the longest rifle shot done by ex-snipers who are retired now, right? Their shot was 4.4 miles, okay? They didn't take into consideration Earth's rotation or the curvature. And after...
But they had to use the prism scope, you know
why
that?
are you interrupting me? Right, I'm going to carry on what I said. So the longest rifle shot that we have to date at the moment, that's on record, that is, because there are longer ones, but on record is 4.4 miles, done by some ex-snipers, right? They were retired at the time, and when they did this feat of 4.4 miles, they didn't take into consideration the Earth's curvature, and they did not take into consideration Earth's rotation. The projectile was in the air for 25 seconds. Okay, so in 25 seconds, they had covered 4.5 miles and hit the bullseye. Okay, right? No curvature of Earth was considered, and no rotation was considered.
But you have to account the optics. They're not using a regular sniper scope. They're using a prism. It's a specially designed scope.
No, what they're using is they're also using spotters at the other end. The point you're ignoring is not the fucking bloody prism. We're talking about the actual distance itself, 4.5 miles. There should be X amount of curvature. That's not there. And they didn't take it into consideration. They didn't write it down and then did the maths. And also, Earth would be rotating from their location, and then at 4.5 miles, the rotation is going to be at a different speed. They didn't do that either. Why? Because the Earth isn't rotating and there is no curvature. Okay? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about prisms that they're looking through. Okay? Thanks.
Okay, but listen, dude, there's got to be a reason that these bullets are losing energy when they're coming
No, they're losing. And look, they're losing, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in the YouTube live stream, Rumble, Ruskin, Twitter X, the reason why the projectile is losing speed is because it is going through the atmos. The reason why it's spinning, like a drill, is so that it can keep its momentum inertia going. But eventually that speed is going to be dropping off. And as it drops off, of course, it's going to slowly lose its altitude.
So you're not saying that gravity is not pulling that bullet down?
I'm not saying gravity exists. It's not due to gravity. It's because it's it's an object that is heavier than the air it is in.
Okay, well then why?
Wait a minute, please. You're interrupting. You're interrupting. Yeah, let me finish what I got to say. The reason why this projectile is moving at such a rate is because the energy from the firing pin, pow, the projectile is now fired and it's moving at a fast rate, and that ballistic speed is keeping it straight. And then as it's moving through the air, it is slowing down gradually. Remember, 25 seconds and it hit the target 4.4 miles away. Okay? Right. So,
yes,
but what? What are we butting here?
Dude, you don't think Isaac Newton asked this question when the apple fell on his head?
So Isaac Newton disagreed with the theory known as mass attracting mass. That would equivalent to the apple dropping on the head. He disagreed with that theory because he couldn't.
Yeah, but he asked the question, why did the apple fall?
You're interrupting me again. Look, so Isaac Newton disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. That equivalates to the same as the apple dropping on his head, okay? He disagreed with that theory, one, because he couldn't prove it. Two, he thought it was an absurd idea. Three, you're interrupting me all the way here, aren't you? Can I not finish what I've got to say? I don't interrupt you. Right, thank you. I'll start again. So Isaac Newton disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. Why? Because he thought it was an absurd idea, one. Two, he couldn't prove it. Three, what's the third one? You keep making me forget now. The third one was basically he didn't. Oh, that was it. He didn't want his name associated with the theory. Okay, he said he's going to leave it for others to try and ponder with. He didn't prove it. He disagreed with it. So don't mention Isaac Newton because he proved gravity. Okay, it's an unproven theory at this moment, or an unproven hypothesis, if you will. Okay, it hasn't been proven. And then the current standard is Albert Einstein's bending and warping of the space-time fabric.
Yes, but
That's
dude,
the current standard.
what I'm trying to tell you is, don't you ask why that the apple falls down? Like it doesn't fall
there's no need to.
sideways. It doesn't
No need
float
to.
down. It just
No
falls
need to.
down.
I understand why it goes down, because that's the downward vector that we have. And the reason why the apple fell off the tree is because that's the signal that it's time to harvest all the apples off the tree. Okay, the weight of the apple and the attachment to the tree has now, got right enough that the weight of the apple has pulled itself away, and there you have it. Time to harvest your
What
apple
I'm trying
tree.
to tell you is this, dude. Right? Like,
No
why
force.
does the apple fall straight towards the Earth's center? You see what I'm saying?
Because the Creator has endowed this earth with a downward vector. And an
Yeah, but
upward
is
vector.
the Earth pulling on the apple?
No, the
Right?
earth is not doing that. It's got nothing to do
Hold
with
on,
it.
Brother
It
Jin.
hasn't
Brother
been
Jin,
proven.
hold on a second.
Yeah,
He
go
slipped
ahead.
you one. He slipped you a Mickey, bro. He
No, he
said,
didn't.
why does the apple fall straight down to the center of Earth?
Yes, everything falls down to the center of the
No,
Earth.
dude, ain't nobody ever seen nothing fall to the center of the Earth. You should have stopped your sentence at falls down, because that's all we ever witnessed. And the reason why it falls down is because the Earth is flat. Simple as that.
No, but the
Right,
Earth also
exactly.
pulls on the moon. You know that, right? Just as the Earth
No, it
pulls on the
doesn't.
apple, it
No,
pulls
it
on the
doesn't.
moon.
Never been proven. Never been proven or validated. It's just
High tides. High
How
tides.
did you validate that? Hang on. How did you validate that?
When the
How did you
Earth
do
is
that?
when the moon is closer to the Earth, you can look
How
at the
did you
tides,
do
bro.
that? How did you do that? Validate it. How?
Because you can look at
No.
this.
How
You can
did
look
you?
this
Look
up.
at what? Look at what?
You can look up tides in your area. If you're a fisherman, you know this.
How did you validate it's the moon? How did you validate it's the moon? Come on.
How did I validate it's the moon?
Yes. How did you validate that it's the moon? That's with its 1/6 supposed gravity of Earth's gravity.
Maybe we should help him. Maybe we should tell him how he would if he could.
Okay. How would I validate the moon? Okay, first off, number one, I can prove to you that we know that
that's not
the
good
moon
enough.
is a set distance away from the Earth.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
prove
excuse
that.
me. Excuse me. You don't know that either. How can you prove
do know
that
that.
the moon? How do you prove that? Go ahead.
Because any object, right? Like you to your table is a set distance. You to your kitchen door is a set
How do you know the distance to the moon? How did you validate that?
Kind of jumping from one thing to another. Stay focused on one thing.
It's not about how do I validate the distance of the moon.
Well, it
It's
is.
that I
That's
know
what
that
it's
the
about.
moon
How
is
do you
a
validate?
certain
No,
distance
I'm
away.
sorry. Yeah, you're making all these claims without validation. That's what I'm asking you. Yeah.
It's not a claim, dude.
It
I
is a
can
claim.
see the
You're
moon.
making a claim of
I
distance
can
to the moon.
judge that there's, dude.
You're making a
your
claim that there's a
brain-
distance to the moon. Hang on. You're making a claim that you're not listening now again. You're making a known distance to the moon. You're making a claim that the moon itself supposedly has this gravitational pull on the Earth. You're making claims that you cannot substantiate or prove, sir. Stop that.
Let's help him understand this by pointing out, buddy. So you're saying that the tides on the Earth are caused by the gravity of the moon, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Wait, that's him saying that, or is that you saying that, Jim?
Yeah, carry on. Carry on.
That's me saying that.
Okay, yeah. So in order to conduct a scientific experiment that establishes that cause and effect relationship, you have to first remove the moon from the situation and then observe the tides not happening and then put the moon back in the situation. Well, why are you talking through me, dude? Why are you talking right now?
Exactly.
I'm telling you, if you could, this is how you would prove the cause and effect relationship you just explained. Why are you talking through me? Let me finish. All right. So if you were to establish that cause and effect relationship, that the tides are caused by the gravity of the moon or caused by the moon, period, whatever, then you'd have to remove the moon from the situation, observe the tides not happening, and then put the moon back into the situation and observe the tides happening in order to establish that the moon, in fact, causes the tide.
We don't have to do that at all. I can prove it. I can prove how we know.
Well, can you please prove it?
Prove it right now.
No. Prove it. Not how we know.
Okay.
How you know.
So basically, how we know there's a high tide and a low tide.
Excuse me. That's not you proving you know. That's not how we know. How do you know? That's what I've
How do
asked
I
you.
know?
How do you know? Yeah, because you must have validated it. I don't want to hear about we, them, they, those.
Because you can visually see the water, right? You could visually
How
see
did
it.
you know that it was the moon that's doing that? How do you know that the moon is doing that?
Brother.
Yeah. How do you
Let
know
me
it's the
explain.
moon? Yeah. How do you know it's the moon?
Because I'm about to tell you how.
Right. How do
If
you know
you
it's the
go-
moon?
Can I explain? If you go to any fucking dock and you're a fisherman, you can look up.
How do you
when
know
high
it's
tide.
the moon, though? How do
When
you know it
you
is the moon that's doing that?
launch a boat, you want to launch during high tide. You understand? Do you
How
hear
do
what
you
I'm saying?
know that it's the moon that's making the tide?
How do we know?
You're not answering the
Because
question.
if you're a scientist like myself and you're researching this like myself, you can go to IE America. Wow, what time of day is it in
Can you
America?
address what I said?
Oh,
Can you
it's
address what I
nighttime.
said?
Guess where the moon is? It's in
How
China,
do you
Sky.
know
It's
it's the
daytime in
moon?
China.
Excuse me.
Okay?
How do you know it is the moon that's doing
I
that?
can tell you how. The side
You
of the
don't know.
planet that
You
is
don't know.
fixating upon the
You don't
moon
know.
has
The
a
answer is,
higher
ladies and gentlemen,
tide than the
he
side of the
doesn't
planet
know
that
that,
doesn't
ladies
have the
and gentlemen.
moon. Thank you. Thank you. Come
No,
again,
that's
Flatty.
wrong.
No, it is
Flawed
true.
methodology.
The side of the moon, the planet side of the moon has a higher tide than the planet that side that doesn't have the moon. Yes, it is true.
That's correct.
Yes, it is
That's
true.
correct.
Yes, it is
Side
true.
of the moon. What does that mean?
So whatever side of the planet is facing the moon has a higher
We're not
tide
a
than the
planet,
side that's
not
facing
been
the
proven.
sun.
We're
Yes,
not
it
a
is true.
planet.
You can look it up.
It is not
Yes,
true.
it is true.
It is not true.
Yes, it
It is
is.
not true at all.
Right
What you
now,
looked up
America
would
has
be
a higher tide
fraudulent
than
document.
China. Look it up.
You'll be looking
Look
at
it
a
up.
fraudulent document
Look it
when
up.
you look it up.
No.
When you look it up, ladies and
Look it
gentlemen,
up.
you're going to be reading fraudulent misinformation.
America has a higher tide right now than the
Let me
side of
ask
the
you a
planet
little
that is
question
daylight.
about tides. So, what place has the highest tides? What place on Earth has the
The
highest?
moon creates a bulge in the ocean because of its gravitational pull that is called high tide.
How do you know it's got a gravitational pull?
Because it bulges towards the moon.
How
That's
do
a
you know?
high tide. That is a high tide. That is how the high tide exists because of the
Proven on
moon's
Earth.
gravitational pull.
Gravity on Earth hasn't been proven.
Even
so
the
you're
sun
now
pulls
just
on the Earth.
splurting out
Pulls
beliefs.
on the dude.
Hasn't
Even
been
the sun
proven.
pulls
So
on the
Isaac
Earth's
Newton
ocean.
disagreed with the theory. So Isaac Newton totally disagreed with the theory, and it's
Dude,
not
Sir
even a
Isaac
theory.
Newton
It's a
came out in
hypothesis. Unproven.
1666.
It's an unproven theory, sir. You are blurting out
600 years
beliefs.
Theory,
ago,
Jim.
man.
There's no
No
hypothesis. It's not a theory.
Dude, like I said, the planet
if I
side that has the moon has a higher tide than the planet side that has the sun. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I ask you a question? May I ask you just a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
All right. So okay? So at best, if you're honest with yourself, at best you have a correlation between tides and the presence of the moon. Okay. What is that correlation coefficient on average? That doesn't answer my question, sir. What's the correlation coefficient between the presence of the moon and tides in the local area?
What is the presence of the moon's effect on the tide in that
What
area?
is the correlation coefficient? See, if you were really a scientist, sir, you would know what that means. Okay, so obviously,
Dude, I am a scientist.
But okay,
Like
but
you tell me I'm not a
maybe,
scientist.
maybe you can actually go look it up.
I studied the
right?
natural world just like you do. You're
All
a
right,
scientist.
cool. But you don't know what correlation coefficient is. So how are you?
Okay, great, bro. I don't know your little bullshit
How are you
Jewish textbook
assessing?
terms. That's
How are
great.
you assessing? How are you assessing what you observe and putting it through any sort of rigor analysis without any basic statistical methods?
Because, dude, if you think about it hard enough, right, and you know that
you didn't any stats, you didn't look anything up, you don't even know where correlation is.
you can look up the
Right?
tide,
Even
bro.
if
This
you
isn't
did,
classified information.
Yeah,
You can look this
even
up
if
on
you
Google.
did,
Yeah, but can you validate it?
Okay, so go look it up on Google and get us the correlation.
Right, when there's a full moon out, guess what?
Go and ask AI even.
Every time. You mean to say that every time?
Yeah, and there are areas that have high tides without the moon being present, by the way. Okay,
Dude,
without the moon
no.
being present, you get your high
That's
tide.
the sun.
How do you explain
That's the
that?
sun. Thank you. Yes,
No,
the
it's
sun.
not the sun.
The sun can create a high tide.
Okay, so
look, you see, these are not validated at all, by the way.
It is,
Right.
man. Where do you think we get this information from?
So you can see that the moon is not a direct cause because there are instances where it doesn't actually happen.
Look, why don't you go on Google and type in, does the moon pull on Earth's oceans?
I.e. a correlation of not perfectly 1, right? Therefore, not necessarily a direct cause and effect relationship. Correct?
No measurable curvature of the Earth's surface has been measured at all. He hasn't done that himself, ladies and gentlemen.
That too, yeah. Now that's implied, right? Now, so the reality is, Tagila, if you did have a correlation coefficient of 1, right, you would still actually have to prove via some other means which is causing what, because technically they're intertwined, and unless you separate them by some means, you actually don't really know. So unless this has been done, you're talking out of your ass. So can you provide,
you can visually see
along the lines of what Orion,
you can visually see the side of the Earth facing the moon has a more stronger pull on the tide.
No, you're gonna let me finish, sir. Can you provide what Orion? Sir, okay, you're gonna have to sit back a second. Can you provide what Orion suggested to you would be needed, right, to justify your claim? So you don't even have a correlation, right? Let alone any scientific material. So maybe try again. Go ahead.
On how the moon doesn't pull on the Earth's tides? I can post scientific material that shows how the moon is pulling on Earth's tides.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead. All right, Orion, you want to take it from there?
Oh,
That's what you're asking.
Okay, so Tagila, I'm a Glober also, but you're wrong about the fact that the high tide doesn't correlate exactly with the moon being straight up. It's actually delayed a little bit.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
The second half of my sentence, Jin, would be that the right way to argue this is to say that the period, the cycle, is exactly the same. The cycle, there's a cycle of tides that matches exactly the cycle of the motion of the moon.
Okay, stop right now. Check the side chat. Can't even post in the side chat. Who can I send this to?
Maybe go get your alt account, your original account.
No, I sent it to you.
US
I'll send it to you.
Right?
No, I'll send it to you.
Nah,
you're
man.
the one that's
Nah, man.
concerned.
I'm not interested in your book.
No, you're concerned.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Go get your original account. Go get your original account, or talk to somebody else.
You're not interested in what I have to.
I'll tell you what. You can send it to me, and I'll post it, but only after you address what I said about cause and effect relationships.
Yeah.
Deal?
Okay, so you're telling me that you can prove that the moon, the side of the Earth that is facing the moon, that the moon has zero effect on the planet. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're wrong. That is not what we are saying. You're not paying attention to what we are saying.
That's what y'all are all saying. You're all saying that I can't prove that the moon is acting upon Earth's oceans. That's what you're saying.
No, we're pointing out to you that you cannot prove that that's true. That's specifically what we are saying. You cannot prove that that is true. We're not saying it's not true. We're saying you cannot prove that that is true. Do you see the difference?
I've seen that before. I literally said I can prove it.
Oh my God. Just saying that out loud doesn't make it so. I can say the sky is red 1,000 times. The sky is
During the
not fucking
day,
red.
you can look at your tides in your local area, and then at night you can check them again, right? And there's going to be a great difference.
She's not weird. She has
You can look this shit up, bro. You act like I'm talking out my ass. Go when it's nighttime, look up your tides in your local area. When it's daytime, look up your tides in your local area. You can see it. You can see a visual change and drop in height.
Oh.
So all of you who are saying I'm talking out my ass, you're all trolling. You don't want to look it up. You don't want to look this shit up. You're trolling.
Well,
During the
on
day,
a 10-year victory, 10-year victory, the globe has lost a battle every day of the week for 10 years, and we're going to be running after your silly little stories. Come on, get out of here.
Shipping lanes do this research every day. They need to know when high tide and low tide's happening. Okay, I don't know if you realize that or not, but they do.
Not due to the moon. Not due to the moon's presence, by the way.
It is.
Yeah, by the way, buddy, you do realize that's true. You know, we're not in denial about the fact that tides are relevant, buddy. Like, no one in here said tides are irrelevant.
No, but you're saying that the moon doesn't have a gravitational effect on the Earth. That's what you're saying.
No, again, specifically, we're pointing out to you that you cannot prove that the moon has a gravitational effect on the Earth in any sort of way.
But every country on the planet has. And you can look up each research team that led the project in finding this shit out. You can look it up.
So if let me ask you something. If I just say something,
oceans, look it all up.
If I just assert something to be true, does that make it true?
Okay. So if I tell you I shit gold bricks, are you going to believe me?
Yeah, exactly my point. No, I don't believe you when you say that. As I
it's
should.
Dumb. But if NASA tells me that the moon is causing a high tide because of its gravitational pull, that seems pretty legit.
That. Yeah, but I don't believe that.
They're not saying some stupid shit. Oh, the moon's made out of diamonds. They're saying actual things.
Wait, hold on. You're right. They don't say the moon's made out of diamonds, but you do know that they say that there are planets made out of diamonds out there, right? Yeah, they say that.
That can be true. That could be true.
You shit bricks, gold bricks, right? Yeah, you shit gold bricks, and there's a planet out there that's made out of diamonds. Like,
how diamonds are formed? They're formed under pressure and high temp. And you're telling me there's areas of space that don't have high pressure and temperature? You're crazy.
Saying that diamonds are forming inside of you?
Dude, you can make a fucking piece of coal from McDonald's or Walmart you buy from the barbecue section into a fucking diamond if you had the technology.
This makes me think of that line from Ferris Bueller's Day Off when he's talking about his friend. He's like, my friend's ass is so tight, if you were to stick a piece of coal up there and pull it out, behold, you would have a diamond.
Yeah. That's factual.
Yeah, but it's just a joke, dude. You can't actually...
Bro, you can turn a piece of coal into a diamond, man. It's pure carbon.
No,
what do you mean?
Come on, that's silly. Look, let's go back to the basics here because we're getting off the rails a little. Actually substantiated for yourself that the Earth is an on-plate spheroid. Have you measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, what methodology did you use? Because you haven't even proven the Earth is a globe. You're running on a lot of beliefs at the moment. So can we go back to the beginning? How did you establish that the Earth is a globe? How did you do that?
When I established, it's called middle school, dude. Maybe you should.
No. How did you nature and measure that curvature of the Earth? Have you done that yet?
I looked at a textbook and it told me the numbers.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear that? He hasn't done that. What is the circumference of the Earth, supposedly? Circumference.
I can look it up on Google for you.
No, what is the supposed radius of that circumference in miles?
23-something thousand, bro.
You don't know. Okay, you don't know. Well, what is the supposed angle tilt of the Earth on its axis? What's that actual tilt? You don't know that. Okay, now how fast is it supposed to be spinning at the equator in miles?
Listen to me. You know how you know how to answer these questions?
Are you going to answer?
No. You know how you know how to answer that? You know how you know these questions is because they're all true. You're asking the questions that we already have answers to.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we already know how fast the Earth is moving. We already know how big the Earth is.
You don't know that.
Yes, we do. We have LiDAR. You can scan the Earth. You can see the crust and the core. Yes, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's wrapping himself with the wee cloth. I'm taking the wee cloth.
Yes, humanity. Humanity. I'm a human. I'm part of humanity.
He doesn't know that because you don't know that. You don't know that. You're demonstrating that you don't know.
Yeah, and you're telling me that billionaires are printing out bullshit for the masses.
He's saying we know, but he doesn't know. How can that be we when he doesn't know? He doesn't know himself.
Dude, I do know. I trust my schooling. I trust my schools. I trust my government. I don't know.
You don't know that, so you haven't got out to measure it.
Sorry, which government?
The United States government. Thank you.
Does it matter whether they're Republican or Democrat?
Hey, yes, it does matter.
Oh, okay.
It does matter.
When it's not the one that you favour, you don't trust them, though, right?
No, because Russia hates America, China hates America, but they're not saying that America never went to the moon. When has Putin said that we didn't go to the moon? Show me a clip of Putin saying the United States government didn't go to the moon. Fucking now.
Totally irrelevant at this point. We're not talking about the moon again. We're talking about the Earth.
Show me a video of Xi Jinping, the Emperor of China, saying America never went to the moon.
We're not talking about that.
None of them are declaiming it.
You are evading the question that was put to you, and that is, what is the speed at the equator? What is the speed at the equator?
Are you dumb? If I was a KGB agent and I could prove America didn't go to space, you know how good that would be for Russia?
Moving around the sun.
If I could prove America didn't go to the moon, you know how good that would be for Russia?
It doesn't matter.
You're not even thinking about politics here, man.
It proved that they did.
Okay. There you go.
Russia has never once said that America never went to the moon.
Prove that you did go to the
Holy
moon?
hell, this guy is stupid.
Yeah, it's his name. His name was Neil Armstrong. Thank you.
That's the
Buzz
person's
Aldrin.
name.
Look
Can
him
you
up, man.
prove- Sorry, you don't know how the validation works, do you? At the moment, you're just naming characters from a story. I could just turn around to you and say, Darth fucking Vader.
Is there incentive to lie?
He wants to talk through me again because he realises he's going to be embarrassed if he doesn't. Just naming people from a story isn't validating the story. I'm asking you how you have validated to the story, i.e., how can you prove it?
Because they have no reason to lie.
No, that's not proving it. That's just some appeal to your emotional.
Oh, really? Give me a reason Jesus Christ lied to the masses.
Excuse me.
He has no reason to lie.
No, dude. This is you deflecting. You need to validate the claim.
Dude, there's some things that are so true that they don't need to be proven.
Can you do so?
There are some things that are so true they don't need to be proven.
No,
Do you
there
hear
are
me?
some things that are so true.
Yes.
Okay. So can you provide the obvious so truth for me, please? Not the names and the characters from the story.
My man, space is real. We have satellites, GPS.
Space is real?
Yeah.
What space?
So where are these satellites orbiting?
There's a question
What are they
there.
orbiting?
There's a question.
How is a
There's a
satellite orbiting a
question.
flat Earth?
Excuse
so
me.
many
There's a
question.
question. What space?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Space cannot be fake, man.
What is space? You're telling me it can't be fake?
The
Define
final
it. What is it?
frontier. The final frontier. What do you want me to say?
The final frontier, dude.
What do you want me to
You're not
say?
going to be able to have a conversation unless you define your fucking terms. What do you mean by space?
The environment that the
Height,
universe
width,
is in.
length, three
Space.
dimensions. Is that what you mean?
Space. The environment at which the Milky Way is in. Our galaxy.
What type of environment is it?
Harsh.
Harsh?
Yeah. No air.
Is it an
no
almost
oxygen.
perfect vacuum out there in space?
That's what they say.
Yeah, that's a problem, what they say, because that flies in the face of natural law.
Right,
You
but
can't have
you're saying that
uncontained-
the
Hold on.
atmosphere
Excuse me.
would be pulled
Excuse
away.
me. No.
But you forgot about gravity.
No one's saying that the gas.
Yes, you're
would
saying
be
that,
pulled-
you're saying that
No,
Earth, that you're
why
saying
don't
that
you just
space
let me
vacuum
fucking
would
finish,
suck up
dude?
Earth's atmosphere.
Excuse me.
That's what you're
you have a
saying.
misconception about what vacuums do. Now, the vacuum isn't pulling the gas. The gas that has energy given to it by temperature is expanding. The gas will expand into the volume. It's the simplest way to
You're telling
demonstrate
me
the
our
second law.
atmosphere would
Why
shoot into
are you
space?
fucking talking through me? I'm trying to help you because I think that you don't understand something. Do you already understand our claim?
Go ahead.
Or do you want me to point it out to you? There's a question there.
I want you to explain. No, I want you to
Okay.
explain.
Okay. Oh, well, that will require you being shutting up, won't it? So to have an almost perfect vacuum surrounding a thermodynamic pressure environment requires the environment to be closed. We're told
It is
that
closed. Our
No, it
atmosphere
isn't.
is closed. How do you think we
So,
know
do
there
you
was a hole in the
understand
ozone
what
layer?
Do you understand what a
Do you know what
closed
CFCs
container
are?
Excuse me. Do you understand what an open and closed container is with regards to the second law of thermodynamics?
The atmosphere is a
No,
closed
that's
container.
the gas that has energy, dummy.
You're telling me the atmosphere
Gas that has temperature, so we're talking about thermodynamics, to keep the gas here in a volume and not dispersing into the available volume, the vacuum of space, requires the system to be physically closed.
No, listen to me,
That
dude.
requires, that requires a physical boundary.
Let me make it perfectly clear for everybody here to understand. If Earth was a fucking onion and our atmosphere is a no, shut up, bro. Let me talk.
Don't
And
tell me
our
to shut up. You
atmosphere
haven't
is
answered
a
my fucking
plastic
question.
container. No, listen to me.
No.
If Earth is an
Not
onion,
unless you answer my question.
and Earth is
Not unless you
surrounded by
answer
the
my question.
atmosphere, right? The atmosphere is the plastic container holding the onion.
No, the atmosphere is the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by temperature. Gas doesn't contain itself. Gas doesn't form shapes. Gas takes the shape of its container.
The
You
minute that
stupid
container
boy.
is opened, right? The minute you leave the atmosphere,
You're a
you're in the
stupid boy.
vacuum of space.
You're a
You
stupid
understand?
boy. You think gas contains itself?
The gravity contains
The gravity.
the
So the gas
atmosphere.
isn't containing itself.
No, all the atmosphere is pulled down towards the center of Earth.
Sorry,
Just like
where's
every
gas
object,
produced?
every single object on this
Where
planet
is gas
being pulled to the
produced?
center.
Where's gas
It
Understood?
produced?
doesn't matter where the gas is produced.
It
The
does, 'cause
sun
it goes up.
produces the atmosphere, genius. The sun.
No, it doesn't. It's not
Yes,
produced
it
in
heats
the
the
atmosphere.
oceans.
Gas,
It heats
yeah,
up
it
the
goes
oceans.
up. Well done. Gas goes up, fills space. You're telling me that
No.
it goes down towards the center of mass, but when it's
Yes.
produced, it goes up
Why do you think we can fucking breathe, bro?
because we're
Because
obviously
there's oxygen
contained.
in the air.
He just
Because we're
made a
obviously
claim. We should ask him to
contained.
substantiate that.
So why do you think we can breathe? If I
Because
place you in a
we're
room with no oxygen, you're gonna fucking die. You understand?
Dude, yeah, we have gas pressure. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a closed system, i.e. a container, for the gas to physically press against to achieve pressure within inside a fixed volume. If you don't have a container, the gas continues to expand, doesn't
Because
it?
obviously you forgot about World War II, and you forgot about high altitude bombers had to have oxygen. When you're
This has
climbing
got
Mount
nothing
Everest,
to do with
why
the
do you think you
second
need
law of
oxygen?
thermodynamics, you absolute idiot.
Dude, when you're climbing Mount Everest, why do you think you
Don't
need
move me.
oxygen tanks? Do you know why?
Dude, why
Because
don't
the
you just
atmosphere
address
gets
what I've said?
hey, the atmosphere gets thinner the higher you go up. You know that, right?
That's nice. That's a gas pressure gradient. You're still going to require a container to have delta X. I'm
But
asking
why
you, how
does
do
the
you have...
gas get thinner? Do you understand why it gets thinner the higher you go up?
Oh, if you've got a scientific experiment that proves it, I'd love to see it. Whatever your
Dude,
fucking claim is going to
ask
be.
any person that climbed Mount Everest, man. Any
Dude,
person.
I'm not denying the gas pressure gradient. You're saying that there's a cause for the gas pressure gradient. I'm asking you to scientifically validate the cause, please. Not give me stories about people climbing Everest, a scientific validation for your claim that causes gas pressure, apparently.
Look at Galileo's experiment when he went to the top of the Pisa Tower and he dropped a feather and a weighted ball.
Feather's not gas, dummy.
Do you understand
Gas
why
is
the
a
feather and the
completely
ball?
different state of matter.
Do you understand why
Gas
the
has
gas
got
and the
kinetic energy.
Do you understand why the ball and the feather fell at the same rate? Do you understand?
Why are you talking about solid objects when we're talking about a state of matter called gas? You fucking idiot. We're
Dude,
talking about gas, dummy.
Because you're breathing gas right now. You're
Yeah, exactly. So when we talk about gas, I'm not talking about feathers, I'm not talking about bowling balls. That's what happens when you remove the gas that moves freely and randomly in all directions. The only thing that stops a gas expanding freely and randomly in all directions is a limitation of volume. That's called a container. No container, no pressure. No container, the gas
We
expands.
proved the container. Okay, we found a hole in the container because of CFC's airspray in the 60s.
No,
Remember
that's
that?
just different gases, dude. And you're talking about the
You guys
ozone
are really
layer,
talking
dude.
past each other. Can I try to say something different to him?
No, I'll tell you what, you try it. It's not we're talking past each other. It's he's an idiot. Let's just try and round that up,
No,
right?
you're right. You're right.
Go ahead, other guy.
So like, you're saying gas pressure on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity, right? You're claiming that?
No, I'm claiming that our atmosphere is held in place by gravity. That's why we are all alive.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Did you
space,
did you hear what I just said? You just
you're
reworded what I
stating a
just said.
claim I never said.
No, he's reworded your claim. That's literally your claim.
I just said the
I didn't
same
say it
thing
like
You
that.
don't even understand your own
You
claim.
just said
when
no,
it's
and
given
then
I
back
didn't
to
say it
you.
like that. I didn't say it like that.
Fucking prick.
Well, let's just slow down. Try to not read or hear words I'm not saying or whatever. Right? So you're saying that. So to start with, you and I are both on the surface of the Earth, and we're breathing 14.7 psi at sea level, right? Right. So that's gas pressure, right? One way or another,
Okay.
that's gas pressure.
Okay.
And you're saying you're making the claim that gas pressure exists on the surface of the Earth due to gravity, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So moving on from that, the question is, do you have any demonstration of gas pressure in the consistent X value form due to gravity? So like take for instance, one example we have is a car tire, but or do you have, without a container is the question. So like a car tire, we have 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of the car. and we need the car tire for that, right?
Yeah.
All right, so
Obviously.
then the question I have for you then is, if you're claiming that gas pressure that we're breathing right here, right now, exists due to gravity, then my question is to you is, can you use gravity to contain 36 psi around the rim of a car?
And then maybe we can upstairs.
Can you use gravity to contain like
Gas
open
pressure
air?
around the rim of a car.
Like if the gravity was, strong enough, yes.
You've got all the gravity on the Earth.
Yeah, but it's spread out,
hold
right?
on,
It's not, whoa. I like how he just proved my point there. You're right, buddy, but it's spread out across the entire fucking planet. That's why you're not getting crushed.
Dude,
Hey, you know those
understand,
people.
Sorry,
You know
mate.
those people that died on that
You
submarine.
understand, just to be clear, that we're talking about a law of nature that applies to the Earth?
Every
and the
single
law
object
of
on
nature
Earth
describes gas expansion into a vacuum.
Yeah, but
because that's what
if you could
happens on
take
Earth.
the entire Earth's gravity and fixate it into
Why
a
are you
singular
talking
point,
through me, you fucking idiot?
Yes, you could. Thank you.
Seriously.
Yes, you could.
It's just been pointed out to you that you need to cause gas pressure with gravity. We've given you all the gravity, but it's where the law takes place.
Dude,
and
I
the
can't
law
manipulate
describes
gravity. Hello? I'm not God. Thank
Well, yeah, that's the problem right there.
I'm not
That's
God.
the problem. You can't manipulate it, so you can't. I know, but you see, the point we're trying to make to you is that since you cannot manipulate this thing called gravity, you can't demonstrate to us that it can cause gas pressure. You can't prove that to us.
No, I can't. No, I can't. And when you word it that way, but you can see things that are acted upon via gravity, right? That's why objects, right, when you look at objects fall, they fall at a fixed speed. They don't fall randomly. They're not falling at, one object's going to fall faster than the other. You ever heard of terminal velocity?
Hold on, buddy. I got to point out to you something important. There's three main stages of matter: solid, liquid, gas. There's also other things like plasma and another one or two after that. But there's three main states of matter: solid, liquid, gas. When we're talking about gravity and the claims and addressing it, we're talking strictly about gas. When you switch the subject over to liquids and solids, that's a whole different.
Gravity's not a gas; it's a force.
I'm not saying those things don't go down. I'm not saying the rain doesn't fall.
But gravity's not a gas; it's a force.
Yeah, we know. But when you keep dropping bowling balls and feathers, that's solid objects. We're talking about gases. He's just said this.
All right, you know why there's no oxygen in the ocean?
Dude,
because
that's a
the
story.
ocean, dude.
I'm not
it's not a
interested
story, man.
in
We can't
how
breathe.
oxygen is produced by phytoplankton in the sea.
Dude, you can't breathe in the water, man. You're gonna drown.
Yeah, I know it's water will drown.
Fish can breathe the ocean.
Yeah, I'm glad fish can extract oxygen from the water. That's great, but you can't.
Yeah, so
right?
there is
You're gonna
oxygen
die.
in the water.
Bro, but not in a form of breathable air, right?
How do you have gas pressure without a container? Stop telling me that it's hard to breathe underwater.
I told you what the container is. The container is gravity, right? It pulls upon the atmosphere. The atmosphere doesn't get sucked into space because, dude. You say dense objects pull down. Okay, what about a fucking cloud? You know how much a cloud weighs? A cloud weighs 1,000,000 pounds. How is that cloud floating? It weighs 1,000,000 pounds.
Do I have to say
you can
no
measure
for you to
the amount
realise
of
that's not
water
what we
in
say?
a cloud. You can
Why are you
measure the
bringing
amount
this
of
up?
water in a cloud.
Why are you bringing this up? No one said
Because
this.
clouds are millions of pounds, yet they float. Tell me how. Tell me how. Tell me how.
Gravity.
Must be defying gravity.
How does an object weighing millions of pounds float in the fucking air?
I don't know, but it flies in the face of your claim of gravity.
You can go outside and see clouds. They're millions of pounds.
You're a fucking nerd.
Look up on Google how much a cloud weighs. Look it up.
Okay, so that disproves gravity. Thanks.
No, not every object that has giant mass is fucking being pulled down towards the earth, right? The rain, rain gets pulled.
Not everything,
obviously. So that's what you got to understand, dude. This world is very complex. It's not a one-side answer. You can't just, this is the answer. No, you can't even explain a black hole.
Sorry,
black holes have been proven.
Has
what do you have to say now? What do you think a black hole is?
Wait,
what is a black hole?
What laws of nature are?
Hello.
Yeah, there are fundamental laws of nature that are constant throughout the entire universe,
Awesome
i.e. math,
stuff.
i.e.
Thank
physics.
you. Thank you. Thank you. So constant, so
Universal
can't be
constants.
broken. They're laws that always happen. The claim of
Exactly.
gravity, hold on, dummy. The claim of gravity violates that law.
No, it doesn't. We have
Yes, it
actual
does.
labs. There's a lab in Louisiana. I forgot where the other one
Show
is.
it.
They measure gravitational waves. You know that, right?
Dummy. And
There's
why are you
labs
not
that measure
addressing what I've
gravitational
said?
waves.
Dude, you're now talking about gravitational waves. That'll be Einstein. You were talking about mass attracting mass earlier. That's Newton. So you can't even keep your own fucking story straight for a start. But do you reckon you could concentrate on what's actually being said to you? The claim of gravity violates the second law of thermodynamics.
No,
It
it
says
doesn't.
gas expands into a vacuum. You're saying, no, it doesn't.
Gas does expand into a vacuum, but our atmosphere is not expanding into the vacuum because of Earth.
Sorry, what do you think atmo means?
Buddy,
Sorry, question.
you're
What do you
really
think
trying hard
atmo
to
means?
tell me that gravity's not real and you're not
Wait,
doing a good
wanker,
job.
what does atmo mean?
What does atmos mean?
Yes.
Well, I'm pretty sure in Latin it means air.
Yeah, so air, that's a gas. Right? The claim, and I'm
No
going to say it
shit.
again to you.
No
yeah,
shit.
yeah. Second law of thermodynamics, gas expansion into a vacuum. You're saying, no, it doesn't. That's a violation of the law that says, yes, it does. I can't break this down any simpler to you.
Okay,
unless
then
you want me to write it down and colour things in with crayons.
Why do we know the moon doesn't have an atmosphere?
Wait,
you know
wanker, why don't you address what I've said? Just so I know that you followed along and that you understand. Before we start talking about something you haven't got a clue about.
Dude, okay, yes, gas pressure expanding into
gas pressure
vacuum of
expanding?
space.
What?
Dude, no, what you're saying is that the vacuum of space should suck up Earth's atmosphere.
No,
that's what you're
vacuums
saying.
Don't suck.
So
I
why
said
does
this
space?
about 20 minutes ago when you got it wrong.
So please tell me.
You don't. Wait, I got to point this out,
Earth,
Jedi. You don't have to worry
blocked
about
off
calling
from
it
space?
sucking, because technically that's like there was this, well, technically that's what they do. Like whether you're talking about a vacuum cleaner or a low pressure system.
No, the energy comes from the gas that has kinetic energy.
Yeah.
It expands into the space.
There is energy there.
The space isn't pulling on it.
No, you're right, but technically speaking, all vacuums of all sorts technically do suck. Technically, yes. So,
No,
like,
technically,
what I'm saying
what
is
action
you shouldn't run away from that term.
I mean, you can have a fucking argument now. What action is the space performing?
Well, no, it doesn't exist.
Stop saying technically then.
Fictional setting. It's not like the vacuum is a real place. But like, what I'm saying is, like, whether you're talking about a vacuum chamber artificially created here on the Earth, and you open up the vacuum chamber, and the air rushes in, or you're talking about a vacuum cleaner, or you're talking about any other kind of vacuum that could ever exist in real life anywhere else. Yeah, technically, all vacuums do suck. Technically, yes.
No, a vacuum cleaner is different to a vacuum chamber.
No,
I'm going to ask you again.
I'm going to ask you again.
I'm going to ask you again. What action does the space perform?
Space is the environment.
Shush.
But we should point this out to them.
But you keep saying technically, dude, like I'm fucking
two different kinds of space. Like, let's be clear here. There's three-dimensional space, which is a real thing. Height, width, length. But there's also the vacuum of space, which is a fictional setting, not a real thing.
An absence of matter. So the three-dimensional space that doesn't have anything in it, what action is it doing to bring stuff into it? Technically, it's sucking. No, technically, the gas that's got temperature, kinetic energy, is moving, expanding into that space. The three-dimensional space form any action.
I think both are true at the same time. I don't think it's really one or the other.
Now the child, she got hit because she
both are true at the same time.
Yeah, like both those things you just said don't violate
so I want to be
the law of
clear.
non-contradiction.
I want to be fucking clear. you think that the gas that's got kinetic energy is expanding into the space that is performing an action on the gas also. So both things are true.
Dude, Earth's gravity pulls on the gases. Okay? The gravitational pull
Yeah, that's the
keeps
claim.
the
We
air
understand that's the
bound
claim.
to the planet. Do you understand?
Shut up, dumb.
So,
If
do
you
you
could
understand
prove
that
that claim, that'd be great.
for an oxygen molecule to go out into the vacuum of space, it must be traveling at 25,000 miles an hour, escape velocity. You
Well, that's
understand?
handy. There's a thermosphere in the sky that accelerates gas molecules.
And oxygen and nitrogen don't travel that fast, buddy. I don't know if you understand that or not. So it's not going to escape into the vacuum of space. Do you get it?
Yeah, we know the story better than you do, buddy. You don't need to take that tone with us. We know it better than you do. We don't believe it anymore because we've grown out of that
Just
habit.
wait until the CIA comes out with that book on how the Earth is going to die, the polar shift. You ever heard about that theory? Yeah, when that happens, your flat Earth theory is gone. We're all going to be dead anyway. When the North and South poles switch and everybody dies, that proves the Earth.
Holy, shut up.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Go have nightmares about that now. Go to sleep now and have nightmares about that.
No, y'all just believe that the Jews control the government and they print out all this fake shit to
No,
trick
you're not allowed to do that here. You're not allowed
That's what you believe, bro.
to do that.
It's
You have one
crazy.
chance. You have one chance to cut that out, or you get perma-banned. One
So
chance.
tell me why you think the government's lying then. Come on, big boy. Tell me. Come on, who's lying?
Well, there's
NASA?
probably plenty of reasons. It's a racket.
Oh, really? What's
Yeah,
their
NASA's lying.
purpose in lying? What's their purpose in creating
It's a
a
racket.
conspiracy called space? How does it affect me?
Do you know what a racket? Are you?
Hey, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this, but NASA's funding got cut. Right? We're not funding a government agency. We're not spending billions on NASA. You understand?
Do you like the sound of your voice?
No, I want you to think about this. I want you to think who's lying and why.
Look how you're. Oh, you're.
Yeah, I don't know who's lagging at this point.
Oh God. It's still just a woman. Just knock her ass. Well, she gonna take that D. Oh.
I think he's hiding.
Dude, are y'all still there? Like, hello? What happened?
Yeah. So the racket, man. They get like $60 billion a year.
No, they don't.
By a lot of swing. Yeah,
They're funding
NASA.
that
Yeah, that's their annual budget.
If
56
anything's a
billion, 60
conspiracy,
billion,
it's
somewhere around there.
United States military, right? You could be like, why are we spending so much money on our military? That's crazy. We're spending billions. We're not spending billions on NASA, dude. We're not spending trillions
No,
on NASA.
it's currently 18. It's currently 18.5 or so billion, which works
That's
out to be
nothing.
$67 million a day. $1 million
That's
a day
nothing.
currently. Okay,
Compared to other things, that's nothing.
it's still a lot of money. At its peak, it was $80 million dollars a day last year. That was the peak. in its whole history.
Maybe CGI for him. Work for Pixar or something.
With AI, they don't need to spend that much to fake it. Okay, let's be real.
That's right.
Don't you?
Dude, I'm lagging, bro. I must be lagging.
A minute. It's okay. I guess I understand the feeling because like, I never believed in Santa Claus. When I was a child, when I heard Santa Claus, someone telling me he doesn't exist. So I never really had an opportunity to like believe in Santa Claus. So like that whole feeling that people had when they were children when they found out Santa Claus isn't real, like I never knew that feeling. Because it's
That's sad,
kind
bro.
of similar with
Because
this
Santa
globe.
Claus was goated.
But you know the globe's not real, right? Like the globe is like Santa Claus.
Yeah, the globe's
Space
not
isn't
real
real.
until
Vacuum space
until
is
it
not
is,
real.
right? The globe's not real until it is, right?
Sure, like a child could say Santa Claus is not real until he is, you know. But that's still just a child saying that. Like empty
Well, I mean,
words.
when you
are just
have all
empty
these
words.
people that believe in space and they go to school to work on things that are going to space, and then they find out that space isn't real, maybe I'll start believing it, right? But until all these people that go to college and they go to MIT and they become, you know, all these engineers for all this shit, when they start coming out and saying, "Hey, everything I learned was a lie, and all these projects that we work on aren't real, it's all just dummy shit," then I'll believe you. But until the masses that work for these people come out, I won't fucking believe you, dude. I'm not gonna believe
Yeah,
you.
but
Clown world.
Don't you think you're smart enough to figure this out for yourself?
Dude,
Or are you not that smart?
why aren't hundreds of thousands of ex-NASA employees coming out saying that it's all a lie? Tell me.
They don't know.
Probably because they believe it too.
Right, until they find out that it's not real, like you did, right? Somehow you find out, so why aren't they finding out?
Because I'm the kind of individual that searches out the truth and accepts the truth. They are not the kind of people that search out the truth and accept the truth.
To figure that out, dude?
Just like you.
Most people aren't.
Buddy, if I'm a CIA agent and I'm being told to kill people, you don't think I'm going to eventually ask myself, why am I killing these people? You think I'm just going to do whatever the government tells me to do over and over and over? Like, come on, bro, wake up. You're a human.
Now we're talking about killing people. Right on, buddy. You can't keep
Like, I don't know if you don't understand this shit. Like, people are whistleblowers. You ever heard of a whistleblower? You know what that is? Like, they come out and tell you bad things that are going on.
Yeah, I think there's been at least one European astronaut who came out and said that all the space flights were fake.
How do you know
He's
he
a
doesn't
whistleblower?
have dementia?
Wait, hold on. Do you believe that whistleblower? Yes or no?
Well, I'll have to look into his story, right? I'll have to figure out, what did he do? What was his job? How long did he work there? What was his positions?
And there are new laws governing. There are new laws in place now in the US anyway, governing whistleblowing, and I think that's going to spread around the world. So it's even worse to be a whistleblower these days than
It's not beneath you to figure it out for yourself whether or not the Earth is flat or not. Like it's within your capability to figure it out for yourself, regardless of whatever the hell else anyone else is doing.
I understand, dude. But if you read George Orwell's 1984, right, you can only take so much oppression until you fight back, until you figure out the system is a lie. The system is control. So all these people are not coming to that conclusion. They're working for NASA, they're retiring, they're living out their lives. They're not coming out and saying, "Oh my God, we found out space isn't real, everything's a lie." They're not actively doing this. If hundreds of thousands of employees throughout the years working there for however long NASA's been apart, if they started coming out and saying, "Hey, this is not real. We worked on dummy projects that money got dumped into and nothing happened," then maybe I'll believe you. But no one's
Bill
doing
Woods.
that.
Hang on. Bill Woods, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, he blew the whistle. He said that NASA was.
All right, I'm gonna look up Bill Woods right
properly
now.
prepared. Excuse me, you're not really letting me speak, are you? Right, Bill Woods, who was NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, stated categorically that NASA never had the required shielding to contend with the actual radiation that's in space, and that when he looked at the exhaust plume, he knew that that rocket wasn't going to the moon. Bill Woods, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer.
I'll look into it right now.
Yeah, Bill Woods.
NASA engineer debunks moon landing conspiracy. Okay.
Bill Woods.
Here's the problem, bro. These things that you're saying come from Facebook.
No,
right?
they're not coming from Facebook at all. I didn't see it on Facebook. So don't say that. Thank you.
Well, I'm not finding an actual official document by him that's stating these claims.
You need to go to the documentary called, what is it? What Happened on the Moons, Part 1 and 2, 3.
Okay. What happened on the moon?
Yeah, What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, and then What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3. You watch that documentary, you're going to learn, and you will hear Bill Woods say those words. Huh.
All right, bro.
Hey, Jim.
I'll watch these documentaries, and I'll come back to you on my conclusion then.
Hey, Jen, I thought it was what happened on the way to the moon.
No, that's another one. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That would be Bart C. Brell's movie. This one is by David Percy.
Okay.
Yeah, this one I mentioned is about David Percy. 4.5 hours of lovely viewing. Yeah.
Okay, Jen. Look, I'm gonna go take care. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna come to a conclusion. If you're on later, we can debate about it. Okay?
Yeah. No worries, man. No worries. I'm the man who can, because I will, because I do. I'm a Mr. Is, not a Mr. Maybe or might be. So don't worry.
All right, Jen. I'll talk to you later then.
Okay. I'm the man who can. I'll destroy that globe and I do it every day. One man can destroy the heliocentric model. I am that man. And there you go. That's all it took. Bill Woods. Well done, Bill Woods, for whistleblowing.
I wonder why that guy needed to come in an alt account.
Yeah,
I mean, supposedly it's an alt account. I mean, he's been here before under U.S. State Department.
Well, there you are, you see.
Wasn't he
US
posting
State Department. He's just trolling us. He's clearly trolling us with his account names as well.
Of course.
Okay?
Of course. I mean, unless he was
because
never...
we're unceasing and we're actually hitting the nail on the head so often. The nail is dead now. We've got to get some new nails.
Unless he was never able to post in the past, but he just changed his name. I don't know. But either way, he's something else.
He didn't produce any evidence for his claims, and when we held him to task, he just kept going to the stars, going somewhere else, running there. Even mentioned the Jews. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, is that what we're talking about today? Silly. Man was a fool.
I thought he had some good points, but he wasn't articulating them as well as they could be, I think.
Yeah, but those points weren't really proving globe thing here. Wasn't proving that we're living on a globe.
He didn't say with an NPR voice like you did, Matthew.
Oh, shucks, I'm flattered.
Yeah, that's right. So let's see what he does with the David Percy. See that him up, didn't it? Couldn't believe. Knocked him down. Didn't CBR1 and the David Percy and Bill Woods. Fantastic. You never know when that sucker punch is going to come in.
Well, as for me, I wouldn't care if Bill Woods and David Percy did say that the Earth is flat. In fact, all of NASA, all the tens of thousands of people that work for NASA, if they came out and said the Earth was flat, I wouldn't believe them.
Yes, that's okay. I understand how deep you are into this indoctrination. There are people who have stated that if NASA came out and said we never went to the moon, people would still believe it. There you are. Such is the state of their mentality.
Well, no, that's different. That's different. If they said they didn't go to the moon, then
there's people who Bart Cibrel interviewed. He interviewed someone, and this guy said that even if NASA stated they didn't go to the moon, he would still believe it. There you are. Now that's a desperate man there, yeah?
Today on All Things Considered, is the Earth flat? We'll talk about it.
Absolutely. Right. It is absolutely.
I was attempting my NPR voice.
Yes, irrefutably flat. empirically flat. The globe has lost in a court of law. It failed to prove itself. The globe has lost twice.
Wait,
I know.
that's not true. They haven't proven that the Earth is flat in a court of law.
They haven't proven that the globe, in a court of law, lost twice. 2 wins to flat Earth. Yeah. Love it. I think there's a third one involving a Portuguese guy or a Spanish guy or something. That's the most recent one. Yeah, man. The globe has lost in a court of law. That tells you, they're losing in a court of law. I mean, where is this globe?
I think it was a bet that was lost in the court of law. They didn't adjudicate whether the Earth is in fact a globe or not.
Unfortunately, the globe wasn't substantiated. No globe. That's why. There should never have been a loss. There should have been a win. There was a loss. That meant the globe wasn't substantiated in a court of law. Thank you. I'm trying to water it down because that's not my style. We don't water down the facts. The Earth is a globe. There's no losing. Losing bets because you can't prove globe, it means the globe doesn't exist.
Go.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Matthew. So hi,
Yeah, Allison.
Alexa, if you're here. How are things?
It's
Hi
going
there.
well.
Mm.
It's a nice. The weather's cooled down in Southern California, so that makes me happy.
So what does cool mean?
Like 74 or something.
Ooh, that's perfect. Very nice.
What's the temperature like where you are?
71. I just looked it up. 71.
You know where I am? Oh, I thought you were saying for me. So actually, right now it's 56 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool.
it's really cooled off like the last couple of days. I'm still trying to grow things, vegetables and stuff like that. So, but
Oh, that's good.
But it's so nice to go for a walk when it's not so humid and sticky and gross and hot. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So, Jen, for your sake, in Los Angeles, it's 22 Celsius.
Oh, okay, 22 Celsius. Now we're in the
literally
31,
perfect.
31 here, Japan, and I was out sweating and that in that because that's my ideal conditions for exercising. See, so I love it.
Yes, same. I think 22 is 22 Celsius is technically considered room temperature, right? So that's like perfect.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
why?
20 degrees.
So somebody's humble bragging over here.
Who's that?
What
It's
about
22.
it being
I don't know
72?
about you, but it's 22 over here.
Right. That's because California has perfect weather all the time. That's why so many people live
California.
here.
I keep forgetting that. That's California, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
Some parts really do, though. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to jump in here too because it's flat Earth, and obviously you guys probably know that we lost Uber Flat Earth this last week. He passed away. I know Crit messaged me. Like some people have messaged me to say sorry and things like that. But yeah, I just wanted to I don't know, something about being around people who knew the person that you lost feels good. So
yeah, is that Uber Josh you're talking about?
Joshua, yeah.
We're talking about Uber Joshua, yeah.
Yes.
Him.
Sorry, say it again.
Authentic Intent, because his name was Joshua.
No, I don't know that.
No, right. I know Uber Josh. He was the one that was a taxi driver, Uber taxi driver. I used to talk to him on Hangouts. Okay, now I know what you mean. So he passed away. Yeah, when was that? Today? Yesterday?
It was on. So it was Thursday night. Thursday night. Yeah.
Thursday night. Yeah. Wow. What did he die of?
This is a conflict. Like there are chronic conditions. So you obviously knew him. So there are some chronic conditions.
Yeah, he had some illnesses. Yeah.
Yeah, mixed with some acute things that kind of just body couldn't handle that. So.
Yeah. He wasn't 100% when we used to have him on the Hangouts and that. So okay, he succumbed eventually.
He was he actually went through a phase of sorry, I got a phone call. He went through a phase he went through a phase of being really strong, putting on weight, and my goodness, I'm sorry, somebody keeps calling me.
No problem.
Anyways, I guess my point is to say I just don't want you to think of I just, so maybe this is selfish, but I just didn't want you to think of him as this person who was frail. He wasn't. And then but some things eventually I think took over. So
yeah, but he was a really funny guy though. When we used to argue the flat Earth with the globus, and that he was good.
Yeah,
he was a good.
I mean, to the end, to the end, he really. But that was not something that we connected on. or talked about even. But we had a lot, like spiritually, we were very well yoked, I would say. So like that was
Okay.
we read scripture every day. We took some classes, university classes on. We did, what did we do? The story of David. We did Genesis. We were actually in the middle of doing Exodus, but we still had 6 lectures left and he died. And so we couldn't finish it. But,
Right.
yeah, but we did there were a lot of things we connected on. And that was not one of them, but it also didn't, there were so many common and just a connection there, period. So that didn't matter for us. So anyways.
Yeah. How old was he?
He turned 40 at the beginning of June.
Okay, yeah. I knew he was young. I just couldn't remember his age. Yeah, he was always doing the driving in the taxi, the Uber taxi. That was good. And then he had problems with his vehicle. That was used to wind us up. He had a Japanese car that he had problems with for ages, and I thought, you're being sabotaged because the car you have here in Japan, they are running like dream. I think he had one of them Prius vehicles, and it was just like giving him no end of trouble. And I thought that somehow he was being unfairly treated at the mechanics there. I said, you want to contact Japan, go to Toyota head office there in Japan and ask them. They'll give you the true story as to whether or not your vehicle should be having any of those kind of problems, because he had a Prius, you see.
So also, I was just say one more thing about Joshua, like just in that vein, he was very resourceful. So like a person that if something needed to be fixed, even if he had never done it in his life, he had no business doing it, he could probably figure it out and do it. He's very resourceful. Even just like there was a recent move where he had to move a bunch of things, up flights of stairs and things like that, and he didn't have a truck. And he didn't have another person. And he walked to the gas station and waited for somebody with a pickup truck to pull up. And
smart man.
But so that's the thing, though. He made friends with people everywhere he went. So it wasn't hard for someone to be like, yeah, man, I'll help you. Like, let's go. So that, I mean, and the guy did. The guy's like, I got to do one thing and then I'll show up. And I'm like, I remember thinking, like, is the dude going to show up? I don't know. And he did. And, so I don't know. He was that's the whole thing. Like when I think of Joshua, I don't think of him like stranded with a Prius. Like, I can't fix this. That's just not how he was at all. It was like, he was very resourceful.
Oh, no, he was resourceful. I mean, the whole reason why he got the Prius was because usually it's a bomb-proof, bulletproof car, and he was going to use it for his job, but it just kept breaking down on him, and I thought that he was being sabotaged. I felt for the guy. I said, someone was playing tricks on him, because that's one of the most reliable cars on the road, if not the most reliable, in fact, the hybrid. And when he got it, they were riding high. You see, it was a good vehicle to have, no doubt about it. To hear him having problems, I said, that can't be true, man. What's going on here? Why don't you ring up Toyota, because these problems you're having shouldn't be happening with such a vehicle that you had, new. So why don't we phone up I said to him, I could do it for you, and we could check, because I'm not accepting what's going on over there. That's terrible.
Right. Yeah, like you wanted to. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Because he was his own mechanic. Don't get me wrong. He was. Yeah, he's very, like you said, very versatile. Jack of all trades, definitely. That Uber Josh.
For sure. Yeah, Joshua. Yeah, I called him Joshua Tiberius just because, like, Star Wars, and he was obsessed.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
I did play a trick on him though. I played a trick on him once, and what it was that we had a discussion about Hugo Chavez, who is he was the president, I think, for is it Bolivia? No, what is it? South America.
Yeah,
Hugo Chavez. Was it Bolivia?
Cuba.
No, not Cuba. No,
Colombia.
Not Cuba, no.
It's Cuba or Colombia. Colombia.
Yeah, it's definitely not Cuba. It could be
Colombia. It's Colombia. Then it's
Yeah, it might be Colombia, Bolivia, something like that. One of those countries.
Not Bolivia. It's not Bolivia.
Oh, okay, then it must be Colombia then. But anyway, Hugo Chavez, he was a good man for his country. Okay, he honored his people. right? But some guy called Pope in England seemed to say that Hugo Chavez was stealing the money from the people. I said, no, that's not what Hugo Chavez is doing. In fact, he's making the people rich. He's improved education to health. He's put the money in the bank. He's actually got his office. His desk was on the street, so people could see him work and they could meet him and ask him questions directly. Now, that's what I thought. He was a man of the people, yeah? Fortunately, he went to America.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he went to America, right?
Oh, I thought you were making a parallel. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, he went to America on a meeting, one of those conferences. Somehow, after that conference, he got ill and later on dies of cancer, okay? Now, Josh seemed to be thinking that Pope was right and that Hugo Chavez wasn't this honourable man. And I said to him, "No, you want to do some research and make sure you get your facts right, Uber, because you got it wrong this time." And he got upset, right, and he kicked me off the server, off that hangout that day.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and then what I did was I kicked him off as well off his own server, and he didn't realise for about a week. He didn't realise it was a week. It was me who did it for a week.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I sniped him. He sniped me and I sniped him. Yeah.
Just for the record, it was president of Venezuela.
Venezuela, thank you very much, because I was going to check
Central America.
I knew it wasn't Colombia.
I knew it wasn't Cuba or Bolivia.
Thank you very much. Bolivia, Venezuela.
Kidding. I'm kidding. Obviously, neither of us knew. Okay. So.
Yeah.
So. No. Oh, sorry, cutting.
Venezuela. Remember the name. Yeah.
Venezuela. I'm actually.
I was going to check it up. Yeah. Well, thanks for that. But yeah. On Uber. Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out for me.
He used to do the long thing as well. That was good. Sorry,
he was definitely like a humble.
Live stream. He was driving as well. That was good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's cutting out for me. I don't know. I don't know if. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shin, you're going all.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so so what I would say, just to in conclusion for that,
Uber was humble.
He was he had humility, definitely a Christ-like person who followed Christ during the phase of his life that I knew him. I didn't know him before. He tells me I was not always a good person. You know what I mean? We'll say very open and honest about that. But he, during the time that I knew him, was a very humble counsel. Always, he was consistently that, not even just has been that one time or two times or five times. He was consistently that. I would fall asleep on Discord all the time just because it just felt comforting for whatever reason, and I would wake up to him reading scripture every day. And so he was consistent. He was consistently trying to be a follower of Christ, and not to whatever anyone thinks about that here, that doesn't really matter. It's just the idea of conviction. But at the same time, the point I wanted to make was he was also so reasonable. So I think what you said before was you said this is a time where you're wrong. I could absolutely say that to him, and he's like, "Yeah, you're right. I was totally wrong." He was also a reasonable person. Wasn't blinded by anything. So those two qualities, I think, are really, I just hold in high regard for any person that I interact with. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, he was a funny guy as well. He had some good jokes.
I don't know.
He used to crack with us.
I don't think he was that funny.
No, he had his moments where he cracked a few jokes on the Hangouts that we were on. You see, because we used to. Were you there when he was on the Hangouts? I'm going back to 2015.
No, I didn't know.
Going that far back, man.
I knew him probably almost 3 years. That's it. Yeah.
Uber Josh. Yeah, he was a little bit funny.
Hmm.
And he also had his serious side, of course.
I always liked when he said, "You see," I don't know why. When he said, "You see," and then he would like follow it with whatever he was going to say. But I liked that. I don't know. I like people's like
When we met Uber Josh, Uber was just taking off, you see. Uber was this new delivery service, wasn't it? That's when he joined it, you see.
I don't know. You see, I didn't like. I'm saying no. I'm saying I liked how he used it, not how you use it.
Mm.
I don't know. Just I like
Yeah.
people's like verbal mannerisms and things like that. I just noticed those. Anyways, yeah. I just wanted to jump in because part of me just wanted to, you know.
Yeah, it's a shame that he's gone already. Wow. Just.
Yeah, he's dead.
Hmm.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, we had some explosive We had some explosive times on the Hangouts. Yeah.
I'm sure.
That's what I take away.
Yeah, I think there was like a shift in him over time where that was a phase. That's a season I didn't know him. The season I knew him, he was definitely more of a calming presence for sure. Maybe more mature.
Yeah. I don't know that about Josh. I don't know about the Christian side of things on that. That's new, kind of like to me that he was that involved. Although he did talk about it now and again. So, yeah, that does fit his style, I suppose.
Honestly, so this is what's hard for. Yeah, he knew more about the Bible than most people I've ever met. Down to the original text, and I mean, he was like, he didn't stop. Just like you said, like go look it up, research it. You know, that's how he was. He would go back to the original words. The like he even knew like you know the symbols and things used in ancient Hebrew writings and like could recognize them. He was at that point. So he definitely delves into things when he delves into them, I guess. But that was one thing. It was he's one of the most knowledgeable people about scripture that I've ever met, and that's
Without
like, I feel really.
without doxing yourself, where was he living in the US?
He was living in Southern California.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see, because you got Flat Earth Dude. Flat Earth Dude is in California as well, you see, West Coast.
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, Flat Earth Dude is a good friend of Joshua's. Okay.
So is that his only name he goes by, or
Kenny? His name is Kenny.
Okay,
Kenny.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Kenny.
Yeah. So and he was part of the Flat Earth Brigade, if you will. He was with us, arguing the points and that. So
Mm-hmm.
just surprised he's gone. That's I hadn't seen him for a while. When I moved to the Discord, he didn't come over with us, so he obviously was doing different things. So yeah,
He was in here sometimes.
Oh, there you
Actually,
are.
it was like I think a couple weeks ago we were just kind of like sick of regular stuff, and I was like, let's just jump around. And he came, like, so there was part of him that I think felt like a little bit reluctant to be in a Flat Earth Discord room with me, because then it's like, oh, I'm like, I'm actually friends with this person who doesn't believe the same things that we're super convicted on. And so he didn't do it, but he did. We just did it like a couple weeks ago. It's crazy. It was just alive. But yeah, so we were just in here a couple weeks ago.
That's cool. Didn't notice him. Didn't notice.
Like the nothing about Flat Earth or whatever, any things we didn't. Anyways, he was probably the closest person to me other than my sister. Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Just got really close to him. He's
Yeah, sorry for your loss, though, at the end of the day. But
Sorry for
yeah,
your loss.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I'm going to find out from Kenny as well, and also Denmark as well would have known him. Another guy who comes in here now and again. I'm going to tell him about that. I'll
I
inform
know
him.
who Demek is. Yeah.
Oh, you know, well, yeah. Well, inform him then. All right, you got Denmark. There was another woman called Troubles About. She knew Uber Josh. Okay, Troubles About.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know who
and
that
then
is.
Dan the Waterman. Do you know Dan the Waterman?
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
definitely we've talked about it. Yeah, we've
Okay.
definitely he was it. We did like this memorial type thing, like celebration thing of his life. We stayed up till 4 in the morning doing it because
Oh, right.
everyone
Nice.
there was like 50 people there in Discord, just everyone saying their things. And some people had songs for him. Some people just wanted to say something or bring up a. So I was in communication with his brother, like his brother who lived with him. And I got his brother to join the Discord. So he got to hear this whole side of him, this whole, all these people.
Yeah, that he never heard. He never knew. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so but
Brilliant.
Dan was there for that. He didn't say anything during that, but I talked to Dan one-on-one, and he was definitely upset. So they
Yeah.
knew each other in real life. He stayed at his house before, you know what I mean? So
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, that all came out on the Hangouts there, you
The
know.
only person, Issa was there. Issa played some fucking amazing. Excuse my
Oh,
language.
he's so lucky.
Issa
Yeah,
played music at his thing. He was torn up about it, for sure. And I
yeah.
felt bad because there was like 10 people I called. It's because I talked to him before he died. Like I talked to him when he was dying, and so I wanted to talk to a few people and make sure they knew. And so Issa, that's one of the people I wish I would have called sooner, and I feel like he deserved it, and I didn't do that. That's one of my mistakes. But Issa showed up for him at the whole thing, and it was amazing. He played Lady May. I don't know. Do you guys know that song? May.
Vaguely, maybe if I heard it, can't remember the name.
Oh, well, no music people here. Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, there's lots of music people here, but I don't know that track.
Does anyone?
Say it again. Something May, you said.
Lady May.
Lady May. Yeah, it's ringing a bell. It is ringing a bell. But I just
sort of
got to hear a
classic
few notes.
Mhm. But so all of that to say, that's one person I wish I would have called sooner. I'm trying to think of people in your community. Yeah, Dan the Waterman is one I reached out to. Just because, I don't know. He's just also
There was an Australian called Merle. Yeah, Merle was also Merle knew him as well.
Jenna, who he lived with. So, sorry, what is it? It's Rusted Soul. She was one person that I reached out to because,
Jenna. Yeah.
her daughter knew him. Everything, yeah. So, she came to his thing and said a really nice like little speech thing, and I don't know, it was pretty fucking cool. So, anyways,
Yeah, there was another character called Hyena.
never. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, he knew Uber Josh as well. He was always around. He was really good at making memes. You see, Hyena.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah, meme creator, especially on the Hangouts. He was really good. Quick fire.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Demek. I think Demon got banned from the servers that.
Well, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
Not surprised
like,
at all. You know, both of us are getting banned here and there. So
I
you know, and
can't.
then now I'm a mod.
No, it's not just that. I can't think of more of somebody who's more of a pain in the ass than that. Honestly, I can't think of a single person. Not one.
What you mean? You mean Denmark is such a pain in the ass?
Hell yeah! Are you? You're gonna say that's not true?
No, he's not a pain in the ass. No, he does what he does
Huge pain in
because
the
of the
ass.
situation that he's in with people sometimes. That's all.
Maybe for the callers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know a guy you might remember, Hank. Hank Hill. He was a friend of Uber Josh. Yeah, they're all coming out now. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
so
he was
sorry.
in here yesterday. Hank was.
Well, I
His
hope that
name.
yeah. hmm
Yeah, we lost Zulu recently. You know, Mark Sargent's friend. He was a flat earther. He died last year. Yeah, died on at his keyboard.
Jesus, what?
Yeah, he died whilst he was on. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not like so I feel like I'm not ready to like hear all that. And I don't know that person, so I guess it protects me from that in a way. But
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, he was a flat earther, and he used to end Mark Sargent's show. He'd call in, and then he passed away whilst they were talking. I think he said, but there you are.
he passed away in the ICU. Joshua did, and yeah, and he was under but he was struggling, like he was suffering for, he fought it. He didn't just go in and then, he fought like big time. Like, dude was a fighter, and so just so you know.
Yeah.
And he was, yeah. So I know like what right now we're talking about common ground is like in terms of like this was a flat earther, this is a flat earther. He was a brother. He was a grandson. He was a friend. He was a lot of things to a lot of people, and it just yeah, it's definitely an unfortunate loss because he was a humble soul. He was a counsel. He was a lot of things for a lot of people that had nothing to do with any of that. But yeah, so
yeah,
I'll humbly withdraw at this point. Sorry,
yeah,
I just I just felt. Part of me feels like I just want to be like around people who knew him. So
yeah,
I
that's
know.
okay. No, we understand that. Yeah, and like I said, you understand, of course, and hopefully, as he's got to, obviously. I'm going to make sure I stay alert so I can remember to tell Denmark later on.
I'm not sure we've spoken before, but I know a lot of the people that you talked about. I've been to like 3 or 4 flat earth get-togethers here in Southern California. So I've met a lot of those people. I'm not sure I knew this particular person though. I know Kenny. I know I've met Dan the Waterman. I've met a whole bunch of people over there at the get-togethers up in Huntington. So I don't know. I might have met him. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know who this person you're talking about is exactly, but I could have met him.
Yeah, Dan would probably be able to tell you if you had or not, but he definitely was a part of the get-togethers and things like that. So you probably did.
Yeah, I know Flat Earth Dude. Like we've hung out together. We've gone sailing together down here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, a couple years ago. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just so I feel like maybe you will finally put together who it is, and you probably have met him. But yeah, that's a community he was definitely a big part of, and gosh, spent a lot of time.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, Mm-hmm.
I was going to say he definitely brought to us the business of Uber because he was actually doing that job, you see. So we all have,
Swear to God, if
but
you
we don't
bring that
actually
up
see
one
the
more
drivers and see what they get up to. Do you know what I mean? But Uber was giving us the inside stories, and that it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, I think of him as like a consistently strong man of faith, like a rock type of person. Even though it's
Yeah, I
like
didn't know that
crazy,
about him. I didn't know
yeah,
that side.
it's like crazy that his body, wasn't necessarily that way, right? Equipped in that way, but he was, absolutely was, and consistent with it. So I don't know. So I actually like one of the things that runs through my head is like, will I ever like I don't know if I'll meet anybody like this again. You know what I mean? Like that bothers me to an extent. That's just my selfish concerns. But you know what I mean? So I just
Yeah.
so anyways. Wah wah. I brought the whole mood down. I'm so sorry. Okay. I will move on.
Right. Did anybody get the curvature out of all that? Any curvature found? Nah, kidding.
Yeah, he did. He's like, hey, I know the truth now.
Yeah.
He's going to fax it to you.
He'll probably DM me that, probably. Faster than the fax, less noise. Yeah, but that little trick I did on him was really funny because he didn't know for 1 week. He said he couldn't work out. How did I lose my my live stream? What happened? And he didn't know it was me, you see, because he didn't know that I could do that.
You're a little
Everybody,
slimy.
sorry?
You're slimy.
Not really, no, because I never sniped it. I could have sniped many people. I didn't snipe anyone. I never did
No,
that. I was getting sniped a lot. Okay. And then I got sniped by Uber and I thought, right, okay, now it's my turn, Uber. And I got in there quickly before he realized and boom. And he was out. And then he didn't know I did it. And then later on, someone told him because everyone was wondering what happened to Uber. How did he lose his live stream? What happened to that? I said, yeah, that was me. Yeah. What can you snipe now, Jin? I said, I've known this from the beginning. I just don't snipe people. But seeing we was having this heated discussion and he sniped me, I thought, well, I can do that as well. Why not? And it was that he didn't know for a week. And when he found out, he was like, you? I said, yeah. Well, you sniped me, didn't you? You sniped me, didn't you? Well, there
I
you go
could
then.
see him being like, all right, fair.
Yeah, he was like well surprised. Because like I said, I snipe so many times, but I don't snipe anything.
All right, I heard you. I hate when you repeat yourself.
I'm sorry, but that's what I do.
I know.
That's my style.
I just left a room because that's all I could hear. It was people just saying the same thing over and over again, and so I'm like, you know what?
Oh yeah, that's flat Earth again because we have to drive the point home. People are playing coy. It's a simple thing to understand, yeah, and then they start to play coy. So you repeat it to make sure that they've actually understood it and heard it. That's what it's all about, repetition. And I've said it to people: life is all about repetition. Actually,
What is in your the closet behind you?
oh, that's not a closet. That's the horizon of Honolulu. I'm in Hawaii there.
Okay.
Yeah, in my avatar, that's me at the top of Diamond Head, 2018, shouting out "Flat Earth."
That's cool. Also, 20 cuffs. I love your picture. I just think I can't see it. That obviously it's really small. I'm on mobile right now, but I love that picture. I love that.
Oh, really? Thank you. Took it myself.
Did you? Yeah, it looks really nice.
Appreciate it.
Just looking before I leave. I know. So people change their profile pictures and names and stuff. But T Dub, I know. I've had interactions with you. Ultimate FE Final. High Car definitely. Matthew is the first person that came to mind. Jen, you as well.
thanks.
Heretic in a very negative way. No, whatever, it is what it is. Even
Yeah, we may have spoken in the past. Also, I was under the name of Nick before.
okay, yeah. So yes, your voice sounds really familiar. Crit definitely have talked to before, and like I said, he reached out and we're past. Yeah, hi, and I'm sorry for your loss and your community. I'm sorry that we lost a really and like a strong man that like was convicted in a lot of ways, including things that I didn't necessarily agree with. But I think he was a good model for being convicted but reasonable. So yeah. Anyway, that's it. Elijah, I didn't say hi to, left before I got to. Have a good night.
Hello.
Hi there.
I guess there aren't many people on right now, or not anybody talking.
What is there to talk about?
We don't know.
I don't know.
I think the topic
Hey,
of
what's
the
up?
shape of the earth has been exhausted a long time ago.
Well, Danny Milker can probably tell you how he has come to understand that the Earth is a globe.
Cook in the same old way.
Yo, what's up?
I'd leave this one in Danny Milker's hands, personally.
Hello? Hello? Is there anybody around? Love to have a conversation. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Donnie?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, hanging in there.
What is your name? Crit. Oh, really? Crit. So, Crit.
Yep.
What shape do you think the planet is?
Bad. It's in bad shape.
Well, I mean, what, like, physical shape do you think it is?
Yeah, physically, not metaphysically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Okay, but would you, like, if someone said the Earth is spherical, would you agree or disagree?
It's so the Earth meaning dirt or what?
Yeah, dirt. Sure.
Yeah, no, dirt's not spherical.
Oh, so you would disagree that Earth is spherical? Okay. What evidence do you have that Earth is not spherical? Because I have mountains of evidence that it is.
Well, I wouldn't ask you for it for starters. So you can save your breath. I wouldn't ask you for anything.
Oh, I would. I mean, I would ask you for evidence that Earth is not spherical. You got evidence for that?
Yeah. What do you mean by not that? What does that do for you?
I mean, not spherical.
Yeah. So something's not that.
Yeah, you got evidence for the Earth being not spherical.
Not that.
Yeah, you got evidence for that. Do you have evidence? I can demonstrate that Earth is spherical, so what you have to do is demonstrate my evidence to be false. You do that by demonstrating flatness or a contradiction in the globe, something like that. Got any of that? I mean, that'd be a good start. I mean, you could just start off with, like, trying anything other than repeating your claim. Could you? Because I can demonstrate the Earth to be a globe. Roughly spherical. Mostly spherical. Definitely not flat. I can demonstrate that. I can demonstrate it's not flat. That's trivial. You got a demonstration that it is flat? Anybody? Demonstrate Earth is flat? Should I open my own room? Demonstrate Earth is flat. Would y'all all come there and demonstrate?
You hold some sort of like resentment towards people who believe the Earth is flat or whatever.
What? No. What? I think they're silly. I think they're extremely silly, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hold any animosity.
Just related to the shape of the Earth kind of situation, or anything surrounding the topic that you think you may consider
Oh, I dislike flat earthers judged by the way they act. They act like dickheads.
Yeah, pretty awesome. Did you want to join into the conversation?
No, thank you.
Why not?
you guys want a good laugh, there's this guy named John Jeet Singh, and he's this white guy where I live, and he thinks he's Sikh, and he just goes to a bunch of. He goes to like where I live. It's like 80% brown people, right? So when he goes on the buses, he goes and like chants in like Punjabi and like, "Oh, my Sikh brothers, hello." It's hilarious.
Oh my
John
god,
Jeet Singh.
does he speak with an Indian accent?
He does, bro. It's hilarious. He's a white guy with a turban.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's a local legend where I'm from. I've seen him for like my whole, like 20 years probably. I was like, is that a white guy with a turban? And then he started making an Instagram account, and it's the funniest thing. All the Indian people are like embarrassed, but it's like funny.
I went to India last year for a month. The Indian people are freaking awesome, but I don't know what the deal is with the ones that come on here.
You went to where?
India.
Oh, wow.
Stayed for like a month in South India. It was awesome. Yeah, the people were super friendly. It was really awesome. Can't wait to go back. But it's not like the young guys we get coming in here, right? Just complete disrespectful assholes. They're not like that in person.
Huh.
Imagine that. Yeah,
Maybe
India's
it's like
cool.
the hood part, the wannabe, like America, we got like black people, right? Are like, oh, what I'm talking about, what are you talking about? I guess that's like the Indian version of them. And it's not just black people; it's like a whole culture thing, right? Like white people can say the same thing, Mexicans, right? It's just an ignorant culture type vibe.
Yeah, I noticed like the Asian cultures, like the Central Asia, like India and stuff, and like Southeast Asia, they hold like huge respect for like the education system. And it's like if you're educated, then you're like higher up in society. And I think we get some of these guys that have been in university, they have like they think they're king shit, right? And they think that they have like an inferiority complex.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, they get this like arrogant like attitude, and they think they try extra hard in their studies, so they're like super indoctrinated, and then they think they're smarter than other people. It's kind of annoying.
This is one thing we've seen with like British migration, Southeast Asians coming over to England on educational visas. Now, we understand that, especially within like Asian communities, whether that be Eastern or Southeastern or Southern Asian, Indian or basically Japanese and anywhere in between, education, like you said, DJ, is like right up the scale. Right? If you've got an education, you're by definition better than other people who do not have an education. That's literally the way that it goes. And you see that within the society in which I live, where we give that type of education, the universities and so on. It's very important for, say, Indian families to get their children into universities. Very important. More important than it would be for, say, a British citizen, for example. So yeah, I think it's got something to do with the caste system as well that they have in India. Different, like it's like a class system, right? And education kind of pushes you up the caste system a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anyone you talk to, the first thing that they'll mention after they ask you where you're from and how long you're staying for, blah blah blah, they'll start telling you about someone in their family that's highly educated.
Yeah. Yes, always.
Every person. It's crazy. Same in Sri Lanka was the exact same thing.
But yeah, I see what you see as well, DJ. The arrogance of the people that we've met in this server particularly. It's crazy.
There was one the other day. It was funny. He tried to debate flat Earth for a bit, and he didn't do so well. And then he's like, "Do you play chess?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." I'm like, and he's like, "Let's play." I'm like, "What? So this is gonna settle like globe Earth versus flat Earth?" And then I sent him like, I was like, "Yeah, right, let's go." And I sent him like a request for a chess game. And, like, I could tell that he'd played a bunch by the way he played. I could tell he plays a lot. And then I beat him. I beat him in like a pretty close game. And then he just left.
That's awesome. Lose to flat Earth, and then it becomes best 2 out of 3. If I could beat you in another 2 challenges, and overall I fucking win. Brilliant. Oh my god!
It was funny the way he said it. He couldn't respond to the argument. He just responded with, "Do you play chess?" I need to get him there.
Oh my god!
And then he just left with his tail between his legs without saying anything.
How high can you jump?
It's a weird gish gallop.
That's funny. I'm still smiling. That's funny. Ow, my jaw.
Yeah, dude. What do you squat? What do you squat?
What do you bench, man? How fast can you do the 100 meters?
I have deadlift record at my home gym. I bet you cannot out deadlift me. Oh, dude, that's good.
What are you, Indian Castle King?
Indian Castle King. Temple King. Well, welcome, Darkness. Welcome to the channel.
Oh my god, it's the darkness. Do you believe in a thing called love? That was a song by The Darkness. I'm so fucking old. I'm sorry.
What did you say, Darkness? Did you say something?
You know it's bad when DJ Rakesh comes out.
Oh yeah, you don't want Rakesh to come out.
How can I fix my voice? Maybe it's low or something?
I turned you up to 200%, but yeah, you would have to go into your settings and turn up your microphone volume. It's not too bad, we can hear you. Do you have questions about the topic?
How can I fix it? I don't know how to use Discord from the laptop, that's why.
It's actually fine. So welcome, DDC Duck. Welcome, Xavier. Welcome. And Killian, hello.
Is it better now?
It is much better. Well done.
You're wait. Because I do have the microphone, but the input device here, it was my headphones. That's why.
I see.
How can I lower the volume of your voice, or for everyone, the output one? Can you talk, please?
The Earth is not a globe. There you go.
Okay, I guess that's so much better, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm from fucking Scotland. I know the Earth is a fucking globe.
What the fuck?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Fucking Scottish geezer.
Really? That's a really bad Scottish accent, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a fucking real one, aren't you? Fuck.
Oh
No, I'm just English, mate.
Oh, fucking Tom, that's even worse.
One.
What's with all these Aussies coming in here the last few days?
You have a problem with Aussies?
Yeah, bro.
Fuck. I was in one before and there was hella Indians in there.
We don't like
Oh,
Aussies.
wait, you're Indian, sorry.
I am Indian. My name is Rakesh.
Oh.
Wait, sorry. Why is that flat?
Because it's measured that way.
How do you measure the Earth?
Do you know what level is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how we find level? A straight line from left to right.
Yeah, right. You put a thing on it, yeah.
No, we will level it, and it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right.
Do you know
the horizon's curved?
No, the horizon is a limit of observation, and it's a circle around the observer when you turn around. But for all intents and purposes, it's on a flat horizontal plane. So
If you're staring straight ahead at the horizon.
Yeah, I get it. So all level horizontal lines will be parallel to the surface of the Earth. So we get level from the Earth. It's where we get horizontal from. We use the Earth, mean sea level, the water, as a horizontal reference datum. Why? Go on, you wanted to speak, I'll let you.
I just don't understand how gravity would work if the Earth was flat.
But it's got nothing to do with gravity at the moment, dude. If you're going to claim gravity does something, that apparently would make the surface curve, something we don't observe and something we do not measure.
Have you ever been in a
measure the curvature for the gravity story.
The gravity story. Okay, well, you're talking about like levels and shit, right?
Yeah, horizontal. Do you know what horizontal is? I asked you what level was. Horizontal. These things, yes.
Yes, I'm not fucking retarded.
Okay, good.
Right. But like, if you zoom in far enough on any curved surface, it's going to appear level.
That's lovely. Okay. What happens if we measure the surface? Would we measure a deviation from horizontal over a curved surface? Would we measure that?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't measure that over the surface of the Earth. So it's interesting, right? It looks flat. Even if it was a ball, it would look flat. I'll grant you that. But when we physically go to measure and confirm the observation, we measure the Earth to lay horizontally.
You have proof of this?
Yeah, we all do it. I just gave you a very small example of getting level with the world. But we can show that with long distance observations, laser propagation in all different wavelengths of light. Yeah, loads of tests. It's called surveying the world.
You know what? I'm convinced.
Why? I haven't shown you any evidence yet. That's just
Oh,
being
do you have
stupid.
an
I'll
evidence?
have to give you to DJ.
No, you got me.
What does the woman have to say? Fuck all, apparently. What's the? So what's another, like, I'm not really convinced. So what's something else that would like
Water.
Water, right?
So you get your bathtub, right?
Yeah.
Is the surface of the water flat?
Yeah.
All right. Then we move to a swimming pool. Flat, right? Then we move to a lake.
Yeah.
Right. Flat. And now let's move to an ocean.
Right. The thing is, have you ever looked out onto the ocean?
Yeah.
Have you seen that the horizon isn't actually perfectly level? If you
it is. Yeah, it's what we get level from. Yes.
No, the horizon isn't perfectly level. If you look at it.
Sorry. Horizon has a rate of change of slope of 0. You know what the slope-intercept formula is? The equation of line my equals mx plus b or c for us in Europe. It's a straight line from left to right. It's how we get level with the world. All all horizontal lines will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, do you require citation from this from educational textbooks?
I don't require it, no.
Okay, so you're saying there's a rate of change of slope of a horizontal line. That's contradictory.
So you're talking about the formula of a line, right? The equation of a line. Yeah. Have you ever like the quadratic formula? What about that?
What has that got to do with horizontal?
Right, because just imagine you're talking about the equation of the line, fucking whatever, the derivative, whatever, being 0.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but on a curved graph, there will be a point where it is 0, and on a scale as large as the Earth.
No, on a scale as large as the Earth, the rate of change of slope is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah. So you admit it's like
that means after 1 mile, the surface of the Earth would descended downwards from horizontal by 8 inches. Over 10 miles is 66.6 foot. Over 100 miles, it's 1 foot of descent from a horizontal tangent on a curve.
Right.
Right. We don't measure that.
You can literally measure it.
Can you? Can you show me we literally measuring the curvature of the Earth, please?
Have you seen the video of the flat earthers measuring the Earth and
no,
they get proven wrong?
Dude, I'm a flat earther.
Right,
I've measured the surface of the Earth and it's measured flat. In actual fact, we all do this when surveying the land. It's how we build and construct civil engineering upon the surface of the Earth. Dams, pipes, all of this type of stuff. Water flow requires a horizontal plane. Now we measure this. You said that we measure curvature. Show me the measurements, please. I know you're lying, dude.
You keep going back to this one point here, right?
What, the curvature of the Earth to make it a sphere? Yeah, it's the consequence of a sphere, isn't it? A curved surface.
The only point you have, like you've got 1 point.
Yeah, the Earth isn't a sphere. That's a problem, isn't it?
Have you ever been on a plane, or have you just been stuck in Britain on a madness?
No, I've been in a plane over 24 times.
24 times. I think I did that more in a year, mate.
Okay, that's lovely. But what about flying in a plane?
You can observe the curvature of the Earth from a plane.
You can observe the curvature of the Earth. Do you know what dip angle correction is?
It just sounds like a bit of waffle.
No, it's to do with a measurement of the descension from eye level. So when you're at altitude, the horizon will have descended by a degree. You're saying that when you look out of a window, there's one part higher than the rest. But when you measure a declination of horizontal angle, 360 degrees around you, the angle measurement's the same. We don't measure the curve. Would you like demonstrations of this?
I can't really be fucked, to be honest.
No, because you don't understand very simple things. You think that you can see the curvature of the Earth from an aeroplane.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it like this. Mathematically speaking, you're not far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature. You'd have to be further away than the International Space Station to perceive that type of curvature. Because if you are standing on a sphere and rise in altitude and just keep circling 360, the horizon's going to appear like a circle around you, with no part being higher or lower than the other.
So how would we explain the pictures of Earth from a space station?
How would we explain them? What do you want me to explain?
They're round.
They're mathematically incorrect.
The Earth is round, is it not?
No, they're mathematically incorrect.
But they've been taken, right? So it had
No, they haven't been taken. You can curve horizontal lines just with a lens. You know that, right?
Sure.
Like a fisheye lens.
Yeah, barrel distortion. Yeah. Pin cushion distortion also bends it the other way.
You can clearly tell when that's occurred. Cool.
Wait,
And
what's
this
the
would be
agenda?
fine.
Why convince us the Earth is round?
Jedi. But this would be fine if, say, for example, NASA showed the Earth is here and give us its dimensions, radius, diameter, and circumference. Then we should measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth with the equation that I just gave. We don't measure that curvature upon the Earth, so there seems to be a problem with verifying those pictures.
Well, the curve of a circle isn't linear, right? So your argument
is
is
8
on a
inches
linear.
per mile squared, 7.98 inches per mile squared to be slightly more accurate. That means
Right, and
over 1
that's not a
mile.
linear. That's not a
I
linear
gave you the
equation.
math earlier. You didn't listen, did you?
No, but the Earth is round though. Type shit.
Is it? Have you got those measurements of it?
Yeah, I had measured it just then, actually.
Just then, what in your imagination? We should probably not talk to you and move on to someone because you're going to start wasting our time.
No.
No. Also, we should deal with you just making shit up, should we?
Making shit up. You missed your
now
point
he's
today,
just
did you,
tried to
laddie?
mock me. He doesn't want to deal with the conversation at hand.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing for you because you can't stand it, can you?
Yeah.
Classic.
Common amongst people with cat profile pictures, which is kind of weird.
Classic around
cat profile
issue,
picture. Yeah, classic cat PFP tard.
Wait, so
you are, bro.
So you're also a not a round earther, are you?
Not a round earth. No. What, that's crazy. Why would I think that I live on a spinning space ball? It's nuts.
So your argument is that you find it hard to believe because the ball's spinning in space, correct?
No, actually, no. Long distance observations, laser transit tests, infrared photography over huge distances, right? Seeing things that would be huge distances below the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah. Like consistently, there's thousands of these observations that have been done now. So yeah, I mean, I used to live on Lake Macquarie in Newcastle, and it's like a 20-kilometer stretch across that lake, and I lived right on the lake there. I had a boat. I bought one of those Super Zoom P900 cameras, and I could set my camera up just off the surface of the water and zoom in all the way and see the white sand shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently. That's not possible if the Earth's a globe, right? There would be a huge amount of curvature over that distance that would be obstructing, like, the line of sight view.
Yep.
So yeah, it's based on like things that anyone can go and validate for themselves. But I get why you're skeptical about it because you've probably never looked into this before. I thought it was dumb too.
I'm just saying, right? Like, so you're saying this lake is 20 kilometers in radius, correct?
No, there's like a point in the lake that's 18 kilometers from like one shoreline to the other shoreline.
So 20 kilometers in radius, yes?
Not in radius.
Where's radius from?
Well, no, it's not the radius, bro. It's like a lake shaped, you know?
Yeah, but like if you were gonna like just simplify it, right?
Well, look, there's a point if you stand on one little like beach on the lake, it's like the longest section across the lake is 18 kilometers.
Right,
Yeah.
so it has a radius of 18 kilometers at that point.
How is a cross from one side of a circle to another a radius? You might be trying to use the word diameter.
He's saying from the middle.
I never said from the middle, bro.
You said
So from one shore to the other.
Right, 18 kilometers. Okay, it's the diameter then. Same shit.
Yeah,
right?
no shit.
Okay.
Listen better.
Fuck off then. So you think 18 kilometers, right?
Go on.
18 kilometers on the scale of how large the Earth is, you think that would represent a massive curve, correct?
You want me to? No, I can tell you the exact amount of curvature there would be over that distance if you want.
Like 8 inches squared or some shit, right?
Yeah.
A mile.
83 feet.
83 feet.
Yes, that's like an 8-story building, basically.
Yeah.
So you would have to have a 9-story building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and then you would only be able to see the top story of it popping out over the horizon. and you would have to have the horizon as well, right? So you would have to have, like, based on the height of the observer, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, right? So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. But I was doing my observations from like 1 foot height off the surface, just holding the camera down low. And from 1 foot height, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. It's like 2 kilometers or something. And yeah, that means that anything that goes beyond that horizon should start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. But that doesn't happen when we go out and test. Like, we got so many observations that have been done where we can go to like a huge lake, like 30, 35 kilometers across the lake, and we can set up the camera on a tripod and zoom in and literally see the shoreline on the other side of the lake and the whole town and buildings and everything over there. And the water's just flat. There's no horizon at all over that entire distance. That doesn't work on a globe, right? Those are like things that have to be there.
But what about? I feel like you pretty selectively choose like proofs for your.
No. This isn't like selective. This is just like a really solid one, right? There's tons more. But long distance observations, checking for things that would have to be there. Like, they tell us the exact size of the globe and everything, so we can check and do the basic math and work out what would have to be there in reality. Like, that horizon has to be there physically. Like, it's geometric. It's part of the physical globe Earth, so it has to be there. It can't not be there.
Tough shit.
Yeah, these observations happen everywhere. So usually the problem that we have is either accessibility or known distances, stuff like that. But no, this happens everywhere.
Yeah. Tough shit.
Because the Earth is flat everywhere.
But everywhere, right? So like space and things like this? Like if the If the Earth is flat, like why would we see every other like spatial body as a circle? Is my like you can see the stars. And
what's happening in the sky does not dictate what you're standing on.
Yeah. It's like, if my floor is flat, why are the lights on my ceiling?
So, yeah, but it's a bit different, isn't it?
Being as I now see circular light bulbs on my ceiling, my floor can only be a circular light bulb.
Like, maybe.
You understand things can be different, right? Let's just get this out of the way.
Because the floor is circular. Because the Earth is
circular. That's two-dimensional. A circle.
Yes, it's circular. Because the Earth is.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, circular. That's two-dimensional. A circle is a two-dimensional thing you can draw on a piece of paper that's flat. Every time you say round circle, you mean sphere. That's three-dimensional.
No, I mean a circle. I know what a sphere is, but I mean it's circular.
It's circular, so there would be curvature.
No, but it's a circle.
No, it is a circle, so there would be, by consequence, curvature.
No, but you were just saying a circle is 2D.
No, dude, I've conceded on you're talking about a circle, not a sphere. We're onto two dimensions. Trying to ascertain if you understand that still the consequence of a circular line is curvature, isn't it?
There's a line and it's curved. Yeah, probably it's a circle.
Good. So that would mean if the Earth was a circle, it would curve over distance, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's how the Earth works, isn't it?
Okay, so without you declaring this, do you have the evidence to back up the claim?
The evidence to back up the claim?
Apart from you just saying the claim.
I'm sure I could find evidence in like 2 seconds. Okay,
good. Would that be like NASA pictures?
You could do a test with like a laser and shit.
Okay, we have done a test with a laser and shit.
Yeah.
In actual fact, this is how surveying is done. This is how surveying is done.
Yeah.
Right?
All right.
Yeah, good. This is also how early warning systems work and targeting systems. Lasers? Yeah. All of these things work on a horizontal stationary surface, because if the Earth was curved, there would be a limitation due to that curve, right?
You're saying a lot of words right now. If you could...
No, it's all right. I'm wasting my time. I said this 10 minutes ago. I should remember what I fucking said.
Dude's having a really hard time tracking with this conversation, it would appear.
Me?
Yes, you.
Are you just talking right now?
No, Jedi's doing great. He's exhibiting patience beyond belief with you. You're having trouble tracking with the words that are being said, including using words that aren't correct. But that's cool, brother. Keep up with it. Maybe you get there one day.
You said words a lot of time in that sentence. I'm a bit confused about the amount of times you said words then.
So he's descended into being a troll or an idiot now. That's what we're dealing with.
No, I'm saying the Earth is circular, right?
It says who it's par for the course, it would appear, right? Feet get to the fire, and then they start getting stupid.
Why would you say the Earth is a circle?
I said it's a sphere. So you got to listen here. So like a sphere is in a...
Oh, it's a sphere now. A 3D plane. Okay. I'll try to understand that. The Earth is a sphere. What's the evidence for that?
Probably like there's... Like, how flat are you thinking the Earth is? Like, when you say the Earth is flat...
It is a...
Like, you're saying there's like mountains and shit don't exist? Like, it's just...
What is the evidence? What is the evidence that the Earth is a sphere, please?
Evidence that Earth is a sphere.
Now it's starting to repeat the questions.
What about the shape of the Earth during lunar eclipses and shit like that?
That would be affirming the consequent. So there's about 1,000 different things wrong with the eclipse that you're referring to. Should we just start listing them off?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so you see the moon sometimes get darker. They tell you it's an eclipse. Are you assuming, so are all the assumptions baked in that the Earth is a sphere, the moon is a sphere, the sun is shining light 93 million miles away, the Earth is moving in front of the moon? Is that what you think is happening?
That just is what's happening, like scientifically.
No, you can't just, no, not scientifically, not proven. You don't have any evidence for that. Give me all the evidence for those things, please. Starting with the Earth being a sphere, what's the evidence for that?
You can't.
Can't. You can't.
Can't, did you say?
Yeah, you can't come up with the evidence, it would appear.
Well, I haven't actually I haven't put much thought into this because it's just quite common knowledge, you know.
Yeah, it's common indoctrination. So everybody's been given the same story. They all repeat the same story, but they don't have any evidence for that problem.
All right. Okay. You can't seem like it's a bit hard to tell someone this when they just can't wrap their head around like.
See if you can wrap your head around something simple.
Like the moon is a sphere, which we can physically see. It's spherical.
Okay. Right. So let's see if we can wrap your head around something simple.
You're going to pitch the 2D argument here, right?
No. I'm going to ask you how shadows work. That's what we're talking about, the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is between the sun and the moon, so the light from the sun is blocked by the Earth, causing a shadow on the moon. That's your claim, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that would work if the moon was flat.
Right.
Because if the moon was a curved surface, you'd have a complex curve. Do you know what a complex curve is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a curved surface, well, one of them would cause a distortion of the shadow. In this instance, it would be the curved surface of the moon. Have you ever made shadow puppets on a wall?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you get a sphere, you're going to end up with a curved line, but that's on a flat wall surface. If you curve that surface that the shadow's being cast on, the shadow becomes distorted, doesn't it?
Right, but I'm okay.
No, just yes or no. Do you agree with what I said or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so being seeing as this is obviously true, there's a problem with the eclipse that we observe. Because the moon would have to be flat for us to observe this if the Earth was a sphere, causing and casting a curved shadow. Now, that's just geometrically easy to demonstrate. You must forfeit your spherical moon for your eclipse idea.
No, not at all.
Yes,
because
otherwise it'll be a complex curve, as we just both agreed.
Because I just said yes because to get you to stop
because
talking.
You wanted to run away.
But okay, so if you put an object, so if you put a basketball in front of a tennis ball, right? You put a basketball in front of a tennis ball.
Mm-hmm.
You shine a light from in front of the basketball. The tennis ball's going to have a shadow on it because it's smaller.
Yeah, it's going to have a shadow on it, but what type of shadow have on it?
It's just going to be, it's in shadow, isn't
it? Dude.
Okay, demonstrate that for us. Demonstrate that.
Light. Have you ever observed the lunar eclipse? What happens to the moon when it's eclipsed? What colour does it turn?
Probably red. Really?
Yeah, red. Is red a shadow, absence of light, the colour red?
Yeah.
No.
Oh my God.
Red, a colour, isn't an absence of light.
But you're thinking of visible light here, right? Like the visible light.
It's visibly red. Gosh damn it.
Is your brain leaking out of your ears at the moment, dude? You don't seem to be understanding
Holy
very simple
shit.
things.
Yeah. How much time do you spend in here per day?
A few hours here and there. A few hours in the morning. Maybe I get some time in the afternoon, mainly at evening when I'm at home.
What else do you do during your day that's not?
What the fuck has that got to do with you?
Who cares, dude?
I'm just curious what kind of people are in here.
What kind of people? So you're going to base what kind of the people they are by how much time they spend in a Discord server? You're a fucking asshole.
I think that's a great judgment. I think...
No, it isn't.
You can tell the kind of person by how much time they spend in an online space.
So we have engineers, we have military, we have housewives, we have dads, we have all kinds of people in here. Don't make judgment calls about how much time or what kind of people they by how much time they spend in here. College professors.
Yeah, don't leave it to college professors. Don't leave it to architects.
Stereotype people now? So you're going to stereotype people?
Yeah, you're stereotypical flat earthers, I would say.
Yeah, that means that we know more than every average globetard. That's what that means.
Globetard? You're using slurs now. Wow.
Yes.
Is this?
Well, you don't even know what we're talking about. You don't know what a complex curve is. You think red is not visible light. So yes, you've exemplified this.
I've exemplified the globetard.
Yes, you are a perfect example of it. You don't know anything about your religious system, but you want to stereotype the people in here to help you feel better about yourself. That's what's going on.
I'm not religious at all.
So you are. You believe in the globe. It's a religious system. You have no evidence for it, but you believe it anyway.
My question for you, okay, if this is a religious system and we just believe this, how come every scientific every time new evidence comes out that the Earth
show it to me,
right?
Show it to me. Show me the evidence.
Have to change.
Show me the evidence. You're making a claim without any base to it. I want you to give me the evidence for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead.
Specifically, scientific evidence. You said scientific evidence.
That would be great. The scientific evidence.
If you look out your window during the night time,
is that scientific evidence?
Are sometimes curved from the lights and things.
What are you talking about, dude?
And that's curved.
Excuse me, what are you talking about? We're talking about you saying that all science, even the new ones, prove the surface of the Earth is curved.
Yeah.
Give us that. Don't tell us to look outside at night time and start imagining shit. That wouldn't be scientific evidence, would it? Imagining shit.
I'm just saying observing shit.
Okay. Observing stuff isn't the fulfillment of the scientific.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. You're going to need an experiment further down the line, because after your observation, you're going to make a prediction about the observation. Then you're going to test in an experiment. So no, you looking at stuff and imagining shit isn't the fulfillment of the scientific method.
What experiments have you done? I don't even believe you've experimented getting in the shower.
Sorry, do you think, this is why I asked you the fucking question. Do you think scientific evidence proves the shapes of objects?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so give me a hypothesis for a shape.
Please. A square has four sides.
He's going to try. No, that's a declaration of its geometrical shape. It's not a prediction, you fucking idiot. You don't know, do you?
I think I predict.
Well, let's put it like this. You think scientific evidence proves the shape of the Earth. If I gave you scientific evidence, I think you wouldn't understand it. Do you know what scientific evidence is?
No. Can you explain me science?
Yeah, it'll be the observation of a phenomena, a prediction of cause of the phenomena, and the verification of the prediction through experiment, where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate the independent variable to see if it changes or not the dependent variable. Science, you did this in school. It's called a hypothesis and experiment. Do hypotheses and experiment exist within science?
No, I just get told shit. I listen to it.
So you just get told you can't think.
Is this what you expect me to?
You just get told you can't think is what you just said. I can't think. I just get told.
I'm saying you didn't let me finish. I said, is that what you expect me? Is that what you expect me to say when you ask me these questions? Like,
I expect you to understand, and from a point of intelligence, address what's been said.
Are you one of the engineers or the architects in this?
Engineers, architects? No, I'm questioning you about your belief that science proves shapes.
Maths proves shapes.
Oh shit! So it's not going to be science then?
Well, they're a culmination of science and maths.
No, maths is a language. Science is a methodology of experimentation. Different things. You can extrapolate math formula from scientific experiments, but that's the language of convention. Math and science are not the same thing.
Excuse me, can I interrupt? Like, who believes the Earth is flat? I just can't understand your conversation. Like, who supports that?
Me.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I was conversing with this guy, but you interrupted.
Wait, what's this guy saying? I want to hear this guy. I was definitely.
Yeah, we all with the flag. We could.
Can you not eat your fucking crisps into the mic?
Here. Yeah, Jesus, what's going on, bro? Why are you eating your chips into the mic?
Me eating my chips.
All right, for fuck's sake, dude. If you can't act like a fucking adult, I'll just mute you. Shit, the guy has no fucking parents.
You can't handle the comment.
Shut up. Right, move on to the next guy.
Really gotta love how no one's done any research, but they've all seen the Netflix hit piece
standing or standard operating procedure, one of the indoctrinated religious globe zealots gets wrecked because they don't know what science is. They don't understand that shapes have nothing to do with the scientific method. They're shown to not have any evidence for their claims or any of the claims that they repeat that were given to them by their handlers and their priests. And then when muted, they will bleat in the side chat because they just can't stand losing. They can't be shown to be a fool. And they won't be unmuted because we're already done with you, Finn, or Fee, or whatever it is. So you can hang out and bleat and cry as long as you need to, get it all out, but you won't be unmuted.
Hey man, I have a question. Can I?
Shoot.
I mean, like, how does satellites works in our atmosphere? If the Earth.
How do satellites work in our? Well, number one, if you're referring to a piece of machinery or equipment that was designed to take imagery or data from high altitudes, I don't doubt that that type of technology does exist now. But the idea that there is some kind of technology or equipment that is falling around a sphere Earth through the vacuum of space is essentially impossible because, number one, the Earth is not a sphere. Number two, there's no sphere for that piece of equipment to fall around. So, you know, the idea that you probably have in your head of these geostationary or orbiting satellites, they don't exist. Is it possible that some of these pieces of equipment are hanging from high altitude balloons, which there are many, you know, documents and evidences for that sort of thing being done? Sure, even drones. But no satellites exist in outer space falling around a sphere Earth.
Oh, you're claiming like no satellite, none even a single satellite ever exists in our atmosphere yet.
No. I mean, as far as when you're describing atmosphere, you're saying that air is a shape, and air doesn't have an inherent shape.
Atmosphere or something like that. Just saying satellite, how they works in our atmosphere, just that.
How do they work in the atmosphere? If they exist? Well, like I said, we do have equipment hanging from high altitude balloons and high altitude aircraft. That sort of thing does exist. But the idea of the satellite, I think, that you have in your head doesn't exist.
Okay. So you are also saying that all this NASA and this rocketry thing they do to launch a satellite, to analyze that satellite, they are just fake?
No, I've been to Cape Canaveral. I've seen rockets leave the surface of the Earth. I haven't seen them go into what you would call outer space. I didn't have any view of that. They just kind of went in a parabolic arc and then went out of sight in the distance. So, you know, rockets, those are certainly real. Do they have a payload of satellites on them that they're depositing into the vacuous region that people consider to be space that we don't have any evidence for? No. That's not happening. Now, are you saying, is it fake? Well, you know, that would be a bold claim. But until they provide evidence that they're doing what they are saying that they're doing, because we don't have any, you know, really images of said technology in the vacuum of outer space. In fact, we don't even have any evidence for the vacuum of outer space. That's the problem. So do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, like, also, like us, I would put in the second question, like, you also see some spacecraft or some rockets when they launch, they like do a live broadcast. You're saying like these are also fake or something?
Well, they're live to a certain extent, and then they cut to a different feed several times. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want me to go ahead and tell you that I think that some of the broadcast is essentially fabricated or fake, yes, I do.
Okay.
And you know, if that's what you really want to know, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So,
if they are fake,
but
yeah.
let's talk.
Okay.
Let's talk about entropy for a second. You realize that when we're talking about entropy, that high pressure must go to low pressure, high energy or high heat goes towards low energy or lower temperatures. So if the Earth is a pressurized system, because you and I are both breathing pressurized gas, we have air pressure on Earth. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, so at sea level, it's 14.7 psi. Okay? So we have air pressure on Earth. Why is that air pressure not leaving the surface of Earth to equalize or find an equilibrium with the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of outer space?
I mean, like, we have atmosphere around, that's why.
Well, you're using the term atmosphere. I imagine that you are imagining that there is some kind of layer of spherical air attached to the Earth somehow. Is that what you're envisioning?
Not attached. I'm saying it's surrounded.
Well, why is it surrounded to the Earth? Or why is it around the Earth that isn't a ball, by the way? See, the thing is if the Earth is not a ball, then you don't have an atmosphere. You don't have a sphere shape of gas. Does that make sense?
So what do you think? What's your point of view?
No, it's not about what I think. We have gas pressure on the Earth. The only way to create gas pressure is to have a container for the gas. In fact, gas pressure is defined by the collisions of the molecules of air with the walls of its container. Even NASA says that. That's a definition from the NASA website. So anytime that you have gas pressure or air pressure, you're going to need a solid barrier container. That's just the facts. So if we don't have any kind of barrier, a solid barrier, then there's no way for us to have gas pressure on the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the Earth cannot be exposed to an extremely high vacuum. If it were, there would be no gas pressure, or at least I would say 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure on the surface of the Earth, which means you and I would not be alive. There would be no way for life to occur since there would be no gas for anything to breathe. All of the gas would vacate the surface of the Earth as soon as it was leaving the surface of the Earth. Because, there's gas always leaving the surface of the Earth. If you go to the ocean, a lake, or whatever, there's always bubbles coming up. You've noticed that, right? And we also have a gas cycle. It's always coming from the oceans, the algae or the plankton or whatever, creating the oxygen cycle and all that stuff. So the Earth itself is breathing. But as soon as one of those bubbles were to, or, any kind of air was to leave, let's say, the dirt, it would immediately try to fill the available volume of the ever-expanding universe that is, put forth as an idea to those of us who live here. So there would be no way for there to be gas pressure in any way. Okay. So the Earth is measurably flat. It is not measured to be spinning or rotating or orbiting or doing any of that stuff. There's at least 4 different vectors we would have to detect. So we have axial rotation, then we have the orbit of the Earth around the sun, then we have the solar system hurling through the Milky Way galaxy, and then we have the galaxy itself hurling through the ever-expanding universe. That's 4 different vectors. we don't detect or measure any of those. Nobody on Earth has ever detected the Earth to be moving, save for the accelerations and the shifting that occurs in an earthquake. But that's it. No rotation, no linear or angular accelerations, none of that stuff. The Earth is stationary and it is enclosed. Why? Because we have gas pressure here. There must be a container to keep this gas pressure.
Hello, guys. How you guys doing?
Awesome. How are you?
I'm amazing, dude.
Great. What brings you by?
What brings me back? Have you spoken before?
No, I said what brings you by. I hope I didn't cut out.
Well, the topic is quite interesting, isn't it?
It is.
Everybody's talking about that Earth.
Yeah.
And I mean, these days, CGI is so good. You know, nobody knows history. Who knows? Maybe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, well, what we've decided to do is take the claims of the globe and then just measure them in reality. And there's no measurable curvature on the Earth anywhere. So
it's like they can't even see. They can't even feel. Yeah. Blew my mind when I found out about it a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Now I'm here.
Now you're here. Are you still kind of on the globe persuasion, or are you on the fence, or?
See, globe persuasion is, I'll tell you, I say that stuff to fit in. Because you cannot say it outright, because they'll put you. You know, they'll block your career, they won't let you say stuff, cancel you. They have been doing it. So I observe people. I try to sway their minds. I try to ask questions and see how they react. Because I know what I believe in. What do you think?
Well, I was just wondering, are you a, I don't want to give you the title, but are you a flat earther, or are you still on the globe?
Well, the globe ones I don't believe in. The flat ones I don't believe in either. But I know that it's not a globe. That's all I can tell you. Because I have a community of people in India that about 14 people there, they're all flat earthers. I am one of the old members there. I don't know the actual shape, but I damn as well know that it's not a fucking globe.
Sure. Well, fair enough. Well, welcome in. I don't know if you haven't been here before, have you?
No, I have not been. This is my first time.
Okay. Well, welcome.
I just found it very interesting.
Oh, it's interesting, all right.
Oh yeah,
we can talk
it is.
about this topic
For
forever.
those who know, they know. I think you have also seen the stuff. You also know the things related to it. You have seen the Buzz Aldrin video and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I ask people. The very first thing: Do you believe in moon landing? That's what I do.
Sure. Well, that's a good gauge to figure out kind of where their head is at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you?
Do I believe in the moon landing? Heavens, no. I don't think that the moon is even. Well, I don't even think that the moon is something that we can go to or land on. But that's just me. You know, there's no evidence that I can see that would prove that. No, I know that the Earth is flat. I know that everybody measures it flat and uses it flat. And nobody uses the globe for anything. They don't even use it for navigation. So there is no way that this place could be curved, because what we've been told by the surveyors and everybody and the navigators, they're saying, well, we measure it flat and we use it flat for convenience or for practical purposes. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if the Earth is curved, the easiest thing to do would be to measure it curved and use it curved, because that would give you your greatest accuracy. So if it's not curved, if it's flat, and you're using it practically as
latitude, just straight, doesn't make any sense.
Right. So everything is flat and Cartesian, and that's going to give us the greatest accuracy, and that's the way that we practically use it. So why would we even entertain the idea that the Earth is a globe?
My question is, the people who show me the images of the globe Earth, I cannot find a single picture on the entire internet, NASA, ISRO, or any space company of the Earth that is not CGI and not fake. Because every single picture that you can find on the internet is fake, CGI, or now AI, conveniently, where people are losing sight of what is real, what is not. So, DNA.
It's an interesting time to be alive.
Even something you see. Yeah. It's. And about the COVID-19, all that stuff, locked the whole world.
We won't be speaking about that.
Yeah, we don't really want to talk about that. We're live streaming in here, so we're going to kind of not talk about the old COVIDs, just to make sure that, YouTube is happy. But yeah. One of the ways we're being censored, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where is this going to be posted at?
Well, if you scroll to the top of the list of people in this particular Discord channel, you'll see 2 YouTube bots. If you click on those, there are links to the YouTube channel, and you can go there.
Yeah. So can we talk about the NWO?
It's going to be a short conversation.
Yeah, we try to keep it only on the Earth. If that particular topic overlaps the Earth, or this particular topic, flat Earth, then you can talk about that in context. But this is not necessarily just. We did have is Fee still in here? He left. He wore himself out, old tuckered out. So there might be a couple more Globers in here. I'm just not sure.
That must be a great character development for him.
I'm going to go on mute if somebody else wants to keep this conversation going. I got to mute up. Nice talking to you.
So, and if you guys want to share how you came to believe or came to realize that whatever you've been watching on TV, on reading on schools about the shape of the Earth is not as it is, as we are being told. Because I remember in my school, they said something about oblate spheroid, which is like making up words which do not exist. And this blabbering like parrots who don't even know what is real. They just believe everything that is being told to them. So
I have one if you are interested.
Sure.
What do you think about satellite? How they works? Or are they even exist? Or are they just faking around?
Well, I believe that they're all ocean-based. You get me?
Well, things in the sky are in the ocean. You said, did I hear you correctly? Did you say they were ocean-based?
Yeah. Because
so the things in the sky are in the sea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? Why do you believe that the things in the sky are actually in the
Well, I'm not
ocean?
talking about the things in the sky that are in the sea. First of all, you have to think, why is there a satellite?
What's a satellite?
Answer that question first.
No, what
Because
is a
of
satellite?
weather control?
Yes.
A satellite is an object that is sent from Earth
You
into the
asked me a
space.
question. You asked me a question. It's a high altitude platform. A satellite, something in the sky at high altitude.
Yeah.
It's a platform because it
High
has
altitude.
devices on it that can record, for example.
Different devices, yeah.
Yeah, so a high altitude platform.
High altitude. Yeah.
Yeah. So why did you bring up it's in the ocean?
Well, when I think about satellites, I think about phones. And when I think about phones, I think about towers. When I think about towers, I think about weather. When I think about weather, that's when the satellite comes in.
Yeah.
The people
So if we're
who are
talking about
globe they usually say that.
Yeah, I'd agree. If we're talking about communication, right, satellites will be part of the communication infrastructure, sending and receiving signal. A time ping, for example, so we can know our location, works in conjunction with undersea cables, towers and masts, for example, that send and receive signals. Your mobile phone will send and receive signal from a localized mast, maybe 3 or 4, so you can triangulate your position, potentially with a high altitude platform involved. So the question was, what do we think satellites are? They're high altitude platforms.
No, they're not.
They're not. So satellites that are high altitude, altitude being above mean sea level, upwards.
No. They can be altitude platforms. But are they some objects that are floating in the space? Is that what we believe?
Space? That's a different question. Space doesn't exist for things to float in.
Yeah,
Hold on, Jeff.
I know that. But
just a second.
when
Hey,
somebody
user
asks about
1381. Hold on, brother. User 1831. You want to close your mic so we don't have the echo, please?
Huh?
Close your mic so we don't have the echo. Well, I'll close it for you. No problem. You can ask to be unmuted, but if you're going to say something, say something. Don't leave your mic open indefinitely, please. Go ahead, fellas.
Thanks, mate. So back to satellites, high altitude platforms. Other technology exists. Yeah, you can have things like buoys on the surface of the ocean. Those pieces of technology that are used, it's in part of an entire infrastructure. You have contention with this? Or did we lose our speaker and maybe we should move on to the original person who asked the question? Still here?
Yeah, sorry, was that for me?
Yeah, the person who asked about satellites in the first instance.
Who's the guy?
Okay. So where are we up to in this conversation?
As I was saying, when people think about satellites, because I have to switch my brains, which one is the flat earther person, and then there's the normie, as I like to call them. When they think about satellite, they think about something that is floating in the space, as the Elon Musk narrative, and usually how they are taught in school. But when we think about satellites, now that's a term that I've heard for the first time, which is a high altitude platform, which is, I believe, is a more correct term. Because, for example, if there are plane crashes, there is also something of a device called emergency locator transmitter, and it uses a satellite to send signals of the GPS of where they are so that they can be rescued. And I do not think that they need something floating in the space to do that when it can be done.
It can be done, Yeah, it can be done on the ground and something that's at a higher altitude than the airplane. Doesn't have to be in the vacuum of space, it can just be at a higher altitude.
Correct. Now, the question that I beg to ask is then why all the stories about space, about aliens, about promoting movies about space and aliens, keeping the narrative alive? Just for distraction?
Yeah, they're keeping the narrative alive, is what they're doing. They want this narrative where the Earth is a sphere that was created by a Big Bang, where there's other life out there, we're not the only ones, right? They want this narrative. Satellites that orbit the Earth that's a sphere are a good way to propagandize this narrative. Space exists, right? Yeah. Satellites take pictures of the Earth because the Earth is a ball and they can go to the moon, which it's their narrative. It's why they went, quote unquote, to the moon. They didn't actually go, but it was a good way to fulfill the narrative. Right? Go to the thing that's orbiting around the Earth, turn around and take a picture, quote unquote, of the Earth that's a sphere that we're leaving. Because it's the only way that we can prove it, right, is by going far enough away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also found this video of Buzz Aldrin, where an 8-year-old girl asks him that why isn't there another moon landing program? Why haven't people been to moon again? And he answers very eloquently that it's because we never went there. And there's a reason why we never went there. And I think I know the reason. But that begs a question. Is why? What's the bigger picture? Why are they distracting us? Why are they keeping narrative alive? What is their purpose?
Okay. So within this narrative, they get to give you a creation story, right? How everything was created, sprung into existence, alongside things like the evolution narrative, how life forms develop, how life was created and developed over time to eventually here we are asking the question, how we got here. They give us a new creation narrative, and within this narrative, it's devoid of intelligent creation. It happened all by itself, they can argue. So it's devoid of God.
Ah. So now it makes sense. Because every movie that is coming from Hollywood, every show, somehow the story is being told in such a way to promote atheism. Now, atheism it gives them a person's empty mind to, I believe, mold into something that they want. I think capitalism has a lot of things to do with this.
But I think all governmental structures do. Whether it's capitalism, whether it's communism, whether it's socialism or fascism.
So all of them aren't just regulated by few people, few societies. All government, I don't think that's actually also real. All government. I don't think that exists. What do you think?
I think everything that's been happening over the last 80 years, specifically in recent history, has been an affront or an attack on God, including this NASA heliocentric narrative that gives its own creation story. Right? You just have to look at the way that the world has changed, let's say since the end of the Second World War, how society and how people have changed. Right? The things that we allow today that we didn't allow, say, 30 years ago, definitely not 80 years ago, without underlining any specific topic. But we just have to look at the world around us and realise everything's changed and not for the better. People aren't as great as they would want to think that we are. So I think that it's a changing of our mindset away from the obvious truth of our personal situation within the created system in which we live to something that is devoid of God, where man's in control, and it's going to be like a Pied Piper where they lead us off of a cliff somehow.
So I think everything that's happening in the world is very scary.
That
What? Why
begs
do you
another
think?
question.
Oh, go on then. You ask yours. I do apologise. Carry on.
No. Please ask me.
No, please.
So, you're a person, right?
Say that again. Sorry.
Are you a religious person? Are you someone who believes in God?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah.
You're a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. So, he came to know about all this stuff. I was an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And strangely, I'm still an atheist. Now, that has been quite hard for me to have a conversation with people who are religious, because they would obviously tell me that I'm lost, as my girlfriend would always say. Also Christian.
Right.
And she always says that you will come to the light. I know that. She says all that stuff. But now that begs another question. That, do you guys believe in God?
In God?
And why? Yeah. So
Okay,
you obviously do.
Okay.
I just want to know why.
Okay, so first instance, you need intelligence to create. Right? Without any religious doctrine, whether it be Christian, Muslim, or whatever, the will and the intent of that deity, right, without the religious aspect, answering the question how something was created, you need intelligence to create. So that can be termed as God in that first instance. Now, beyond that, it's a personal choice to, let's say, choose a religion from that point onwards. Personally, me, I look to the God of the Bible, because that's the only one who has ever claimed to be the creator of everything, where all of the other gods, they're kind of God of trees, God of wine, God of like this aspect and that aspect. They're not total gods, they're gods with a lowercase g. Now, you can argue the toss around the necessity for God. That's fine. That's what you get from the earth being a ball, right? This atheism that's devoid of God. But when the earth isn't that, and it's measurably not a sphere, it's obviously a created, ordered system, so needs a creator. It's up to you on this point on to make that choice of which direction you go with regards to how you religiously move on. I
think this might be an important point here, to ask him how he views his belief in the globe and to critically examine that as a religion.
Well, my answer to be, he says that you need intelligence to create. Now that begs the question, because intelligence itself is an abstract word, because it is used to define something that is efficient in doing a lot of things compared to something that is intelligence. Information. More information means more intelligent.
Mm-hmm. So to have information.
So
where do you get information from?
So information itself is something very large, because information has a lot of branches. And for example, if I say that I am intelligent, and if I say a statement that all human life is intelligent, then that also puts the intelligence in an abstract manner, because obviously not all human life is intelligent. Some of them are just downright retarded. But that's just the nature of things. So now I want to ask you that if intelligence is also a spectrum, and now if we put also creatures in them, for example, frog can also create a baby. Now that would not be intelligent life, but then intelligence is different. It can jump.
That's reproduction.
Reproduction.
Yeah, when a frog gives birth to tadpoles. That's a created system. It's reproduction.
That is also creation, right?
It's better termed as recreation.
Recreation.
Yeah.
Recreate.
You have the information taken from both partners. You put both pieces of information together, and that recreates a new being with the information held within the genetic code. See,
that also doesn't violate thermodynamics, and specifically entropy.
Yeah.
Whereas the Big Bang does.
No, well, Big Bang doesn't make any sense, right?
No.
Because the Big Bang theory is that everything was created from nothing. Because nothing cannot be created from... That doesn't make any sense. That goes against the theory of matter cannot be created or destroyed, right? But it can be expanded and it can be contracted. Am I using the right words?
Yeah. But the universe that we're told is the thing that's been created in the first, right? It's not a sphere. It's not orbiting around the sun in a solar system that's moving around some Orion's arm of the galaxy. That's not really the thing that's been created. The Earth isn't a sphere. It's something else.
Yeah.
So does the Big Bang exploding the universe to exist really take a part in this narrative?
Well,
because that's the creation of something that's the creation of something that doesn't exist. The Big Bang created the Earth that's a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere. It's measurably flat. So it didn't create that, right? So the whole how did the Earth get here question now starts with the Earth being not a sphere. It's a flat, contained, ordered environment. And when you look at the flat, contained, ordered environment that has laws, then there's a lawgiver.
No. I want to say that we are getting into a bit philosophical argument.
Yeah, it's all philosophical.
Now, whatever. Now, whatever we're going to say, it's not going to
It's going to be based.
Not going to make any.
It's going to be based upon what the Earth actually is. We can ask the question later how it was created when we figure out what it is that was created. So it's flat. That's what it's measured as. That answers this question about what the Earth is. We can go into another server and ask who created the Earth.
No. That's where I like to disagree a bit. Well, I do not agree that it's a globe. Yeah? No. I don't think Earth is a globe. But is it really flat? That I'm not really sure.
Okay.
That measures flat.
Because you say that because you've seen a bit of evidence, right?
Yeah, because I've measured the Earth to be flat.
You say that Earth is flat because of... So there has to be something beneath, right? Like outside, right?
There's other things. Yeah, there's now a
other things. Yeah,
other things.
So it becomes a bit of, I don't know, like landscape, like square, and where is it floating? All of these things.
Where's it floating?
The landmass, the ocean.
What?
Yeah, it has to be somewhere, right? It has to be somewhere.
Geometry.
All of this.
No, it doesn't. It does not. This could be existence itself. Right? There doesn't have to be an embedding space for an object called Earth.
So,
right? Does the Big Bang cosmology have an embedding space? Just to draw a parallel.
No. Just if you guys do have to give some examples of how you can, what exercises or what physics experiments you can do at your home to find out that the Earth is in fact flat and not really.
Won't be a physics experiment.
Or water.
It'll be surveying the land. It won't be a physics experiment. It'll be like sending a transit of a signal or like light, for example, a laser. Right? How we survey the land. If we could measure the deviation of the surface from that measurably straight line, that's how we survey the land. But we measure the Earth to be parallel beneath the laser.
There's no divergence of the tangent from the curved Earth surface. That's not what we measure. So we know the Earth's flat because of the way that the surface measures. The depth of it, mate, I don't know. The extremities of it, I don't know. Where it exists, like Echo just pointed out, it's probably just the entirety of reality in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just like the Nazi map.
I don't know about any Nazi map, mate.
He's talking about the AE.
No.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
No.
The AE? Would you care to explain what is that?
Yeah, sure. So a common misperception is that Earth is laid out like an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. So the Nazi map you brought up, people recall that in World War II, the Nazis did use such a projection of the globe in order to do their war plan. But it's a globe. Fundamentally, it's a coordinate reference system that is spherical, which is to say that it's a choice.
Oh, no. They're not talking about something else entirely.
No, it's a spherical coordinate reference system. I'll give you the geometry. It's flat. Yes, it is. Latitude and longitude, no matter how you display it, is spherical. And you can display and project it flat.
Are you a globe earther?
No, I just understand the globe.
You're just talking about the map, and it is projected flat, but it's a sphere, the Nazi map.
Yeah, that is a spherical coordinate reference system that has been projected flat. Latitude and longitude in any form, because it's derived from the heavens, from a celestial sphere, no matter how you project that. You could project it to look like a freaking banana or dinosaur. It's still spherical geometry that's got a different projection.
So that is not correct.
It's true. Sorry?
Yeah, sure. So if you guys had to recommend a map would be the most accurate, would it be just the Google Maps?
No, I would recommend something like a state planar survey map using a state plane coordinate reference system.
Yeah.
There are many examples of those.
So,
I mean, in all the literature that I've read in surveying and geodetic surveying, and even for some military technology, they acknowledge that using a planar coordinate system is more accurate for their applications than using a spherical one. I was just reading a paper by the United States Post-Naval Graduate School on this. So they've opted to use flat planar coordinates, not spherical ones, for drones and for targeting.
Yeah.
It's more accurate. More accurate than a ball.
So now that we have came to a point where we all agree about something, because I totally get what you guys are trying to say, and it makes a lot of sense. But what exactly is the end game of the people who are doing this? And I think I know, but I have to still hear what you have to say.
I wouldn't pretend to even know, but I'll tell you this. I think we're doing it to ourselves. I don't think it's necessarily being done to us.
Yeah, I think the same thing.
You have a choice to believe in the cosmology that everybody else seems to believe in. But when you go out and test it, it's not true.
Yeah. So all of these people who are just listening, nobody has anything to add. I mean, we can make the conversation really interesting.
Yeah, we can talk about topology, geometry, coordinate reference systems, and projections, cartography. No, why does
Judaism.
everybody seem to use latitude and longitude, right? That's a choice.
Yeah. And nobody seems to question that why do we use it like as if the earth was flat? That's a really important question. And yeah. So about the secret societies, because
I don't care about them personally.
You don't care about them? Okay.
No, I don't.
So all the wars
think
in
the
the
Earth's a
world,
globe
are they
too.
not? What did you say? Echo. What did you say? I was not able to hear you.
Secret societies have nothing to do with this, really. Truly, you go out, you see, you know, secret societies don't necessarily preach that the Earth is flat in reality, but we're going to fool the masses and tell them it's a globe. That's definitely not going on, from what I can tell.
So from where I'm coming from, I have heard, rather, I have seen the evidence, is that few rich people who are a part of some secret society, they control all the world by funding two countries or two sides so that they can fight and the money keeps running.
Yeah, it's a whole separate matter altogether. Yep.
It's a whole separate matter, you say.
Yeah,
But
this
it's
has
not
nothing to
related
do with,
to the narrative.
with the form of the Earth, the figure of it.
No, because if I'm saying that they are controlling the world, that means they're also controlling the narrative. That also means that if they are teaching in the schools, so the Earth is a globe, that means they have something to do with it, right?
I think they believe Earth is a globe.
They believe Earth is a globe. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't know that.
Correct. I don't think they do.
Okay, so all of that bullshit on the media is just them making up stories. As they say,
Listen.
science fiction and fiction, they're both the same thing.
Of course it is. Do you understand that the entire, if you go back in time, let's say you rewind the clock, okay? Let's rewind the clock back to the Cold Frickin' War. Right after World War II, America, the West, promoted itself as the victors, the new world power. And the space race quickly commenced. If you read the founding documents of NASA, their purpose is about technology and capabilities projection. Projecting potential technology and capabilities that doesn't actually exist. They can still think Earth is a globe and do that. They can still make you think satellites are orbiting a globe, and they can still believe in a globe because they haven't actually orbited a satellite around a globe. Right? It may have nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever.
Yeah.
They could still be trying to orbit a satellite around a globe and fail because they think Earth is a globe when it's not. And they could be concealing those failures from the public for all we know. I mean, there's an organization called the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB, set up by Truman and Eisenhower. It was a psychological operations board, and their purpose was to basically function as America's marketing campaign manager. We're going to market America to the world. We're going to sell America. One way we can do that is to commercialize space. So they make all these claims. They enter the space race. They do a fake moon landing. This technology may not exist because they believe Earth is still a globe when it's not. Can you fathom that? What a crazy idea, right?
The person
Yeah, what
who
about him?
directed the moon landing.
Yeah.
He was killed just before the release of his movie Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, maybe so.
So,
but my greater point here is to say that this really may have very little to do, if anything to do, with the idea of hiding flat Earth from the public. These people foisting these hoaxes may just be doing it to project technology that doesn't exist, to make America look like a superpower when it's not.
Superpower. Are nuclear missiles real? Is that real?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Benjamin, you have some events during 50s, very important events. Shoot the rockets in the sky, and they will realize that they cannot. Yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to shift people's perceptions away. The perception of flat Earth being a conspiracy theory. While it could be true, there's far more evidence before us to show that space programs, NASA, all of this has less to do with flat Earth and more to do with projecting technology that doesn't exist, for marketing, for selling weapons and ammunition, selling fear.
So,
and perhaps other countries have figured it out too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, look at China. China's got so many bloopers and screw-ups with their space program. It's freaking hilarious. And countries that figure out that they can project power, succeed in propaganda, go to outer space. They go to outer space on TV and the internet.
China is a monster in itself, entirely, a different monster. And I believe a separate topic as well. Because, a funny thing about China is that the president of China literally knows everything that is going on in this country. Why I say that? Because in their cameras, when the people are walking, there is literally man identifier, like some kind of a technology that has been built by Iron Man. Like if you're walking on the street, it is showing where you live, who you are, who your father was, what they used to do, who your grandfather was. And that kind of identification is crazy. That kind of technology is crazy. That builds up a system of no mistakes, no human mistakes, using technology as a tool to such extent that your humanity starts to fade away a little bit, because you start to think in numbers and statistics and profits and loss, and then there comes an inevitable decision. And that is also what has been the narrative of the West as well in the movies. But continuously I have seen that they run such stories or greenlight such movies where the situations are worst, like they are bad, and the person who had to do horrible stuff. Game of Thrones was a great example, I believe. Great fan of the show. Breaking Bad, Ozark, all these things where they show that they are stuck in a situation, they have to do something really, really bad. And that somehow proves that there is no God, there is no existence of God. And why I name Ozark? Because if you guys have seen Ozark, there's a scene where because I believe a lot of people are Christian here. She says that it's an emotional dialogue where she has been tied up and she's a very bad woman, but somehow the story says that she has gone through a lot of stuff that made her like this. And she says that Adam and Eve would probably not have eaten the apple because it was probably because there was only that apple and nothing else, no trees, and they were probably starving, and they had the only option to eat the apple. That's why they did it. So it's a hypothetical. It's for the sake of fiction. That's what she said. I'm not trying to say that anything is real or not. The local
we know things are real, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything, to be honest.
Yeah, we do. We know things are real. We know what things are real and what things we can't know are real too. Yeah, listen, if you didn't eat breakfast today, how would it make you feel?
See, that's analogy that is not going to make sense if you continue this.
If you didn't drink water, how would it make you feel?
No.
If you didn't take a piss, how would it make you feel?
We know the answer.
You don't live in a virtual reality simulator that's like free of consequences. There are real consequences.
No. Actually, you are very much sounding like the people. I don't know. That certainty about something that makes me.
Yeah, I do have full certainty about things. I know I'm alive, dude. I know a world preceded my existence too.
I mean, if you run a simulation and you ask the character if you're alive, he would probably say yes, that I am alive. But is he really alive from your perspective? Probably not.
So let me ask you a question, because when you go down these rabbit holes of simulation or brain in the jar, thinking these are all philosophies or ideas of men that create hopelessness and a detachment from your experience, which is purposeful. No matter if you're a brain in the jar or not, the way that you experience life is in the body that you are in right now and the mind that you are given. So why don't you just go ahead and come to terms that that is where you are going to be until the machine gives out, okay? Just live where you are. Don't philosophize. Don't go down these trails of maybe it's this other thing. When what you live in is a body in reality, just be there. Live your life in the reality that you're in.
Yeah, Dasein is the path towards truth and flat earth. I love it.
Now there's a new religion.
Sorry?
Have you guys heard about it? A new religion.
What?
It's called optimistic nihilism. Now that's two both contradictory words. Because if you're a nihilist, you don't believe in anything. And if you're a person who's optimistic, that means you always look for something positive. And a person who's an optimistic nihilist.
What's wrong with a positive psychological disposition?
Yeah.
Positive hopelessness. Yeah, that makes sense.
Positive hopelessness. Yeah.
Is that what you're calling?
If it is positive, then absolutely there is a certain hope and belief. That is the main thing, right? Belief. Purpose. That is the center of all the things that we're talking about, right?
So there's a new religion you're saying that's forming based around a godless philosophy?
No. It was just, I was being sarcastic.
Okay.
Because you see, my girlfriend is a Christian and she's hell-bent on making me into a Christian, which then makes me turn away because...
Sounds like you have an existential problem.
No. I'm going somewhere. Because if I wanted to be religious, I'll probably believe in my religion and my stories rather than some foreign stories. Then you guys would not have to do anything with that because you would say that as long as you believe in something, a purpose.
Listen, we're not here to talk about our personal beliefs or any beliefs. We're here to talk about what's actually real.
Well, here we cannot even come to a certainty whether what is the shape of the earth. Then I don't. That's only your personal belief that we're talking about what's real.
We know our experience
really
is real.
We don't know. See, that's the problem.
No, it's not a problem. It's a problem for you if you think it can't be real. Like I said earlier, what happens if you stopped eating or stopped drinking?
No.
Oh yeah, you will end your existence pretty quickly, won't you?
Or is that your experience? Just answer this question.
Oh,
there is a problem in this conversation. Is that the truth? Or is that your experience?
The problem is your subjective realism.
Subjective realism.
Yeah, you think what's real is subjective to you.
You also think that. You just
no,
exactly
I don't.
Said
I believe in objective reality.
Babe.
I believe in a reality that is objective, which is independent of my own existence. And I know it's actually true because I know the world had to precede me.
Okay, man.
That means if you go to the beach, we will experience the same thing, you, me, and Sporadic. The same thing, that vision and the measurement. We will not. I will not have some different perspective than you.
No, I understand. No, I understand. That was not what I was trying to say. I totally get you.
I know I'm a product of my parents' reproduction. We were talking about reproduction earlier.
Yeah. Reproduction, recreation, how is that different from creation? We're talking about that.
Well, yeah, one is ex nihilo, but I'm talking about whether or not a world can precede your existence and therefore be more objective because it's independent of your own.
No, you don't know
for it to be subjective, you have to provide it that quality, right, of existence. You must. But if the world exists apart from you, then guess what happens? The world carries on whether or not your subjective preference for what's happening exists in the first place.
Well, there can be a lot of things that can be said about that, but this has been becoming a lot tiring because we came to the same loophole again and again. Because there are some basic things that. No. It's about. I think we are saying the same thing, but we're just talking for the sake of conversation.
Good. What if I said the Earth is objectively, measurably flat and experienced that way?
Because it is.
It doesn't matter what kind of positive hopelessness comes out of that. It doesn't matter if I'm completely nihilistic.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
So this is me trying to bring the subject of the conversation back to Earth, back to 24/7 flat Earth. Because this pseudo-psychology, pseudo-philosophy is really going to lead nowhere. You know, there may only be a few things we can know for certain in life. And this is one of them. The topic of this room absolutely is one of those fewest, most important things that you can know about yourself and your reality. And I think this is why it's so important to us. Now, wouldn't you say that something like that could be empowering, whether or not you accepted it as truth?
I think it has to do
to have true knowledge about your world.
Beliefs. Then
no, this is not. This is independent. You could go out and measure the Earth, whether or not I know you as a person exist, and you can discover its flatness for yourself.
No, but I'm not talking about that.
I am.
We've gotten into a hypothetical loophole. We have to get out of this.
You need to get out of it. I'm not in one.
All right, man.
Yeah, I don't think any of us here who are moderators, at least, are in one either. I mean, Sesu, what do you think? Are you in a hypothetical loophole over this topic?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to understand something, and there are some problems.
No, the Earth is measurably flat. It's something that we can experience. It's something that we can verify independent of anybody else. So if all of us are validating the same experience, then that is the foundation of our reality.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to start to ask more existential questions about that, or even spiritual questions, that's up to you. But everybody experiences and measures the Earth to be flat.
I want to correlate that with religion because I think one of the persons said that if we know that
It's
it was
not a religion.
created,
What is a religion? It's an acceptance of a globe without evidence.
please repeat what you said.
Yeah, something that's a religion that's pertinent to this discussion is the acceptance of your cosmology, particularly a heliocentric globe, a cosmology, without evidence. This entire world, it seems, the vast majority has accepted the idea of a globe without evidence, and they don't think that this is a religion, but it is. It's a godless religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
here
I
talking
agree with
about
that.
beliefs. We're not here talking about accepting
Yeah,
ideas without evidence. We're here
How many
promoting
people?
something that is
Yeah,
evidently true.
sure.
Well, think of it this way, right? How many people are there currently alive that think they live on a spinning ball in outer space and have never experienced that?
It goes almost beyond religion to just straight delusion.
Yes. Right, because
I mean, I hate to put it this way.
experiences have experiences, but nobody experiences a globe.
Right. I mean, it's uncomfortable to think this way, but the vast majority, at least of the Western societies, are essentially under some sort of hypnosis or mind control where they completely deny their experience in reality and think of themselves in a completely different paradigm that was suggested to them over years of training. Usually the training was achieving through motivation by either reward or shame, right? So if you don't do well on the test, shame. If you do well on the test, then you're essentially elevated or praised for that. And you get to go to a better school. And, you have smart friends. So this mind control, this hypnosis, this programming occurs over many years, and it becomes a delusion.
And they just happen to pick astronomy instead of any other subject, huh?
No, they use all the subjects.
So chemistry is wrong?
There are parts of chemistry that is purely theoretical.
Theoretical
evolutionary biology.
That brings me to bacteria. Is that real?
Geology. No, the carbon dating scam. Partially linked to chemistry, I guess. But to answer your question, I think it really did kind of start with astronomy. I mean, let's think about what the ancient Greeks did.
4 elements. They did that. How about the fun one, Greek fire?
The eighth day, man built a world in his own image, and it was bad.
Oh, hi, Sporadic.
Hi, Wersa.
Having a good time? Okay.
Yeah, on the globe, that religion this old boy was talking about, I forget, I didn't see what his name was. It doesn't work because they told you it's all over but the crying. Einstein wrote a letter to Truman, said, if you do that, if you drop the bomb on the Empire of Japan, you will end the war. But you will start an arms race. And he can't imagine what weapons World War III will be fought with. But he knows, without a doubt, World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Inside the globalist worldview, that is the only logical conclusion for humanity. It's bombing ourselves back to the Stone Age. There's no rose-colored glasses. There's no pretending like it's not going to happen. You've only got one ending to the story. Just one.
No, man, they're pushing it with the bioweapons. That would mean there is no World War IV. They're all gloomy, aren't they?
Or you can do what flat earthers do, and you can document the downfall, spend some time with some people you can tolerate, doing some things you enjoy. Enjoy life while you got it. Seize the moment.
Hell yeah, dude.
Or you can listen to this Harvard professor talking about some unpredicted comment, making unpredicted movements, is actually an alien life form that's hostile.
Okay, man.
So you got a choice to make. Which one do you want to do? Do you want to live in the fool's paradise, pretending like the end of the story isn't already written? Or do you want to be at the really is level? Where are you at right now? The choice is yours. Make a pick. I mean, this is at the end of the day, you're going to have to decide how you lived life and on what terms you lived life on. You got people in Washington, D.C. calling the police now if they spot a homeless person. So that's what you got. You've got the most advanced space age culture that humanity has ever seen. This is America. We landed on the moon 60 years ago and has criminalized homelessness in its capital city. I mean, I saw this movie. It's called Hunger Games. Was that like a big craze about 20 years ago? Yeah, old boy who chimed up. The sun is a light in the sky. That would be a light in the sky.
Sun is a light in the sky.
Yeah. Is it not that?
Something that is millions and millions of miles away, obviously.
Oh, how do you know that? How would you know it's millions of miles away? And if that's right, then how come is Copernicus wrong? You know, like all these other people who came up with measurements to the sun, how are they all wrong? And you were the smartest tool in the shed. They're mere amateurs. Their calculations and measurements, all completely wrong. That you knew the answer the whole time. You just held it back for some reason.
What about all the telescopes? Do you think they're all fake?
Yeah, what about them?
That people can't see by their own eyes.
See what? See the sun? You look at the sun through a telescope, do you?
The moon.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest looking at the sun through a telescope. Okay, whatever this guy's pitching, yeah, don't do that.
I do not want to burn my eyes.
Yeah, so like looking through a telescope. So you're like, what is the sun? And then dude looks through a telescope and says it's a million miles away or millions of miles away. Do you even know? Is it just a guess? You just kind of like said, That must be millions of miles away, because the moon isn't a million miles away, but it's the same size as the moon. So one's a million miles away, the other one isn't a million miles away because of telescopes. Dude, you want to try again?
Well, it's...
Okay, how about this? Are the sun and moon about the same size?
Understood what I said, and you just said something on your phone.
Yeah, are the sun and moon about the same size, or are they different size?
Yeah, that's what my question is.
Are they the same size or not? What do you think?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
But do you think a telescope can help?
With what?
Finding out whether one
if they're the same size or not? No, you look through a telescope and they're about the same size. Okay, now what?
Now what? Well, I don't know if they will be the same size. What if they are not?
No, they are. Yeah, the sun and moon are exactly the same size when viewed through a telescope.
Okay. Okay.
With a very minor variation. Very minor.
And
their angular size is exactly the same as seen from Earth. Okay, so how is it not that? How are they not the same size now? You look through a telescope, you say, the sun and the moon. So view through a are you saying that telescopes don't work? Is that your claim, that they're broken somehow?
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm trying to just...
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? Are telescopes broken? They don't work?
They must be rigged somehow.
Rigged somehow, huh?
Probably they do not exist. That's what I think. If it happens.
All right. Well, yeah, go with
because
that.
If the narrative is right, then it should work, and it should be able to tell me what am I looking at, where am I looking at, what's the distance it is going to show me, right? So if it does not do that, then obviously then I would find out that it is rigged. Now that...
Unless a telescope, a telescope tells you the distance now. It displays a number. You look through an object. You look at an object through a telescope, and a number appears and tells you how far away it is.
Well, if the narrative is right, then it can show me Saturn, Jupiter, Mars at the right time.
How far away they are?
If I went in the right direction.
And it tells you how far away?
Yeah, if I fix it in a certain... So the lenses should be pointed at a certain direction, and it should be fixed, the glasses. Then it could show me that you are looking at this at this distance. And hence, this ball of light is Saturn or Mars or whatever you want to call it.
That's
incredible. Now, my question would be, what are they? How are they just balls of light floating? And yeah, I'm trying to understand it.
No, trying to understand you is what you're trying to do. You've looked through a telescope. You don't see any numbers on there. You then added numbers you don't see. You hallucinated numbers. Then you said these objects in the sky are giant objects that are really far away, but they're the same angular size anyway. And then you just hallucinated somehow that told you what Earth was. You've got some back-to-back, deeply contradictory hallucinations that you're not really understanding about what to do with this. So you asked me a question. I told you what the answer was, that these are lights in the sky. You agreed and then hallucinated that they're millions of miles away. You said that the sun was a few million miles away. So your physics were wrong. You got the wrong answer.
I never said
Maybe someone taught you how to do it, but you couldn't do it.
If it is a million miles away, or is it just a ball of light floating? So I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's a ball. It's just a ball.
I'm not trying to attack or say what I believe. I'm just trying to understand. Do you understand it? I'm trying to understand.
Well, I look up, I see a light in the sky, and you're trying to tell me it's not a light in the sky, or is it that?
Obviously, it is a light in the sky, but it is a ball of light. It is very close.
Obviously, too.
How far is it?
Yeah, obviously, too. Your telescope's not going to tell you how far away something is. That's obvious, too.
Okay.
two things that somehow you disagree with and you agree with at the same time. The sun is a light in the sky, so is the moon. And telescopes do not tell you how far away something is. So you agree with both those things. But then you go on to say that the sun is millions of miles away, but you don't know that. You're just saying it for some reason. Like just saying, bro. And then ask me if I agree with your hallucination. No, I don't. I disagree with you're hallucinating.
There's a certain if that you missed about multiple times. So that is me trying to understand. Now I'm telling you for the second time, there was a if it is something that is a million miles away. Now, I don't know because I felt that there is some kind of that pressure rise that you're trying to impose on me something that I believe.
Nothing. Nothing, dude.
I'm certain
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to impose anything on you. I really don't care what you have to say, to be honest. I don't even know why you chimed in. We're clear. Talking to this other guy, I bet he probably left. You gave him a golden parachute. This other dude talking about how he's got some sort of fool's paradise and he's got a new religion he was talking about, and you probably gave him a chance to escape. So no, I think a distraction, a massive distraction that you basically just started squawking for no reason whatsoever. I gave you the same answer that you had yourself, and then you're suddenly confused by it. So no, I don't want anything from you. I don't need anything from you. Your ideas are just a hot mess, like hot garbage. Probably even more so than this other guy who was talking about his new religion of nihilism or positive nihilism or whatever he was going on about.
Was church in here today or something?
Yeah, it was quite bizarre. Yeah, I didn't see his name. It was like Winslow. I think Spravic had said his name, like Windsor or something like that. But I just tried to tab in. There's anyone with that even close to it. There's no W's even in the chat anymore. So I guess he must have ran off.
That was the Church of Truth guy, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that he was talking. Oh yeah. Spravic just typed in chat. WR or WYRSA.
Oh, we're
Oh no, it wasn't him. Okay, it was someone else then. Okay.
Oh, Weirsa is the funniest dude. He's like, oh, I can't really talk about what I do for a living. It's too sensitive. But I don't want to take a side. Period. He loves hanging out.
Okay, no, I misspoke. There's like two people talking at the same time, but yeah. So anyway, there was like some dude who was thinking that it's great, everything's good, don't worry about it. Life is great. Just keep pretending like nothing matters and everything's happy, and you can develop a new religion.
That sounds like Church of Truth, dude. That's who it sounds like. He's been in here and he was saying that. There's another kid in here who was saying a similar thing. Basically, like, none of it matters. Why are we even discussing it? Truth doesn't really matter. I think he was in here last night. He had a strange name too. Did he have like an anime girl profile picture?
Yeah, I was tabbed out at the time. I just kind of I was going to say earlier that was that song Black Velvet, that's basically, he read the lyrics to Black Velvet and then just made a religion out of it. He's like, hey, check this out.
Oh man, I heard a couple good ones today. I was listening to Jedi and Says Who talk to this one Indian dude.
Yeah, Jedi did a good job too. I was off mic for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty interesting with these events. You're trying to get through to these people. It's an uphill climb, I tell you. trying to get them to actually listen to what you're saying instead of ask you, well, what is your job and how educated are you and all this other stuff. So
we got Ryan here. Ryan, you want to mic up? Instead of just talking in the chat, Ryan, you could join the VC.
Did that tag me?
Yeah, Ryan.
Are you Ryan?
Come on, Ryan. Ryan? It's Ryan? Gotta have the upward inflection because there's a question mark.
Oh, yeah. Ryan?
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 For sure.
Okay, no worries, Ryan. Dogpiling. So, does that mean that you don't have any defense for your claims? Are you going to kind of appeal to these guys are big and mean and scary, and there's too many of them? Is that how it's going to go? We're just asking you for evidence for your claim. We're not here to dogpile on you. That sounds a little snowflakey, but whatever. You're just going to stay in the chair.
What if he picks one person to talk to, and then that person can take lead? So we'll do it on his terms. Like, we'll roll out the red carpet. Here you go. Here's your chance to talk. Present your evidence, and one person will give you feedback on it. We'll peer review you. Does that work for you, or is it just a cop out? Do you think? Do you think he's going to just run away again?
Well, we're going to see if it's a cop out. So you were discussing this with T-Dub, so we'll let you speak to T-Dub. And we'll all be quiet. We'll all go on mute, and you can just talk to T-Dub and tell him about your globe proofsies, okay? We'll make a special space for you. It'll be safe.
Do you want to talk to somebody who's more educated than you or less educated than you, Ryan? We could try and work it out.
That sounds like a cop-out. He's saying, I've heard that before, so now he's just copping out. So we gave you an opportunity to speak to one individual. That's kind of redundant, but the point is, you get an opportunity to speak to one guy, and you don't want to take that. Yeah, well, texting takes forever. So, and they're just as weak in the side chat as they are in here, Ryan. It's just about saving time and efficiency. Do you like efficiency, Ryan?
What was Ryan's stance?
I don't understand. I don't understand why he thinks an observation requires an explanation. I mean, you just see it happen. Yeah, and by the way,
describe it.
You're going to be using a flat Earth for that elevation angle to the sun. Yeah, that you're imagining is explained by orbit. Why do you impose upon reality something that you don't experience? Why do you do that, Ryan? Why do you see something and then imagine it's something else? That's what you're doing. And then you say, but it explains it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain it. The observation itself explains itself. It doesn't need explanation. You just go out, take an elevation angle measurement to the sun using a flat Earth, by the way, and that's it. You don't have to imagine it as something different that you'll never, ever witness, ever.
Oh, he wants to infer, T-Dub. He wants to infer that his fairy tale religious system is part of his observation.
When
he doesn't have any evidence.
Invalid.
What?
Since when are inferences totally invalid?
Nobody said that.
Then why are you wanting to infer?
Yeah, because he's saying it's evidence, bro. No, it's not. It requires evidence.
An inference is not evidence.
So you've got this idea. Okay, so you've got this idea that what we witness the sun do from our perspective, is something else, right? That you don't experience, right? Okay, prove it, because your idea is not the proof, right? Your idea requires proof. You're saying it's explained by my idea. No, your idea requires proof.
I mean, his idea.
You can't just say, well, you know, it all works out
idea, but yeah.
on paper, in my imagination, on the TV. It works out. Yeah, it makes sense.
I made a box fan. That was my idea for the day. Is Echo here? Is he busy? I guess he was busy earlier.
He wrote also that the length of the day during the year proves that Earth is a sphere, but that's opposite. That's not correct. You cannot have on the sphere 16 hours of the day and 8 hours of the dark. That's not possible if you have one source of the light somewhere in the space shining on the sphere. You need to have all the time 12 hours of daylight every time.
Why?
Because you are shining the light on the sphere. You can take the basketball. You can take the basketball. You take any source of light what you want from that basketball. If you can shine more than half of basketball, we can speak.
I think that was a new person, Sasha. Just came in and said hello and didn't understand where you were coming from or who you were responding to. But either way, they were rude and we're cutting you off, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, to anyone joining, one at a time, ask your questions one at a time. Do that in text or in voice chat, preferably voice chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks to all the members of the panel for answering questions, taking time out of their day to come here and, work this proverbial soup kitchen of knowledge.
So now that we do not believe in space, and in space there is very interesting thing going on in the narrative, which is the Kepler telescope, and how it was focused on one light, and the planets that were orbiting that light. That's how they counted that a lot of planets that are like Earth are present there. But we believe that that is all fiction, and that side-to-sides are not real. So that telescope is also not real. Now, the question was, can telescope measure distances? So I think that was answered by Craig that no, you cannot determine that. But I looked it up and it says that there are these parallax, standard candles, redshifts. So parallax is a method where you determine what is the distance of the planets are. But I'm not really sure that if it's a real thing or not, because I'm not a telescope expert. So if anybody knows anything about in that matter, please feel free to speak up and answer my question.
Well, that wouldn't be a telescope, would it? That would be binocular vision. That would be two telescopes at a certain distance away from each other. So you ended up completely taking a dunk on your worldview there. You said one telescope can measure distance, then your Googling told you you can't.
No, I don't.
You would need at least two to get binocular vision, and it'd have to be a known distance away from each other. So, I mean, at this point, I would say you should feel pretty embarrassed that this is something you said you learned.
See, man, listen. I'm not trying to do anything here. I'm just asking questions. I don't know why you are missing that every time. You're trying to make it sound very personal. So if you can just answer the
Well,
questions.
that's an appeal to motive or tone. It's a logical fallacy. All I told you was a telescope can't tell you the distance. And you disagreed with that. And you thought telescopes were fake.
What is parallax, if you're a telescope expert or not? I've never said all of those things that you try to put in my mouth. Every time
he was basically saying he didn't believe in space. He said that first, like he didn't believe in space, and he was basically taking the side of the flat earthers on the side of the, but still asking the question to get some clarification. So correct me if I'm wrong, Ben. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, take the position of a flat earther and take a measurement, observation, or practical demonstration of the Earth. The two words there, you've got flat and Earth. No one's talking about sky, outer space, giant balls of dark forces manipulating, mass through the bending and warping of time and space. The only thing we're talking about here is the Earth and the surface of the Earth that is measured, observed, and practically used as flat. If you want to take the position of that, which is flat Earth, you would do that. Otherwise, I don't know what you're doing. It sounds like some kind of LARP, but either way, until you get back to the surface, then you're not talking about what a flat earther is talking about. You're just putting a flat earth sticker on it for some reason, which you really didn't explain or take questions on.
Well, you see, believing something entirely is also, I believe, a faulty way of approaching something. So I'm just asking questions here, again, for some time.
But Ben, let's say that we can measure that, and then what?
Then what?
Because now we are discussing now. Can we measure, let's say, 1 million miles with a telescope? Okay.
Can we? I don't know.
I think we cannot. But I will ask you this question: can we measure with some optical instrument 20 miles? I think.
Yep, measure much for silence. Yeah, I don't know how much. I don't know if his connection is messing up. But if I'm not mistaken, okay.
Sure.
No, I was just saying, based on his question, I think he was just asking a clarifying question for members, because if I'm not mistaken, earlier you stated that there's a flat Earth group that you're a part of, and you all get different questions and stuff. So I'm believing, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's asking for a clarification on a question that he's received in the past about the telescopes that are alleged to be out there.
And if there's questions, I have to answer.
Yes, exactly. So this is what I thought. So he's basically trying to figure out if there's a way to debunk that whole notion of a telescope being able to verify a distance of a luminary in the sky. Basically, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're absolutely correct, Joe. Thank you.
Okay. It's easy. You just assume that Venus is not the same size like Earth. You assume that it's double size, and then it's debunked. That's how it's begin. That's how it begins. All these distances in the sky. You know, you have a Venus. You get the radius of the Earth. You get everything, and then you have distance to the Moon, distance to the Sun, distance to the all stars. If you put that double, it's double sizes, and it's working again. If you put that triple, it's working triple, and it's working again, and it's working with only different numbers.
Yeah.
That's parallax. In this case, this is Venus parallax. They assume the same size of the Earth and they make the parallax. That's how they did it. You can do it because you know how they did it. They watched with the telescope Venus and they said it's the same size like Earth. Now you can be new astrophysicist and say, look, when I see through the telescope, I see the double size of the Earth. Oh, and then you get another math and your math is correct and it will work. The same way like it's working. It's only double sizes. The sun is not anymore 93 million miles away. Now you have the sun. It's bigger. That how much? 2 times bigger also, and it's 186 million miles away. And you double all distances. The moon is not anymore 240,000 miles away. It's 480,000 away, and it's working.
Thank you. Thank you, Shasha. Was that you?
Yep.
Thank you.
You can read about that, how they get the distance to the sun. Everything is written, you know. On Google or whatever, you know, you can find everything about it.
No,
I think they did also, I think, with the Mars. I'm not so sure, but I know for sure that they did with the Venus.
And you can watch to think about.
And you can watch to the history of the let's say who measures distance to the sun, and you will see the difference between 1 million miles and 93. Even some guy went over the 100.
You know, because the only chapter that I had trouble in physics was light. Never understood it.
Because our numbers, it's a math. It's doesn't matter, you know. But that's what is matter. It's what you can do like a human being. You cannot, you know, verify all these distances and stuff because it's not possible. What you can do on the Earth, you can check, is this radius, what everything was assumed on that radius is correct. And that radius is telling you with your height, it's a geometrical horizon, it's there, 5 kilometers, 3 miles. You go outside, you check yourself, oh my God, there is so flatness, and you can see 20 miles, 30 miles. That means there is no sphere there. And plus you need, if you think logically now, the sea level water, when it's still, it's leveled and then, you know, it's not conformed like a sphere. That's not possible. Why is this? And plus you have elevation profile. That's everything above the sea level, and you measure it like that. You have a small hill in the middle of the continent. You cannot have a 20-meter hill above the sea level if you have sea level on the sphere, let's say. Because the sea level is somewhere 2,000 miles away from you, and how you can be 20 meters only above the sea level? It's reality against TV, man. Because on TV you will see the spherical Earth for sure. That stuff must occur also in reality. And it doesn't.
Hello, guys. Are there any flat earthers here?
Are there any flat earthers? Take your pick, man. Good luck.
What is the name of the server of the channel?
Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Are you first time here?
Yeah, first time. Yeah, first time.
Okay. What would be for you first time you're here? The question about the flat, because you said you are searching now for the flat earther. If somebody say I'm flat earther, what you will ask him? First question.
Wait, shouldn't you clarify what that guy thinks a flat earther believes? Otherwise, you're going to get into the. Okay.
You'll find out now.
I think they have a different view of astronomy, where the Earth is some model where the Earth is not spherical.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that it's a model, or you don't know what they are thinking?
Like, do I think it to be true?
No. Do you think that you know what flat earthers, what they are claiming? What is the reason they are calling themselves flat earthers, or you don't know that things? Or you have something in mind? You think this is what flat earthers think?
Yeah, I assume that. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have a different model than conventional astronomy.
They don't have a model. I will tell you in the first place.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah, look at the devil, huh? That's why I ask you, what would be your first question when you want to ask, because you're new here? My question would be this, I will help you. I will find out why they are flat earthers first, what they are, what their main points, and then based on that, I will, ask my question.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Why are flat earthers, I guess?
Because there is no measurable curvature in reality what is necessary antecedent for a sphere. That means if you have a sphere, the surface must curved.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, and there is a size of the Earth, geometry of the Earth, and it's saying 3,959 miles. I can tell you the numbers, blah, blah, blah. It's saying that there is a curve, and you can check it for yourself. And people here did it for themselves, and they realized, oh my God, there is no curvature.
Isn't the Earth? Wouldn't it be a very small amount of curvature?
Yeah, you can look into that. How much is that? I was surprised also when I looked the first time into that. For example, for let's say that you're 2 meter height. What do you think? How much you can see on this sphere?
I believe it's 3 miles.
Yeah, and do you know that we have observation with, let's say, 30 centimeter height? Showing 18 kilometers.
Okay.
Sometimes 30 kilometers. Sometimes 50 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main point. But you can go into that more if you want to ask people more questions, but it's more about the surface. There is no model. Model is that where you are living. You can choose the country, for example, sea, whatever. It's not curving in reality. That's the model, the original Earth where you are living.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, as I understand it, if the Earth were flat, then we would be able to see a lot more of the Earth.
Not more than 275 miles, what is Guinness record.
Okay. Because of the atmosphere, I presume?
Yeah, optics and atmosphere, and also very, very important thing, angular resolution.
It's not atmosphere, it's atmosflat. I already told you.
Oh.
Yeah, atmosphere is the wrong word. That's wrong.
Like
it should be atmos-flat.
No,
Adam's flat. Oh my god, that's hilarious, bro. Atmos
For flat earthers, I coined this new term for flat earthers. Atmos
You know
flat.
why? You know why he's saying? You know why he's saying that?
Is it because it's funny? I don't know.
No, not because it's funny. It's not funny. Atmosphere. Atmo mean gas. Sphere is the shape. The gas never take the shape of the sphere.
Yeah, well, it's a little funny. I mean, that's a little funny.
Stratos flat. It should be exhaust flat. Stratos flat. Right.
It is funny, but we are calling that atmosphere. But it's like.
Yeah, you should coin the new term. Flat earthers should coin the new term.
No, it's called Atmos only. Atmos.
No, Atmos flat. Atmos flat.
No, you don't need flat. It's Atmos. That's what is above. If you want to speak about the surface, you can speak about the plane.
Means atmosphere is a wrong word.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about your worldview, and so then what's his name?
Exosphere is wrong. Stratosphere is wrong. Mesosphere.
Dude, who's that guy who got beheaded? There's that guy they killed because the Catholic Church killed him or whatever because he thought he was killed for nothing then because he was wrong.
I know that it's funny. Can you remember what I told you in the beginning about the surface and curvature?
Which part?
So if surface measure flat, how I will call that surface?
If a surface is flat, how would you call it?
I will call it flat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Can you have 10 miles of flat surface on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles?
Is it a perfect sphere, I guess, would be the question.
It doesn't matter, it's a perfect sphere. This is the radius.
Okay, but
it must be perfect also because it has the radius, yeah.
But as I understand it, planets are generally not perfect spheres.
Okay, and how we will check that? With the words or with what?
I assume with some pretty complicated math, I would guess.
Math in front of computer or something else?
I mean, I guess I could Google how to determine the shape of a planet, but
and how
maybe it might have to...
Sorry.
Oh, I was just guessing it might have to do with measurements of gravity at different parts of the planet, given that the mass would differ if it's not a perfect sphere, but I'm not an expert in the area.
How I will know that the coast from England to France is curving? Should I look on the Google?
Well, actually, you said a cruise, right? Like a boat?
No, I said the coast.
The coast.
Yeah, that La Manche, the canal,
Yeah, well, I guess back in the old days, they used to draw the coast.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That means if somebody give me the coast drawn, I will say this is that coast. It must be that.
Okay. I guess if you drew all of the coasts in the world, it would, would you not come up with a round world? Because, you wouldn't find a drop-off anywhere.
Drop-off?
Yeah, drop-off, like a edge, a cliff, like a
drop of the sphere. When you go over the distance and you're dropping, you're speaking about that.
No, like a flat, in a sphere, there is no drop off.
Can you tell me something? What contains water?
A cup, I guess.
Something else? What contains lake?
What contains lake? Like the Earth has a lakes?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Can I fall over the lake?
The shore. It's called the shore, by the way.
Oh, the shore. Okay.
Can I fall over the shore?
I don't think so.
Why are you asking about falling somewhere over the somewhere?
Well, I guess like a flat object has a place where it ends.
Flat object when things ends, and how I can know for that?
When you're no longer on the object. That's how you know there is no more.
And how I will find out there is no more?
By going to the end.
And who did that?
No one has done it yet.
And are you proposing to me now to do that?
Well, I don't want you to hurt yourself if you're planning to jump off.
I will
advise
repeat the
you
question.
against it.
Who did it before?
Who did it before?
Yeah.
I guess, like...
You said nobody. Now I'm asking you. I want that I'm that guy who need to do first one.
Well, I mean, be careful. If you do find an edge to the world...
I was not interested in that. I see that you are interested in that. Did you consider that you try?
Well, I mean, not really, because I am pretty sure that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, what would happen if you are traveling all the way to the end, what you're imagining, and all that way you're crossing the sea level?
I'm crossing the sea level.
Yeah, and then you look behind and you said, I'm now at the end. Maybe I will fall off, but I don't care because these 10,000 miles of sea level, what I passed with my ship to reach this end, it's so sea leveled that I don't care about that sea level. I want to now see where is the end. Is that correct? That 10,000 miles of sea level, what you was... on the level C, that, not curved C, level C, that you will forget, you will think about that end. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. How about this? Can you make elevation profile of your country and tell me where is curving underground?
Where is curving underground?
Yeah, because when you make for example, from point A to point B on the ground, you will have elevation change, mountains, and down Earth's curving. Is it correct or not?
Like, yes, I guess.
Like, let's say 300-kilometer distance underground, you will show me the curve, but elevation change due to sea level, what is everywhere on the world, but doesn't matter. Is that correct? So all that continent, it's above the sea level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 continents, and all around it's sea level.
Right, but sea level is different on different parts.
Yeah, sea level is not curved 8 inches per mile square, which will curve for 1,000, 2,000 miles. Incredibly will curve. That's not level anymore. That's the sea. They're 2,000 miles. Down. That's not level. That's curved. Can you distinguish curved surface from the flat surface, and how you will do that?
Okay, well, I guess on a macro level, it's probably...
On the micro level of, let's say, 10 or 20 miles. How for you will be the curved surface, and what will be for you flat surface on, let's say, 21?
Okay. Well, I suppose you could do this a few different ways.
For me, I will help you. For me, the flat surface will be flat. There will no elevation change. Everything will be flat. On the curved surface, elevation will change. It will start to drop over the distance. That's how I, like a human being, will distinguish. I don't know how you will distinguish.
My first idea would be to maybe walk in a triangle.
Can we ask other people how they will distinguish? Is it the same like mine, or is it the same like your example? And then we'll see who are thinking like human and who are thinking like animal, okay?
Okay.
Okay, try. Ask now other people how they distinguish curve. I will be quiet.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll ask if my reasoning makes sense. Do you think that I could walk in shapes on the Earth and then take measurements of the shapes I walked in order to try to figure out if there's a curvature to the Earth?
Only if you tell me that for you the geometry is nuclear science, I will say, okay, do not try, because it's too complicated for you. If geometry is something too complicated for you, then leave it, because I'm asking too much for you.
My idea uses geometry, I think, because I'm walking in shapes.
I need someone to prove my claim. I'm telling you it's true, but I don't know how it's true. And can you help me, Flat Earther? I don't know how to prove my claim.
Just go straight south.
They've already given us values for the dimensions of Earth. Those should have been the result of direct measurement. Not inference, not calculation, not by looking at something else other than the surface. It should have just been a direct measurement of the surface. That's how they should have derived those values. They didn't, then those values, they're not reality. They don't exist. They're nothing burgers.
Are you a flat earther, T-Dub?
Yeah, bro. The Earth is flat.
No, he's not. TW is Australian, but Earth is flat.
Hmm.
What measurements were done to get the values for the dimensions of the Earth? Anyone? Any globers? Sonny's asking that in the chat. I think that's a reasonable request. Who measured the Earth curvature?
I mean, at some point, don't you just have to use Occam's razor? Like, doesn't it just make more sense that we're living in a spherical Earth that explains the seasons, the days, the years?
Doesn't. Not at all.
The
Like to see
photos.
how.
Yeah, you cannot have winter and flat surface. That's not possible.
It does not make sense that a flat thing is a sphere. It does not make sense at all.
Then how the shadow of the Earth comes to be spherical on Moon?
Now that's your claim. That's a loaded question. That's asking me to accept several premises to be true in the first instance. Why don't you go ahead and present?
Vito, but you said that today.
Premises.
You asked that today, and I told that it was answered.
Yeah, no, it's a loaded question. Yeah, he ran away anyway. What a loaded question! It's like me asking, why do you enjoy beating on elderly people at bus stops? Oh, you don't? Oh, right. So why would you ask me the question, expecting me to accept several things to be true in the first instance, which I might not necessarily agree with? It's a loaded question. Anybody here take up a challenge proving that you live on a sphere? Yes or no? Da-dum, da-dum. There's two that are out. They don't want to take up the challenge. Difficult for them to be able to prove to themselves, not to me, that they live on a sphere. I mean, if you can prove it to yourself, I'd be willing to analyze the information that you provide, analyze your methodology that you employed, analyze the results, right, and go and say, oh well, I could go do this and see if it's true or not. Does anybody have a method by which we can go out into reality and test to see if the surface of the Earth is curving, is actually conforming to the rate of curvature which would be required for it to be a sphere of the claimed size and dimension?
I mean, could I just get on an airplane? And then, because like all the airplane flights are mapped accordingly to the curvature of the Earth. So.
Right? Or do they actually just fly in reality, right? And then say that they did it over a ball and then show you a picture of what that would have looked like if it was on a ball?
Maybe they hack into my brain and then they change my memories, kind of like a Men in Black movie.
Believe in a globe.
What the heck?
No, bro, you imagine, what you imagine is that they have this method that they need to do, like they need to use. Oh, we couldn't possibly fly from this point to that point if the Earth wasn't a sphere, right? So we need to work it all out and do this math, have these advanced systems. No, bro. No, you're imagining that part. What they do in reality is just fly flat and level for thousands of miles over a flat, non-moving surface. And nothing about the data that's recorded in any of the systems indicate that it has changed accordingly to
Bro, T-Dub, I think... Sorry to interrupt you, T-Dub, but I think your microphone is pretty messed up. Like, you go from, like, loud to quiet, like, really quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be too loud as people sleep.
I wonder if it's auto check. Maybe it's like the auto leveling feature on Discord is messing up your mic. I don't know.
No, there's nothing wrong with his mic. Get real. It's your speakers. Something's wrong with your speakers. Maybe it's the auto leveling of your speakers you're listening through. That's the problem.
Okay,
fucking numpties.
Yeah, there's nothing about the data that's recorded in flight systems that indicates that that aircraft is flying over the surface of a sphere. In fact, it just shows that it flies level in regards to horizontal with a pitch altitude of maybe 2 to 3 degrees, between 1 and 3 degrees with respect to horizontal. You can maintain that orientation over thousands of miles.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like deception.
I mean, we've been asking for people to show us flight data records indicating pitch data, which is consistent with the aircraft rotating, because that's what it would have to do in order to fly over the surface of a sphere over such large distances. It would have to rotate. Like if it was to fly 1/4 of the circumference of the Earth, right? It would have to have rotated 90 degrees. Yeah, you go ahead and you believe that that's what's happening.
What's going on, guys?
Logic, not much. I'm just trying to stir people up and get conversation going, but it's not working.
You should do your best Don Pettit impression. Go.
Well, you see, back in the old times, there was dinosaurs, and the Earth's atmosphere was really
control of humanity and keeping that control. Okay?
Okay, wait. I want to pitch in. Like, so if you're saying the Earth is flat, okay, so basically, how can you explain the temperature variations, the winds, and the gravity?
Okay, good questions. The wind variations are happening as you experience them because you've only experienced them on the flat Earth. The reason I say that is you yourself have never seen the curvature of the Earth, and have you actually measured the curvature of the Earth to know that? So basically, the winds operate as they are. The sun is also an addition to the variation of the temperature, of course. That's how we have our seasons and weather. Okay? And as for gravity, gravity does not exist. Hasn't been proven to exist.
What
Hey,
gravity
Jen, you
does
want
not
to
exist?
see it? Jen, do you want to see if any of the other members on the flat Earth side want to take this one?
Yeah, of course. No problem, man. No problem, man. Yeah, of course. Excellent.
Anybody want
Go
to
ahead.
jump in?
As it was,
We got a
was
bunch of
nice
bright
talking
minds
to you. I'm
here.
sort of like my
Yeah, we got a
Yeah,
lot
have
of
a great
people.
day. And,
Please take over. No problem.
yeah, anybody says who? Anybody want to jump in? No, I guess he left. Says who? You want to jump in, brother?
Yeah, so you had a bunch of questions all at once. Some of these things are fairly obvious, just at face value. So we'll tackle one at a time. You asked about temperature or weather systems. Did Jin satisfy you with his answer?
No.
No? Okay. So, number one, to have this weather system, varying pressure, this dynamic system that we have, we're going to have air pressure, gas pressure on the Earth. Okay?
Yeah.
So you can't have these varying systems or varying weather patterns within this system without it being a contained dynamic system. So the Earth is under containment. Otherwise, there'd be no gas pressure here. So number one, the Earth is contained. It also has a moving, apparently, heat source, which we call the sun. And since that moving heat source heats different areas at different times from different angles, you'll have variances in pressure and heat and density. And then you'll get wind and rain and humidity and snow and ice storms and stuff like that. So that should answer that question fairly easily. Does that satisfy you?
No, that still does not satisfy me.
Okay, why not?
So you're saying that basically the sun is the main heat source, which is the reason for the variation in the temperature and the weather. But you did not explain me. But okay, what are the others?
Well, I mean, you have geothermal energy, right? You have evaporation from the oceans. That creates cooler temperatures.
You said geothermal energy. You said
geothermal
energy.
Yeah.
So where is it coming from?
Earth, geothermal. You don't know what geothermal means? It's okay if you don't.
It comes from the Earth. No, it comes from the Earth. But why is the Earth being heated from the from the depths? Why? Because there is
I don't know.
Molten magma, etc. in the spherical container. You get it, and that's the Earth. It's actually not spherical; it's elliptical.
Elliptical. Okay, so what is the differential as far as the ellipsoid is concerned?
Okay, so the temperature variations.
Sorry, friend, I just asked you a question about the ellipsoid that you just claimed. Why are you ignoring me when I respond to you?
Okay, I'll tell you. Wait, man. So basically, you're saying that, how is it an ellipsoid? Like that's what you're asking, right?
Yeah. What's the differential in the ellipsoid? How out of round is the Earth?
Okay, wait. So, have you ever been to?
Why are you asking me another question when I asked you a very pointed question about the claim that you made?
Man, if I'm not questioning you to make my point, then how will I make my point?
All you have to tell me is the dimensions of the ellipsoid and tell me how far out of round it is. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, it's not that far out of round. It's basically, it's bulged on the equator. It's bulged out in the equatorial region.
How much?
That's right.
How much?
How much? Okay, I'll show you the calculations.
I already know it, but tell me how bad of an ellipsoid this is.
You're being okay. Wait.
It's 0.3%. The Earth is 99.7 perfectly round.
Okay.
Okay. So what was that argument for? What was that argument for? Why were you trying to tell me it was an ellipsoid or elliptoid or whatever you guys think it is? What does that have to do with the argument? Especially if you can't measure any of that curvature. So what I want from you now is to go ahead and verify for me the curvature measurements that we have.
No. Actually, no. Keep my point.
Okay,
No,
so
no,
you claim an ellipsoid.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm sorry. You claim an ellipsoid, then you don't tell me the dimensions of the ellipsoid, then you don't tell me how you got the numbers for that ellipsoid. So you're giving me a claim with no evidence.
Oh my God, man. Okay, let
That's
me bring
crazy.
the
I'm
evidence.
just
Then
as
can I take it?
flabbergasted as you are because you will not support your claims. It's pretty bad.
Okay, I'll support my claim. But will you let me put in my claims?
Yeah, so your claim is we live on an ellipsoid. I want you to show me where they measured the curvature of that ellipsoid.
Okay. I'll give you from viable sources, okay?
No, I just want you to tell me who did it and how so I can verify it.
Yeah, what you're looking for is the measurement, not a calculation, a measurement.
Got it. I completely understand the difference between the two.
I'll remember that.
Okay, in the meanwhile, I want to just ask one question. If you guys are saying that there isn't anything called gravity, how your so-called sun is circling the flat Earth according to you?
No one said it was circling the flat Earth. Did you say that?
That's not what it does.
What?
As much as I know about flat Earth, people say that the sun, it goes in around in circumference of the flat Earth. That's what I know about.
Okay, who said that? I'm sorry, friend. Who said that here today?
Not here. I'm saying that that's what I know.
Okay, so you've heard other people say that, so you decided to bring in an anecdotal piece of evidence that somebody else said and then paste it all over us and say, why do you guys say that? Why do people say that? Ask the people that told you that, not me.
Yeah, I'm saying you guys say that gravity doesn't exist.
Okay, yeah, no, there's no gravity unless you can show it to me.
Yeah, show us. Okay, there isn't no gravity. Okay, then how your sun isn't going into space?
It's not my sun, and there's no space either unless you can show that to me.
Yeah, show us. There isn't any space. Okay, then. Shit, dude, that's funny.
So you guys don't have any evidence for space, you don't have any evidence for gravity, and all of a sudden it's my sun? Why is it my sun? Aren't you underneath the sun as well?
If there isn't any gravity, why we pick up a pen, just lift it up and just release it? It's just gonna come down.
What does that have to do with anything? Is that gravity?
Something's pulling it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You're calling gravity a force. Gravity hasn't been a force since 1915. Were you not aware? Are you guys not even up to date on the pseudoscience for the globe? You don't even know the right pseudoscience.
Yeah. There is no gravity.
That's what I'm talking about. See, now you're getting it. There's no gravity because no one's ever actually shown there to be any gravity.
Yeah, just a quick disclaimer. I don't mean to kind of interrupt, but I think it's necessary. A disclaimer for any people that believe that Earth is a globe. Go and check your references calling gravity a force. It's not a force. It hasn't been, like it was said, since 1915. That's 110 years out of date, superseded by general relativity in November of 1915 by Albert Einstein. Now, Albert Einstein doesn't have a force. Albert Einstein had the bending and warping of space-time, which is like was said, it's a pseudoscience. It's actually called a pseudo-force. Fictitious force means not true. So it's not a force. It was actually, now think about this. And what and there's no pun intended, but thinking about it is all you can do with gravity is think about it. Actually, there was no experiment proving gravity. It was actually called by the author, Einstein, a thought experiment. Now, try to tell me what kind of experiment you can do with thought. What is the independent variable that the experimenter manipulated? Is that just changing your mind? That's not science. And I'll end my tirade. Thanks.
It's a fantasy.
Okay, so I just found like the measurements. So first of all, the polar diameter is 12,714 kilometers, and the equilateral diameter 12,714 kilometers.
You are giving me the claim again. I want you to give me how they measured that. Don't you understand?
They measured it using basic maths. Don't you guys know basic maths?
You can't use math to measure things. You have to use instruments to measure things. What's wrong with you?
Oh my God! On what principle does instrument work? Do instrument work? Tell me.
What instrument will you use to measure curvature? I don't know. It's your claim.
Okay, yeah, there was no instrument. Basically, so
no instrument, so no measurement then. Okay, so no measurement then.
Bro,
I know it's really rough. Remember earlier you said calculations are not measurements? So now you're going to give me maths, which is calculations and no measurements? No instruments were used? Remember that?
I'm going to give... I just gave you the measurements.
So you gave me the number. That's the claim. The claim is not the measurement. The measurement is the instruments used and how it was performed. You haven't given me that yet.
Okay. Can I explain that, please?
No, you can't explain to me a calculation made when no measurements were given.
You are not acknowledging it, bro. You're just not even acknowledging it.
I'm not acknowledging the fact that you haven't provided for me any measurements, any instruments, and any methods to get the values to enter into the calculations of the math. We're not measurements. Yeah, I'm acknowledging the fact that you're not answering the question that I asked.
Okay, so let me answer now. Can I?
Okay, what measurements?
Basically, these
measurements. That's what I want from you. I'll take nothing less than measurements, instruments, and method used.
So what is measurement? Tell me.
You don't know how to measure? What size is your shoe? How did you guys determine what size to put on your foot of a shoe?
There is a unit, and we use it,
No, the instrument. Do you go to the shoe store, and they measure your foot, and they say, oh, you're a 10.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an instrument involved, and then there's units. There's a standard to use. I want you to show me the instrument and the standard used to measure the Earth with the method.
So you're saying you need an instrument.
No,
It is
I'm
not even
asking you for
required.
3 very specific things: instrument, standard, and the measurement.
We don't need an instrument.
What are you muttering about?
We don't even need that. We don't need an instrument.
You don't need that, so you can just make it up on the spot. You just make up a value.
And it's a false claim, buddy.
So you guys are just making up the size of the Earth and nobody actually measured it? That sounds pretty disingenuous. Sounds like a lie. Why are you lying?
Didn't the Greeks do that like 2,000 years ago? Just ask.
Yeah, they made it up too. Same problem.
Okay, they made it up. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made it up.
Okay, so between that point, 2,000 and 100 years ago, and now, nobody else measured.
Well, I don't even know if anybody did it 2,100 years ago because no one's provided for us a measurement.
Can't you try that same method?
Yeah,
Well,
show me how
have you
to do
measured it
that.
yourself? What about you? Have you measured, sir?
Hold
Have
on,
you
Jim.
measured it?
Hold on, Jim.
I'm current. You don't have to be so aggressive. That's not even my talking point. I'm just coming in for the Mr. Future guy.
Yeah, white knighting.
Yeah, okay, so but they're not letting me talk, man. Come on.
Mr. Future, just tell them 2 buildings, 2 shadows. Measure the angle difference between the
Yeah,
two
that's what I was telling. Like, we
Okay, so it's a flat Earth
we
then.
can
So
measure
you guys measured a
shadow.
flat
If there
Earth.
is no shadow, then we can use basic math.
Excuse me, you measured a flat Earth then. You measured angles from the surface of the Earth. Well, that would be a flat Earth
Okay,
then.
wait. How will you measure what? How will you measure your flat Earth? Okay, tell me the calculations. Tell me the values. Like I just told you the value, and you say
No problem.
Then how?
No problem.
Okay,
Yeah, we use lasers. No problem. We use lasers to find vertical drop over distance. We find 0. So the value is 0 curvature, 0 drop over distance. Is that good enough for you?
Nah. You use lasers.
No, you don't like that? No, I've got the papers for you. We've got a PDF. It's about 110 megabytes. It's hundreds of pages. Do you want to read the whole thing?
Yeah, give me. I'll read it.
I'll give it to you.
I'm very interested. Yeah, give it to me. Come on. So the guy is basically saying that he uses laser, and how can you even shoot the laser, and how do you know that where it has ended?
Mr. Future, do you understand that the Aristophanes sticks and shadows measurement assumed a infinitely far sun source with parallel rays? If you look in the side chat, posted at 2 minutes past the hour, you'll see there's a video, and then there's a screenshot taken from the video showing a local light source heating up a very specific hotspot on the cloud deck. That sun can't be infinitely far away hitting things with parallel rays now, can it?
Yeah.
Disproving the whole sticks and shadows experiment.
Its sun's light rays are being
I just want to make you guys.
are falling.
The guy's talking like a child, so please don't talk softly to him.
All right, New Buddha. Thanks for interjecting and protecting the young lad. We're not being coarse with him. We're not being rash. We've been very cordial. No one's calling him
I'm
names.
saying that.
We don't need you tone policing the conversation. We've been very, very cordial.
Hey, Mr. Future, bacha,
Very
don't
cordial.
waste your time. From this with.
Yeah, I literally, man. I thought I was okay. Yeah, so the Earth is flat. I also believe it now.
Is he crying?
Can anyone explain to me how the flat Earth works? I'm pretty new here. I just
Yeah,
Two words.
exactly.
It works when I guess in dreams.
I'm here to explore. Actually,
He's getting you the PDF, guys. He's just getting the file so he could share it in the side chat with the young man, so he could go ahead and read it on his own. But yeah, if you're looking for an explanation for everything to replace a replacement theory, that's not what we're here for.
No, not an explanation, not a replacement, not an entire explanation. 2 words. I asked for 2 words.
Yeah, I can answer that. So, what Flat Earth is a group of people who have all come to the conclusion and realization that the globe that they claim doesn't exist. There is no curvature to be measured, and there is no motion.
Cool.
So that's what Flat Earth is. What Flat Earth is a disk in space in the heliocentric cosmology.
No, I was more asking about like what is the sun in your view?
The sun is a heavenly body. And I'm not willing to make claims of what the sun is. There's plenty of theories that make a lot more sense. Theories that make a lot more sense than a ball of gas in a vacuum. But I'm not going to make claims and speculate to what the sun could possibly be. What we do know is that the sun travels over our head from east to west every single day.
Does it travel east to west in a straight line, or does it travel in a curved line?
Well, that would appear to be curved, wouldn't it? Due to perspective. But the sun's always above your head.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, like, east to west in a straight line or in a curve, not the way we perceive it, but the way you claim it to.
How can I answer questions that don't involve our perception? From our perception, it arcs over our head and is at its highest point at 12 noon every day.
I mean,
see, that's what I'm trying to push here, is that we're very empirical. We don't tend to make claims about stuff that we can't collectively as human beings prove ourselves. So we will be looking for sort of empirical arguments to these questions, and the questions are: if it's a ball, where's the curvature? Can it be measured? Where's the motion? Can that be detected? And does it logically make sense consistently with nature and the idea of space and a vacuum of space next to our Earth? That doesn't make logical sense.
I understand that, but the very nice guy, I forgot his name, was grilling the younger, very nice guy about empirical measurements, which is why I asked, do we know at least whether the sun in the flat Earth theory is traveling in a straight line or in a curved line?
Sorry, friend, we make no claims about the sun, about the Earth, remember? So the sun is something that can't be, like measured or anything like that. We can't get to it, all that stuff. We don't even really know if it's a physical object. So at this point, it's about the Earth, not about the sun. I don't know why everybody's so obsessed with what the sun is. Let's concentrate on the Earth, since that's the thing you're standing on.
What about sunlight? Can we...
Again, with the sun, what about it?
No,
what about
light,
the sunlight?
The sunlight. Can we make claims?
What about it? What about it?
What is it?
You don't know what light is? Me neither.
It's light. Yeah.
Light.
Yeah, none of us know what it is.
Why do you ask me you don't know what sunlight is? I'm asking you because, well, this is supposed to be something I'm not, your theory, what I'm not familiar in. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is the room, the channel that you came in here? What does it say? What's the name of it?
Light. Oh, no, sorry. I mean 24/7 Flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Is there anything about suns on the name, on the channel?
Okay, so let's not talk about the sun at all. Sunlight, sun rays, let's not talk about that at all then.
Fantastic.
Brilliant. Let's talk about what we can and can't prove in nature. So can we prove the ball? Can we prove that we live on a spinning ball?
Does our ball get affected by a thing called sunlight?
Yes, there is sunlight that hits the Earth, yeah.
Do you guys believe in... does the flat Earth theory have anything related to photosynthesis in it?
Hold on a second. The flat Earth theory, what is that?
How would you like me to name you as a collective?
I don't want you to name us at all. We don't accept any flattering titles here.
What do you very nice?
I told you what flat Earth was.
What do you very nice gentlemen think about, and maybe ladies think about, photosynthesis?
Oh, does it say 24/7 photosynthesis plants and shit?
What am I allowed to discuss? I'm sorry, that's part of the photosynthesis. That's a part of the Earth.
Is it part of the flat Earth topic, photosynthesis?
Okay, it's easier this way. What am I allowed? Can you tell me what I'm allowed? Because a plant is on
About
the Earth.
the
What am
nature
I
of
allowed
the
to
surface and whether or not it is flat or curved. That's what we're here to talk about.
Can I talk about humans?
Right. If you're trying to lead us to somewhere,
I'm not trying to lead you any. I'm trying to explain.
No, but
what am I
listen. Let me
allowed to
finish.
talk about.
Let me finish. I said if you're trying to lead us to a question that does relate to the Earth, the geometry of the Earth, and the claims, then get to the point. But if you're just going to ask these unrelated or seemingly unrelated questions, we're going to try and direct you back to the topic of flat Earth. Simple.
Yeah. Yeah, is the Earth curving or not? Is it flat or not? How do we know this? That's where you're at.
Yeah. Can I add something?
Sure.
Yeah. So there's like a guy who is a flat Earth supportive. I think he went to enter South Pole and did an experiment there to prove that Earth is flat, but he came to the conclusion that Earth is round. I forgot the name of the video.
That's wrong. That's great. What was the
It's not related to the flat Earth discussion.
Someone's echoing.
I think it's the guy who asked the question.
Bro, you may have to go to push the top.
Yeah, can you go to push the talk?
So, no problem. So, we went to Antarctica and they performed an experiment. Can you tell me what the dependent variable was in the experiment?
Also, I just think it needs to be stated they didn't go to prove the geometry or the shape of the Earth. They went to prove whether there was a 24-hour sun. It's nothing to do with the shape or the surface of the Earth.
Since you mentioned the 24-hour sun,
100%.
Can I talk about the sun a little bit, please?
No, we didn't bring that up. Somebody else did.
Yeah, and my response was that it has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth, unless you want to make a bunch of assumptions beforehand. But that's not what we're doing.
I'm just asking whether I can. All good.
Hey, so let me ask you a question, since you're so obsessed with the sun. Why do you keep bringing it up as if it has anything to do with the nature of the surface of the Earth?
That was a totally different person that jumped in, says who, and he left as soon as Roots said that.
I think says who.
Yeah, that was a totally different guy.
Yeah, I know, but this guy keeps wanting to talk about the sun. So can you tell me what the sun has to do with the nature and the measurement of the surface, please? Why are you so obsessed with it?
I was actually asking what you guys claim, not the flat Earth community or whatever you guys claim sunlight or photosynthesis is. It has to be somewhere in your philosophy, and I was trying to.
No, not really.
Where these
I make no claims.
Fit in your philosophy.
I make no claims. Did you hear me?
Did you?
It's unrelated,
I
though.
listened to you. Is there a moderator in this discussion? Like I listened.
Yeah, that's me. So what do you want to talk about? Do you got a problem? You want to file a complaint?
You're a moderator?
There's no need to cry for a moderator. There's no moderation needed here. You're asking unrelated questions. We're trying to direct you back to the actual question of the room.
Oh, I'm currently on the. Okay, wait.
Unless you can link your question to the question of the room, then we're going to just direct you back. So do you have a question about flat Earth?
Do we know why moss grows on one side?
Do you know why trees grow? No?
Yeah.
Who cares?
What does that have to do with the nature of the surface?
Well, I'm just asking. I'm trying to figure out what I'm allowed to talk about. Moss is a part of the Earth, so I figured maybe we could.
Artifactists. We've already had this discussion with you. I've already corrected you on your poor question choices. Okay? So we're talking about the Earth and its surface and the measurements, whether or not it's round or it's flat. If there's any roundness to it, we should be able to measure it. If we can't measure it, what is the conclusion that we should come to after that?
A guy named Pakistan just joined and his mic isn't muted. It's a little. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't talking about measurements because the guy who was talking before you, Roots, I think your name is. Nice to meet you. Was talking about a heavenly body and things that we cannot perceive or measure, or we can perceive but can't measure. So I was trying to understand what else can we feel. But
so you don't want to talk about the flat Earth today? Is that what I should assume at this point?
How'd you get that?
Well, because you've only been asking questions about the sun and photosynthesis. Not the title of the room, by the way.
Okay, moss, photosynthesis, plants. Can I ask questions about our soil?
Why don't you ask a question?
Yeah,
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to leave you on permanent mute if you keep doing this stupidness. Now, we're discussing the flat Earth. If you ask another unrelated question, you're going to stay on mute.
Hey, excuse me for barging in, but hey, says who and Roots. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to just take less than a minute or two, possibly, to put this stupid idea of photosynthesis to rest completely. Can I do that? So he won't ask the question. Yeah, so he won't ask the stupid question anymore once I'm done. So once I'm finished, if he mentions the photosynthesis thing again, he needs to be permanently muted or whatever. So is it Artefactus? Is that who I'm speaking to?
Yes. Thank you so much for...
You asked a question about photosynthesis, correct?
Yes, I was just trying to figure out where...
Okay, great. Okay, great. That's what I'm about to talk about. So what do you think the sun is in your paradigm? What does the heliocentrism say the sun is?
I was expecting an explanation of where that all fits in your...
Okay, well, I'll fill in the blanks. Burning gases, right? Or
no,
conversion.
But that doesn't fit into what Roots said. I was just...
No, okay. I'm just going to put the photosynthesis thing. I'm just trying to get to a point. So they say the sun is burning gases, or let's get more specific, that it's a conversion from hydrogen to helium, right? So basically like fusion, nuclear fusion. Would you agree with that?
Fission or fusion.
And sure. So basically a lot of people say it's burning gases. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So plants do not grow from burning gases. Plants do not grow from conversion of hydrogen to helium. Plants do not grow from plasma. Period. End of subject. As a matter of fact, on Earth, the only way we can grow plants is with electric light. Check it yourself. And also, I'll just finish it with this. Try to grow plants with burning fusion or plasma, and now spin it around, spin the entire plant around 360 degrees in a 24-hour period, and let me know how your plants grow. That's the end of my tirade. Well, thanks for letting me share. That puts it to rest.
I do have
photosynthesis cannot happen from the way they say the sun is burning gases. End of the topic.
Thank you so much. I'm fully on board with you there. I was trying to understand why it doesn't work in the science theory department. I was trying to understand why it works in your guys' view.
What is it? That's non sequitur. What did the two have to do with each other?
Can I ask questions about how you guys perceive the world? And
nobody here made any claims about it, so why would you ask questions about things we did not make any claims about?
Well, you do acknowledge the existence.
That's the last thing I wanted to do was for you to go further into the weeds with what the sun is there. Like we make no claims. The reason I made my statement is so that you would get off of the stupid idea that a burning gas ball can grow plants.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I never said I believe that. I was asking you guys what you believe in.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about what we believe. Let's go back to the surface of Earth, which is the topic of this channel. So we're on about the surface of Earth. Sorry,
We're gonna
I
have to
didn't
move
mean
on.
for that to happen.
That's fine. No, it's fine. He disrespected Roots there. Roots gave him one more chance to not ask any more stupid questions about it. He did it again, so it's over. He's on mute.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, I think he was trolling, to be honest.
Yeah, I would even say, I mean, we're pretty decent around here and cordial with people. If he wants to put something in the chat to redeem himself, that he wants to stay on the topic of what the Earth is, yeah, I agree, John. I know what you mean. But if he can put something in the chat about another question or something on topic of the Earth itself, like heliocentrism or anything like that, I would say he should be excused. But until then yeah, keep him on mute. I'll shut up.
No, you're good. I think he was a bit borderline. I think he was trolling a little bit. I think maybe he was trying to prove some point that wasn't true, which is that, oh, he can't talk, he's being censored, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, we've politely asked him several times and unpolitely asked him. But the point is, he's been asked multiple times, you know, to keep it on topic. So unless he, and that's why I said to him, if you're going somewhere with this, make your point. But he wasn't.
Right.
So that opens up space. If anybody else wants to ask a question, start a topic around the shape or the surface of the Earth, feel free.
I hope Mr. Future found the PDF and is reading it.
Yep, I'm reviewing it.
Okay.
What PDF did you send him?
One of the laser tests. There are multiple, by the way, over vast distances. No drop over distance anywhere on the Earth measured with very thorough techniques and very nice, expensive lasers that reach way out there, 30 miles or more. One of the originals, I think it was, let me look.
FE Core?
Yeah, FE Core.
Yeah, nice. I feel like they were pretty thorough. A laser test creating a horizontal plane parallel to the Earth is proof that there is no curvature. I'm going to make a decision.
Yeah, the gentleman at the
Artifactus off mute. He's apologised in the chat. So let's give him another chance.
What happened to the guy that was asking questions at the bottom right? That his mic was like really echoing bad. Did we give? You said to switch to push to talk, and then we haven't heard anything from him after he asked his initial question.
That's a good point. I can't even read that name. Mr. Skellington, are you there? Looks like
I think his name is Farsad. Yeah, Farsad. Hey, Farsad, do you still have any questions? And did you fix your mic? If not, just say what you have to say and then put yourself back on mute in between responses and stuff, so we don't get that echoing feature.
I just want to take the moment of silence to apologize.
Yeah, don't worry. Would like you to prefer you to stay on topic. You don't need to talk meta or bring it up.
I'll try to collect my thoughts and get on topic.
So let me ask you a question. Do you believe there is any empirical or direct evidence for the globe?
No, I don't really care much about it.
No, but do you believe that there is direct evidence for the globe?
I mean, I'm sure if I worked in a science-related field, I might find something, but me personally, no.
So if you could find something, in your hypothetical, what type of direct evidence do you think exists for the globe or could exist that you could possibly find out about?
So I was always wondering, I live a little higher up, on the 12th floor. So, and I can get down pretty fast. I was wondering, why is there a difference in perception during sunrise or sunset, looking from the balcony, and when I quickly get down to the street level? The perception of the
I don't know.
Sky and road.
Did you change your angle to the thing that you were viewing?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Answered your own question.
But if... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go further. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I mean, you change your angle, you change your perspective. Not that difficult.
Yeah. Thanks.
So what do you believe the horizon is, in your words?
The very first question I asked was about this. Remember when you said the sun travels above us?
Yeah.
And I asked if it's a straight line or a curved line. I was just trying to figure out. I was kind of trying to figure out. This question, again, this last question was going there as well. Is it going in a straight line or in a curved line?
No idea. It's an apparent arc for everybody.
Okay.
You've got to understand the apparent part is the only part that we can prove. There's no way to tell you we can't tell you what the sun's doing apart from our perspective. So you've got to respect the fact that that's all we can tell you honestly. And you want us to speculate, but I'm trying to sort of gently remind you that we're not going to speculate on something that you can scrutinize us on, because what good would that be in an empirical argument or an empirical approach to this topic, which is what we do?
I'm definitely not trying.
I've got a question. Hold on a second. I've got a question. What about when the Arctic Circle, is it making a circular motion there? Because it can be seen for 24 hours at the Arctic Circle for sure. We got video of that. Flat Earth, what's his name? D Marble. So that's a circular motion. Okay, thank you.
An
apparent circle. That's the fun part about it. It's apparent.
Circular motion above us or around? Does it go below our plane, our flat Earth?
Nobody's ever witnessed the sun going below the surface of anything.
Okay.
See, this is why I asked you what do you believe the horizon is? Because from our perception, once something goes beyond, and it doesn't matter what this object is, once it goes beyond the limitation of how far you can see on that day, it will appear to drop down into the convergence point of the horizon. So that's how perspective works, whether we're dealing with street lights, a hallway, or something that goes over the horizon over distance. Either way, perceptively, you will see that arcing, you will see that drop, and things can appear to disappear from bottom up through the atmosphere.
Okay, so it's always above us.
Yes, it's always above our head, yes. And when you see it, so when it's at 12 noon, yeah, and it's above your head at 12 noon and it moves away from you, it's always at that altitude where it's at. It's not dropping altitude, it's staying up there. And as it moves away from you, it appears to be, let me finish please, it appears to be dropping, but that's an optical illusion because it's straight up. Yeah. Yeah, so do you understand what we're saying there? Let me just explain it again. At 12 noon, and you see the sun above your head, the distance from your head to that object, the sun, is the same as it moves away. Even though it appears to be dropping down, that's because it's moving away from you. Much the same as a car that looks little down on the motorway. As it comes towards you, it gets larger and larger and larger. It's full size as it goes past, and then it starts to shrink down the size again. That's an optical illusion because the car is not shrinking, is it? It's a proper sized car, but because it's moving away from you, it appears to be another optical illusion.
That's
Do you get it now?
Very good. Yeah, very good explanation. Thank you so much. Just to follow up, I have some, let's say, binoculars. Do they extend my sight? How far I can see?
Yeah. Yes. What happens there? What happens there is that they they aid your visuals because your naked eye is limited as to how far it can see horizontally, right? Looking along there. So as the ship, let's say, you feel has gone over the curvature as the Globers claim, what's actually happened is that your eye is no longer able to focus on that ship. It's gone beyond the eye's capability. So you pick up the pair of binoculars now, and now your binoculars are aiding you. And there we are. The ship is still there. Before anything has gone over the curvature, as my friend Root said, you will never see it again because it's gone over the curvature. You can't retrieve it. It's gone. But because it's still on the water and it hasn't gone over the curvature, that's why you can see it. And if you use the binoculars, the ship would go beyond the focal capability of the binoculars. You put the binoculars down and you pick up a telescope now with a longer range and the ship is still there. Okay? Do you get it?
Yeah, I was more trying to... I was following up on you talking about the sun or the moon, since it disappears because we can't see that far. Do binoculars or very high-powered scopes, can they help us see the moon when it's very far away?
Yes, you can. There's Robert Persona did an excellent one from the Planetae Veritas, and what he was trying to prove here is that from the lunar surface, and we look at the Earth, supposedly because they went, but we know they didn't go. But he was highlighting this point. He could recognize no landmass. From the image from the lunar surface, looking at the Earth, could recognize no landmass. But yet, from Earth, with a pair of binoculars, you can recognize features of the moon, places that have been named, and you can see them. And he said, well, that's a discrepancy, isn't it? How can it be that if you're on the lunar surface, where the Earth should be 4 times bigger, and you're not recognizing landmasses, right? But yet, from Earth, looking at the moon, you can recognize landmass with a pair of binoculars.
I was going into. Thank you so much. I was more going into like the moon when it leaves our line of sight, when it goes beyond what we can visually perceive. Can we see it if we take a very high-powered scope?
Yeah, so Artifactus, I just want to direct you to the side chat. So have a look at the image of the sun that I've the GIF that I've posted, and this is, imagine you looking with the naked eye and then lifting up your binoculars. This is the two different shots that you'll see. At the beginning of the GIF, that's what you'd see with the naked eye. It looks like the sun is hidden by the horizon. But then when you zoom in, you widen the angular view. So you're actually like moving the point of how far you can see forward. Now all of a sudden that sun comes out of the horizon. There's more information. You open the field of view, and now the sun rises off the horizon. And this is the same with anything in the distance.
That's actually very, very interesting. Thank you so much. A very, very good explanation. Just probably my last question. I don't want to tread too far here. What happens when it goes farther than what these pairs of binoculars can see? So when it looks like it went below the perceived horizon.
Yeah, great question. And that I was going to follow up with this one as well. So if you look in the side chat, I've just posted a picture of maybe an idea of what the sun or what a star would look like further beyond you. So as you look up into the sky, before I say this, by the way, have you ever heard of the term personal viewing dome, atmospheric viewing dome, or azimuthal grid of vision? Have you ever heard of any of these terms before?
No.
So you see, if you were in the middle of the ocean, you look around on a very clear day, 360, you would see the horizon is a great circle around you at eye level, okay? This is sort of a field of view that you have. This is a limit. Imagine it like a bubble, a hemis bubble. And that's your field of view. That's as far as you can see. Anything that goes beyond the field of view will start to drop on your horizon. Your horizon is the limitation of that would be like an arc down to the horizon, which is where your eye level is. So if we were looking at a star or something that was up in the sky, but we were traveling away from that star or the sun or whatever it is, or well, the sun's different because it travels itself, but if we were looking at a fixed object and we moved away, that object or that whatever it is would drop down onto the horizon. So that's how we see in a big azimuthal grid of vision. Everything is in a apparent position based on its location to you, how far the distance is, and obviously the height.
Okay, thank you so much. And that answers my question with high-powered scopes or binoculars, why they don't work here either. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you about the horizon, because a lot of globers are misunderstood and believe that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. But just by understanding perception and the way that we see, we know that the horizon is a point in which you are no longer able to see further then. So things can appear to drop down once they go beyond the eye level, below the horizon, then they will appear to, that's where you get the effects of boats over the curve or a sun disappearing behind a physical location. It's not. It's a visual point. It's an optical point.
Can I sidetrack towards the gravity? Well, I don't believe gravity. Just can I ask some questions? Can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead. Shoot from the hip.
So let's say I shoot in a precision rifle shooting discipline, and I just shot a projectile at 800 meters. It's losing velocity. It's dropping. Obviously, since we can perceive that, does that fit into what we're talking about here? Just so I can like
what perception
explanation.
Do you mean perception or do you mean gravity?
I mean gravity. That the bullet, which is going at a high velocity, is dropping over time.
Yeah.
Due to the loss of velocity.
Right, but why does it drop?
That's kind of my question. So as it loses velocity, it drops. If it wouldn't lose velocity.
But you can simplify that question then. If that's your only part to the question, then you can simplify it to why do things go down?
Yeah. Why do things go down? Or actually, I'm sorry. Why do things that are going fast and become even faster? Why do they not go down?
Oh, well, that's momentum. That's energy.
Yeah.
So if you apply a force to okay, so think of it like this. Unless you apply a force to an object, objects will sit in a state of rest. Okay? So once you shoot your bullet, you've applied a force to that object, so you're taking that bullet out of equilibrium. Before you shot that bullet, it was at rest. It was sitting within the chamber of the gun. So it's resting on a surface because, well, it's in a chamber, so let's not go to that point. But the point I'm trying to make is once you apply the force to the gun, then to the bullet, then that bullet will be under that force until the force runs out of energy. So it's all the standard laws, of science and momentum are applied, and then you eventually get what we get is a dropping. So if we take that to an object at rest, like the phone on your table in front of you, that's sitting in a state of rest right now. As soon as you apply a force to it, i.e. you pick it up, you're taking that phone out of equilibrium. You're now holding it with your force. You're holding it. But as soon as you release your force, then that phone will drop and land back on the table and sit at a state of rest. So the only gravity we're experiencing is specific gravity, which is basically relative density. So we know why things go down. They're due to objects being more dense than the medium that they're in. You following?
Yeah. That was a perfect explanation. It was just there was a part missing to my question. Then why does an increase in momentum or increase in velocity of the bullet also increase the distance from our plane, from our Earth, and the bullet over time if the velocity keeps increasing?
So what do you mean the velocity keeps increasing? Because with a bullet, the velocity keeps increasing due to momentum, but then it eventually starts to decrease.
Yeah, it decreases, which is the root cause of the bullet dropping, as I understand it. But if it were to increase, or if we use rocket-powered projectiles, for example, these do gain attitude.
Right. Well, you're applying a force. You're applying more energy. So it's a push. It's a physical push. It's just like pushing a car or pushing something on wheels. As long as you're pushing, then the momentum continues. Maybe I don't understand your question.
I don't mean in a situation where I'm shooting at an upwards angle. I mean, if I were to shoot at a 0-degree angle, straight ahead, and the velocity would keep increasing during flight, the height over Earth of the bullet the altitude of the bullet would also keep increasing. Or am I totally misunderstanding?
No, I think you may be assuming that because you believe we live on a ball and you believe there's curvature. Is that why you assume that?
Oh no, in the traditional, how should I say? I don't think in science the altitude of the bullet increases due to the curvature, because the rocket-powered projectile increases due to the curvature because the distance would be too small there between point A and impact point. but I need to read more into this. I'm sorry, everyone, but the way that gravity works, the higher the velocity, at one point you get closer and closer to escape velocity. I'm not very read up on this, so which is why I know that something when velocity increases, the altitude also increases during flight, which is why I'm asking you why this is happening, why this happens, or why we believe this happens.
I mean, I'm trying to understand your point. You just brought up rockets and escape velocity, and maybe you're not exactly sure what you're asking, but I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. But if you have a sideways velocity, then you add a certain amount of force, and there's an equal amount of force that comes out the other side. If you have a ballistic rocket, and that's a constant force for a period of time, well, yeah, for that period of time, that rocket isn't going to increase in altitude unless the rocket is aimed that way. If the force is completely horizontal, then that rocket will travel horizontally.
No, I think I figured out a way to ask this properly. If we make a homemade rocket and we point it directly at not the perceived horizon, but again, directly sideways at a 0-degree angle, and we launched it during flight, do you think during flight, while it's gaining velocity, would it also be gaining altitude, although it's pointing directly sideways?
I think it's a bit of a malformed question. I think you have all sorts of things like air resistance, other forces that can act on the rocket. If you're talking about an ideal situation where, the rocket's being controlled to travel horizontally, then there'll be no increase in altitude.
Even if the velocity is increasing, right?
Right, if you're controlling the rocket to travel horizontally, then the rocket will not increase in altitude. No.
Okay, thank you so much. I cede my time.
I have a follow-up question. Why is that important? Why did you ask that question?
Well, remember when you asked me, I'm sorry, I don't remember the question. I said if I were to work in science, maybe I would have an answer, but it doesn't relate to my life. But I do as a hobbyist competition shooting, and I like that, and which is why I asked a question which is relevant for me.
Okay, now you've added context. I think I get it. So, are you taking into account the kick of the actual gun? Because if you're saying that your bullet is rising in altitude, then are you taking everything into account in the way that a gun works and the kick that you get from the gun? Also, you're basing it on your aim, so you're holding the gun, hoping that you're horizontal.
No, I'm kind of, whenever I shoot long range, I'm always holding the gun, even though you can't perceive it. I'm holding the gun a little upwards because it's zeroed in at a certain distance. So it makes sense that up to a certain point, it would be rising in altitude. I was more asking about projectiles which are assisted during flight. So powered, but you answered.
Well, I can give you a good example. Have you ever heard of a railgun?
Yeah.
Yeah, railguns prove flat Earth. Railguns can shoot. I used to know this, but we're talking up to 100 miles potentially, and hit targets. Now, to shoot that far over and hit a target, you would need a horizontal surface. You wouldn't be able to hit things behind a physical obstruction. So railguns, just the distance that they can hit, their normal projectile bullets and guns, they are able to hit targets. I believe, I'm going to Google it now, but I believe it could be up to 100 miles.
Thank you.
Yeah, effective range from 62 to 124 miles. So we're able, and I say we human beings are able, and we can verify that railguns are used regularly, at least in prototype testing. We can break the curvature calculation by thousands of percent. You're supposed to be seeing a curve. Yeah, you're supposed to be seeing a curve of around 8 inch per mile squared. So as a 6 foot high person, the Earth is now starting to curve away from you from about 3 miles. Okay, and at 100 miles, at 10 miles, we're going to be experiencing 66 feet of curvature. So at 100 miles, we would expect around, in feet, 100 miles, 6,600 feet of curvature. So a railgun is able to hit a target that should be 6,600 feet behind the curve. That would be impossible.
I don't have much, understandably, so I don't have much experience with railguns. Do they shoot them parallel to the ground to achieve these 120 miles, or parabolically, at a parabolic axis?
No, they shoot at. They obviously, like all ballistics, you need to take into account drop of the bullet and then atmospheric conditions. But there is no way to account for 6,000 feet of a hill. Otherwise, we would be able to shoot a railgun over a really big hill, as long as it was wide enough. That's not how bullets work. Maybe arrows work like that, but bullets don't work like that.
I guess you just, I'm sorry, you were looking up the distance. What's the velocity? Like, how fast do the projectiles go with railguns? Or I can Google that myself, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can check that up yourself, yeah. The point I'm trying to hammer home here is that this would be impossible on a ball. A railgun literally debunks the curvature of the Earth, which is supposed to be at 8 inch per mile squared. Now, even if that's slightly off, because the curvature calculation is a parabolic calculation, okay? So you could argue, and I'm giving you a little help here, but you could even argue that those numbers aren't correct at that kind of distance, 100 miles. The problem is it wouldn't be far off. We're still talking about 6,000 feet of a hill, of a drop, of a physical block. You and the Earth, between you and that target is 6,000 feet of earth or water, whatever it is. That would be impossible on a ball.
Thanks. I cede my time.
So is that it? No, isn't that interesting to you at all?
No, it's very interesting. You answered all my questions. I think there's a bunch of other people they probably have something they want to talk about as well. I don't want to take up everyone's time,
Well, nobody seems to be interjecting unless anyone wants to jump in. I did want to ask you mentioned gravity earlier. We didn't really get into it. I wanted to ask you what your definition of gravity was, if it's not what I described earlier, which is just relative density.
No, it's just falling. I jump out of a window, I break my legs. That's it. That's all it is for me.
Yeah. So that's relative density, right?
Yep.
So where would you say you are? Are you on the fence? Are you still strong on the globe? Where's your head at?
Oh no, I never said I'm strong on the globe. I just came in asking questions. Everyone assumed I'm like super strong on the globe.
Well, everybody would be, right? There's no reason for you to not be on the globe unless you've been exposed to either observations in nature, which I'm assuming you haven't because we've been discussing them, or whether you've come across flat earth information and then started to look into it. So I just pre-assume people are on the globe and would be on the globe like everybody, like all of us were, until we actually looked into it and did the research. And there's a period of time where you're on the fence. You're like, okay, a lot of these arguments make sense, but I've not done any observations myself. I've not looked into it myself. So I'm trying to figure out, where are you? Is this something you're going to look into?
Well, I have the PDF that you guys kindly, I think, provided me with, and that's why I'm asking these questions. I was just, if you're asking whether I'm on the fence, what I believe, what not, is there such a thing as centrism here? Can I take the things that are, which makes sense to me, or which I understood from what we talked about, and the other things I'm still like, I'm unsure.
Well, I'd say being on the fence is pretty central, right? Centristic.
Yeah.
But I'm sending you a link to the home server. Our home server, we have terabytes of observations, data, history of the flat Earth, information about science, but also about the NASA faking footage, mistakes that they've made in footage from the astronauts, lies that they've told. So there's everything from real world observations to full-on documentaries on this server. So let me send you that.
Thank you so much. Will take me some time to go through everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of channels in that server. So if you're looking for the information, just scroll down to the very bottom. You'll see channels with subjects. In fact, I'm going to put that in the side chat for anybody else who isn't already a part of the server.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, these discussions help everybody that's listening. So if you feel like you're wasting time, it's never a waste of time to continue to discuss these things. So thanks for opening up and having a productive conversation, brother.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I've just realized, I'm surprised I didn't get blocked or muted for that. I can't share other channels in the side chat of another channel. There's usually sort of punishment for that. So if you do want a link to the server, drop me a DM.
Will do. Right.
I've already sent it to you, Artefactus. Don't you worry.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, big ups to all the speakers too, man. I was listening earlier. Jen, who has signed off, did a great job today. W for him, buddy. And yeah, we got Radwin in the audience. We got Heretic. We got Gemsy. We got Flat Earth Batman. We got J.E. Barrington in the house. Elbow TV. DOS68. Kingslayer. Obviously Roots. T-Dub. Ultimate Flat Earth Final Boss. Vitalis. Yeah, good to all the guests. Anybody want to mic up and speak up?
I just want to say
glad to have everybody here.
Thank you so much for the patience and for the explanations. Everyone is very kind. I was just a little concerned about the moderator guy previously says who, but who am I to judge the little pushes he gave me?
Yeah, there's a lot of different types of hosts. A few of us will spoon feed. You know, I'd like to say that I've pretty much spoon fed you the information that the same information that says who he was trying to get across to you, but he doesn't spoon feed quite as much. And I don't know. Everyone's got their own style. Everyone's got their own way of doing it. But if you're able to not get triggered by someone's tone or someone's sharpness, he's got the same intention, to get the same information across. Everybody learns differently, and everybody teaches differently as well.
I appreciate that. By the way, can I hop in here anytime I want and discuss things, or is this channel reserved for the YouTube?
24/7, brother. Yeah, you're always welcome. You're always welcome, because if you do start looking into this, you're going to have questions. Some of the guys in here, like especially some of the names that John just read out, you're talking about 15 years of research, and between us, God, there's hundreds of years of research between just this panel alone. I mean, we've got channels in other servers with even more even more experience and even more hours on the clock. So you're dealing with a very experienced group of people who can answer quite a few of your questions. And if I can't, or John can't, someone like Heretic can, someone like Gemsy can, so Redwin as well. So there's a lot of us, and there's a lot of combined knowledge in these rooms.
Thank you so much, Roots. Do people come in and ask questions often, or I'm waiting for someone else to come in? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
they do.
So it's a 50-50. Like, it's gonna be quiet like this, and then someone's gonna come, and then just a rhythm.
Yeah, on this server in particular, DJ's kind of been spearheading, leading these different events and hosting different events. So, yeah, it's been, when we host an event, we get a lot of traffic, so you have a lot of people kind of swarming the chat in and out. And due to the fact that this is an English learning server, you have a lot of different people with varying commands over the English language. So that's also a factor in, the types of conversations that we have in here. But yeah, all in all, the different servers will bring a different type of questionnaire, or questioning individual. So if some people seem more abrasive, it's probably because they have tens of thousands of hours in servers that allow for a lot more trolls or trolling types to come in and kind of just kamikaze the chats. So,
by the way, before I joined this correct server, I went into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server where I had to get verified, and I was. Tell me if I'm going off topic. I'm sorry. Where I was told about something about controlled opposition. What is that about? Or like controlled?
Yeah, so basically it's another group called Flat Earth Society, FES, which was the Flat Earth Society of Canada in the beginning. So they just took off the C, and basically the idea is that it should not be confused for that society. That's the one that's controlled opposition.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. And in general, look, this is a topic that causes a lot of confusion, and I think there's a lot of. I mean, the government themselves, they brought this up, I think, in Obama's term. In America, in Obama's term, Flat Earth was trending online, probably one of the most searched terms at one point of the year. And there was a few hearings where they decided, right, we're going to censor Flat Earth. Basically, we're going to encourage the anti-Flat Earth videos to and content to the top of Google searches, and deprioritize the actual Flat Earth content. And we're going to put disclaimers on all the videos. And we're also going to create our own content to, educate people how basically flat Earth is stupid, in as many words. So, yeah, that's what I would consider the agents of controlled opposition. They are the people who are involved in these groups and ideas, and some of the ideas and groups that they come up with is very nefarious, with a bit of malice sometimes, some of these characters, but their whole job basically is to either miseducate people into what flat Earth is. That's why you'll see a lot of content around with thumbnails of a disc in space, or ideas of, with water pouring out off the edges, and just basically sort of ideas that they can put in average people's heads, so they take one look and think, well, that's ridiculous, and that must be what the flat earthers believe. Which is why we have to kind of premise, we're not here to tell you a cosmology. We don't believe that the Earth is a disk in space. We're here to talk about sort of what we can prove, what's empirical, and the lies that have been told. We've been told a hell of a lot of lies, wives' tales, folk stories that are just not true in reality. But they stitch everything together. They don't teach us what perception is. They stitch everything together and create a model that doesn't even work. But people don't know the model doesn't work because they're only given bite-sized chunks of information. It's only through flat Earth that a lot of the best, even globers, most of the globers love the flat Earth community because they learn more here about their own model than they can online, because they're not taught their own model correctly. Because if they were, they would know that actually the model doesn't work.
Totally. You mentioned again, I don't think I have to be qualifying this all the time about you guys needing to cut me off in case I'm going off topic, but you said the governments are trying to censor, or censor us. Oh, sorry, not yet us. Censor you guys. Do you have any political movements or organizing, anything like that?
No, and that's something that is quite controversial. Some people sit on different sides of the fences. I think the problem you've got is politics is basically, it's a game that's played at the high tables to keep the population sort of invested into the system. I think the problem is when you start getting to this level of scrutiny, logical thinking, you start to see through politics and realize just how ridiculous it is and just how much of a game it truly is. So I think your best flat earthers or your most experienced flat earthers have no interest in politics. They don't even care if you don't want to believe or come to know the truth of our reality. That and I'd say rightly so as well. I think the more logical you become, the more you realize that pushing your own agenda and pushing your own ideas on people is just like what they've done. If you're pushing your philosophy on other people, then how are you any different to the people who are pushing their philosophy? Which is why we're so adamant to tell you that flat Earth isn't a philosophy. It isn't a belief system that we're trying to push on you. It's the ability and approach to systematically question what we've been told. And what we've been told once questioned doesn't appear in reality, i.e. there's no curvature, there's no motion. The idea of a space vacuum, it violates the laws of science. And that's what we're trying to highlight. Whether you take that and say, wow, I need to apply this logical idea of, scrutiny and asking for evidence for claims, following a logical framework, you can apply this in life, and I believe it would improve humanity, because I think a lot of our problems are the fact that we don't question things and we don't ask for evidence. So for us, you can take this how you want. We don't care whether you become a flat earther, but what we do want you to do is use that logical, critical thinking and be able to apply this, because once you've achieved that and once you've sort of got comfortable with doing that and standing on your own too against the majority or the authority, you'd be surprised just how much we believe and just how much flat Earth really affects as a knock-on sort of effect.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else want to take the time? I have a couple more questions, but if anyone else, again, I think I'm just going off here and taking up people's time. But Roots, I have two questions. One is about, you just said basically all politics is useless for the cause here, but if they are attacking you guys, don't you believe still some political organization is needed to kind of defend yourself?
Yeah, that's why I said it's quite a controversial, interesting point. It depends on the agenda, you know. We're not here to push like a religion or a philosophy. You know, we're here to have those honest discussions with people. So if that's the goal, then who cares? You know, if there's less people because of what the government are doing, then yes, it's a bigger challenge. But I mean, everybody has the right to believe what they want to believe, right? And if you don't want to apply logical thought and you've had exposure to it, then that's your decision, you know. But for us, it's like, well, we're unable to do that. We're unable to just go along with the lie because we've developed these skills, these abilities to actually question, you know, look into the evidence, believe that we are you know, we do have enough to be able to sort of get our head around it, whether we don't understand it today. So for us, really, it's not part of the agenda. The only agenda here is to question and to apply that logical framework.
Okay. Thank you.
Think of it as it's like a gift you get from Flat Earth, you know, whether you want to admit you're a flat earther. I mean, we're all living on a flat Earth. Whether you're in building, whether you're in aerodynamics, whether you're in ballistics, any industry that deals with the world is treating the Earth as a flat, stationary topographical plane. So for us, the argument is kind of over. You already live on a flat Earth, and we can prove that.
Yeah,
so your political leaning is, yeah, and I'm not talking you, but anybody's political leaning is pretty much irrelevant at this point. The fact is, that's flat. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll go to, I was more saying that's why in the very beginning I was like, it doesn't really matter much to me. I was just asking questions. My second question was if the movement wants more people to think openly and, well, still, there no political organization, but you still want the movement to be represented in nice ways. Don't you think it's good to be nice, open, kind, and spread the same kind of inclusionary messaging that you're spreading, instead of being a little, perhaps more aggressive? But again, I don't know how people attack you guys, so maybe you are being nice to everyone.
I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if everybody was nice and we wasn't being attacked with misinformation, you know. But at the end of the day, this is the world we live in. This is how it is, and it's like this because of the lack of logic, because of the lack of critical thinking, because they have taught us all these stories and they've not taught us the methodologies. They've not taught us the context in which we're learning these things. And I think, you know, that's something that you have to come to the conclusion on your own. And we can't package this into a book. You know, this is a journey you need to go on. Pakistan, you're hot micing. Pakistan, you there?
I'm muted, bro.
No, you're hot micing. Okay, you're muted now, yeah. Good. Yeah, this is something you need to go through as a journey, and whether you come out of it a flat earther or not, you're definitely going to come out of it with skills that you didn't have before. And then you can go and apply that to every piece of research you ever undertake in the future, whether it's a personal thing that's happening in your life, whether it's just research of a hobby, you're going to be able to actually come to conclusions and be able to distinguish the difference between belief and knowledge. And that's the key here. The globe is a belief. The only thing we probably have an agenda to do is to just expose that this globe is a belief system, like a religion. So the globe is a religion, and Flat Earth is a movement of people who have realized this. Some of them are vocal about it, and some of them, you know, they've taken that understanding and they've changed their approach to how they discern information.
Do you guys ever get like, well, I guess what do we?
I have a question for you.
Yep, sorry.
What is Earth?
Oh, cool.
Earth is flat. Who said? Who's agree with this?
Yeah, Pakistan, we have a few flat earthers here. I think me, John, Says who are quite active in the chat at the minute. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions for the flat earthers?
Yeah, of course, I have a question. Would you like to give me evidence?
Well, we could give you evidence, but before we even touch on that, Says who? Did you want to jump in? I've been speaking for a while.
Well, it's fine. I just figured the easiest.
I just want to know.
Hold on, Pakistan. Hold on. Just hold on a minute. Go ahead, Says who?
Okay, so if you want evidence, the easiest one, the one that you can verify yourself, is that water lays flat and level at its surface. So if most of the Earth is water, then the surface of that water is flat and level.
Now, nowadays, we are living in 2025, and we know there's a gravity work on Earth. There's a North Pole and South Pole.
You don't agree that the water is flat and level at its surface?
I agree if water is flat level on the surface, but
okay. So how can that be a ball?
Cause I don't know. It's like, but too much. I don't know. But we know the whole world know the related about the Earth. The Earth is round.
Yes. I agree. The entire Earth has been taught that the Earth is a ball. Yeah, everybody was taught that. Nobody actually had that proven to them.
Bro, there's 4 countries they go to moon. They did go there, and India's also go there, and they did claim Earth is round. They did show us to videos.
Okay.
So how can you say Earth is?
I'm going to help you out for a second. Those countries, those things that you call countries, are corporations. Those corporations are all owned by the same investment companies.
Listen.
Why are you arguing with me and talking over me? I listened to you. Now, do you think you could listen to me, or do you just want to be rude?
Yeah, come on, Pakistan. Let him finish, and then you're welcome to reply.
Number one, it's not going to help you to use some kind of circumstantial evidence like there are 4 countries that show us something on TV. What we need to do is measure the Earth. That's the important thing. It doesn't matter what anybody says. It matters how the Earth measures. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay, well then you might help. Somebody else can talk to you.
Pakistan, do you realize how illogical that comment you just made was?
Okay, wait. Would you like to repeat your question again? Because I didn't understand.
Yeah, he asked you, why does it matter that lots of people believe it's a ball wouldn't it be more important to have evidence? Wouldn't you agree evidence is more important than a bunch of people's opinion?
Evidence is important. I don't care about the bunch opinion of the people. Okay, I have a genuine
Now,
question.
if you take that, hold on, before we move on, if you take what you've just said and apply it to your life, you wouldn't be responding the way you have. You're not living that what you just said. You do believe it's a ball without evidence, and your argument was that because there's a lot of people, or the majority of people believe it's a ball. So you're not applying your own you're not applying your own philosophy.
Okay, I have a genuine question. So why sun is round? If you are claiming the earth is not flat, and why sun is round and why moon is round? If earth is flat.
There's an assumption. Okay, yeah. So the sun is round and the earth is round. Great. And on a pool table, the balls are round. In fact, no, they're not. They're spherical. But that doesn't make the pool table that the balls sit on a ball, does it? So it's irrelevant. Whether the sun and moon are circles doesn't mean that the ground or the table that these balls are sitting on are circle. And you don't even have confirmation that the circles that we call the sun and the moon are spherical. You just assume that.
Okay. I have one more question. If earth is flat, why we just have 195 countries in the world? They are the member of United Nations. And why we don't have more land? Because the world population is 8 billion, and you see every country is like the poor countries, they're facing a density population, like the inflation rate is so high. So if we have a lot of land, if earth is flat and there is no end, why we are not going there?
Okay, so you're assuming there is an end or an edge, okay? That's the first assumption. We haven't said anything about an end or an edge. Now, what has anything to do with the population of the earth, the amount of people, the amount of nations, the unity amongst those people? What does that have to do with what we're asking for, which is there any direct evidence for the ball? No, there's no direct evidence for the ball. Yes, we know everybody believes it's a ball. We already know that. But what we're asking is there any evidence for the ball?
Bro, the earth is round. Cause we did never found a new country like in next year. If earth is flat and there is no end, why we cannot find a new country again and again? Why it's just there is only 200 countries in the world, the whole world?
Okay, because when you go south Pakistan, you'll hit Antarctica. And Antarctica is a very, very inhospitable place. Not only do you need to climb up some big ice shelves to get onto the continent of Antarctica, which is the highest, and I say continent in air quotes here, but not only do you need to climb up some ice sheets to get up most parts of Antarctica, but any exploration it needs to be vetted and supported by the government. You can't go and freely explore Antarctica. So when they have explored Antarctica, there are claims. There are some claims. There was an Admiral Byrd. He claimed that there was more land. We don't necessarily subscribe to that, but there are claims that there is things beyond the Antarctic Circle. So who knows? But this doesn't help us answer the question: is there any evidence for the ball? That's the question.
There's a lot of evidence, bro. There's a lot of videos. The spaceships did go on space, and they did make a lot of videos of Earth. So how can we?
Circumstantial.
Yeah, the videos are coming. The videos are coming from NASA. We have had videos.
No, different countries.
From China, yeah, we have had videos from Russia.
Chinese space agency did also confirm.
Confirm what?
Chinese space agency.
Yeah, they agree.
Earth
right.
is round.
Yeah. Okay. Their
India is
official
also.
position. Yeah, their official position is in line with the mainstream narrative. Yeah, we are aware of that. But what evidence do they have it's a ball? Because when the Chinese provide footage, it's different footage from what NASA provide. So from the International Space Station, you'll see curvature from the NASA feed. But from the Chinese missions, when they're on the International Space Station, there's no curvature on the horizon. It's a completely flat horizon. So yeah, we have contradicting images, but those images are not evidence that we live on a ball. They're evidence that there is imagery coming from authorities, and some of those images aren't consistent with each other. We have pictures, so-called pictures of the Earth, where one continent fills up the whole side of a ball. The shape, the size of these continents, the whole rest of the world would have to be on the other side of the ball. So my argument here is pictures and videos from space are contradicting each other, and they're not evidence for either curvature, motion of the Earth, that space can actually exist. You know, these are just pictures and images you believe coming from an authority.
I don't agree with you.
Now, I'm going to share with you in the side chat, because that's my thing. I like to share stuff to help support what I'm saying. I'm going to share with you an image, a video from the Chinese space station. From the ISS, from a Chinese mission, where there are 250 miles above the Earth. 250 miles above the Earth, and there's no curvature. So I'm going to put that in the side chat for you now. Now, this contradicts the footage that we get from the NASA images of the spacewalks. Hold on one second. Yeah, it wasn't sharing for some reason. I've had to restart and reconnect. Let me put that in the side chat for you. So, incoming is footage from the ISS from a Chinese spacewalk that contradicts the footage from the same height of NASA. So who are we supposed to believe? The footage we get from NASA or the footage we get from the Chinese? It's in the side chat.
Looks pretty flat to me.
The video's in the side chat. This is why we don't take images from a space agency as direct evidence. It isn't direct evidence. You have to believe in the images you're being shown to be true. Undistorted, unedited, and NASA even admit that they edit and distort their images. They use fisheye lenses. They use After Effects. They create complete artist depictions.
single country who's disagree with this with the NASA and Chinese.
Yeah, because after World War II, there was an agreement that if you want to be in the new world, after all the reconstruction that happened, you're going to subscribe to a few ideas. One of them being that the Earth is a ball and that you teach it mandatorily within school. See, people think that this globe idea was a fully supported and established idea for thousands of years. That's nonsense. It only became mandatory in schools after World War II. There are still people alive today who were taught that the Earth was flat at school. So that makes a mess of these arguments that you're making. So how do we make sense of it? The only way you can make sense of this argument is to ask and look for the evidence for the claims. So what are the claims? The claims are the globe makes them, the heliocentric model makes some claims. They make the claim that there is curvature. They make the claim that the Earth is in motion. And they make the claim that the sky is a vacuum next to the open system we call the Earth's atmosphere. These are three claims, positive claims from the globe. Now the globe, because it's not self-evident, there isn't any direct evidence. The globe has a burden of proof. The globe must, if you believe in the globe, you must be able to explain why you believe it, because that's not what we experience in nature. And that's how you should approach this subject. Did he leave?
Yeah, I think he was overwhelmed.
Yeah, it appears so.
He sounded distracted.
Yeah, I think he got a phone call, and then he ignored it, and then probably had to call somebody back or something. Yeah, we've had a couple people just bouncing in and out. We got Nana, who's a beginner in the in learning the English language. She's in the side chat. She said she was just going to listen. So I'm trying to engage people who are popping in, trying to at least greet them a little bit. But yeah, Roots, big W's for you, brother.
Hey, I'm not saying anything that anybody else doesn't say. I think we've had some reasonable people in the last hour, 2 hours. Anyway, yeah, welcome, Nana. Hope you're well. Hope you get something out of this, the channel.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, welcome.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I might be coming down with a cold, so I'm gonna turn off my voice chat. I'm sorry. But I mean, nice to meet you.
Okay, nice to meet you. Well, unless MH or Matador, you wanted to add something, then Artifactus, if you have any other questions, they'd be welcome.
I'd be happy to. I just need a couple minutes to finish my dinner.
Yes, sir. Chow down. Enjoy it.
Yeah, take
Enjoy
your
your
time.
food, people. So many people just eat on the move, eat on the go. You got to sit down, enjoy your food.
What's up with Nana? Why didn't she or he talk?
It's very, very new to the language. So
No.
she said she just wanted to listen in. Yeah, listen in and see if she could learn something from other people conversing. I just checked in on politics, and Bev is in politics right now.
Yeah, I bet it's chaos over there.
Yeah, I don't know him, but I've heard some stories.
Yeah, it's an interesting little group that Bev's put together over there. They're basically flat earthers, but they don't like to call themselves flat earthers. It's very strange.
What does he have, his own server or something?
Yeah. Has his own server, his own little group of followers, his own YouTube channel. Yeah. I think he was trying to make a name for himself for a while.
Oh, okay.
Didn't really work
Hey,
out
to each
though.
their own. To each their own. As long as people aren't spreading like too much fantasy stuff and stay in the realms of reality, I'm kind of cool with that, you know?
Oh, it's a waste of time, brother. It's a very semantical sort of group. They argue a lot of semantics about the definitions of words and taking it to its extreme. But it can be quite hypocritical because they don't do that with other words. So when it comes to the word flat earth, they have a problem and they get very semantical about the difference between flat and level, and yeah, it can get a bit over the top in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. I see how that goes.
Yeah, doesn't need to be that complex.
They have to make sure they use the proper verbiage, right? They're like, don't say flat earth here. We don't want to give anybody the wrong ideas. You know?
Yeah, they call themselves level earthers, but they tend to, I don't know, they play a lot of games and record a lot of conversations for content and things like that.
Topographical horizontal plane earthers.
Oh, far worse than that. It's level earthers from their perspective. Don't you dare say plane, because planes are flat. Even though the definition of any level object, the definition of any level object will have a level surface. Sorry, any level object will have a flat surface. But yeah, they like to ignore that one.
Yeah, that's interesting. G, welcome to the room. MH, welcome to the room. Matador, again, thanks for being here. Thanks for listening in. Mr. Future, thanks for staying here, listening in, and for your questions earlier. And yeah, Nana, thanks for being here. Thanks to all of the members of the 24/7 crew for being here, taking the time out of your day to spend time with these people and spend time with us. Really appreciate it. Everybody's listening on YouTube. Thanks to you too. If you want to come join us, there's a link in the live chat. Come on in. Let us know what you're thinking if you have anything to add to the conversation. Yeah, Nana, we usually try to stick to the room topic and not stray too far off. As it's what our audience is here for, and it's what the server members are here to discuss, right? Which is the level nature of the surface of the earth here and the water. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the room. If you want to ask some questions, feel free. We're discussing the topic of flat Earth. Could ask your questions in the side chat if you don't feel comfortable using the microphone. Welcome.
By the way, something came to my mind. How do I go about people who talk about the eclipse or the ISS floating above us, doing whatever?
Who wants to tackle that? Anybody want to answer that question on the flat Earth side?
Well, which one do you want to start on? Eclipses or the ISS? The fact that it exists.
Well, so ISS I asked because that's people usually talk about that, and eclipse is the next thing that just came into my mind. So you can start with the ISS, I guess.
Well, the ISS doesn't have to be in the vacuum of space, and actually it isn't. It would be what's considered low Earth orbit, which is the Earth's atmosphere. So you can have high altitude platforms, high altitude planes, all sorts of, balloons. There's all sorts of technology that can create orbits on a flat Earth. You can have an orbit and a satellite orbit on a flat Earth. Most satellites are within Earth's system, so the only question here is there an outer space for these satellites to be in? Well, most satellites are not in outer space anyway, so the satellite system isn't a problem because you can have orbits on a flat Earth. They've sold us a narrative that the ISS is in space, but it's still within.
It's not my narrative. I'm just clarifying.
No, I said they've sold us. Not you've told us. They have sold us a narrative that the ISS is in space when it's not. It's in low Earth orbit.
So, question: If the ISS actually did exist and it was in low Earth orbit, or these were actors in a studio, how would you know the difference?
Great question.
Wait, if they were actors in a studio on the ISS?
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah. I wasn't really asking about the video footage of the ISS. I was more asking about the thing that's just going above me.
Right. That's so that's interesting. So we have a size and a distance for that particular, if you want to call it an object, I call it sky phenomena. It doesn't actually match the angular size that would have to be at the distance that it is. So whatever they're claiming that thing to be really should not be seen by the naked eye or even a telescope. So there's that problem.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about something that is unknown. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, when they say that the ISS is like 200-300 kilometers, and you can see a certain thing, there's a photograph or whatever imagery of that, but then you can compare it to a 747 that it flies at about 10 kilometers, and they look about the same. You'll be able to see something that is 300 kilometers away, and it's of that size.
I mean, it's not that
it shows in the sky.
It's not that big when you look up and see the ISS.
Exactly, it's not that big, but the distance, the angle, he told you the angular size, you shouldn't be able to see it the way it's observed. Whatever you're observing, it's not what they claim it to be, and it's not in the medium that they claim it is.
Yeah, but earlier we talked about
the combination of the NASA has in multiple locations they have an ISS underwater. They also have another one above water. So they practice inside of these things, so they can combine the actors inside of these things and these replicas of the supposedly ISS, and then combine the imagery and give you a movie, what you actually see. Misrepresentation of reality, because that's what you see when you see the ISS in video. They show you the Earth curving. The Earth doesn't curve when you check the Earth. So the curving Earth that they show you in the imagery, that's a misrepresentation of the way the Earth presents itself to be. That's not the Earth.
I was not asking about what they're doing inside there for all I care. I don't really care. I was just asking about the thing I see in the sky.
So we have high altitude aircraft, high altitude balloons, altitude aircraft that can do these things. You can observe.
I'm going to share a picture in the chat to back up what you're saying, Jimsy.
Hello, bro. I have a question for you. Be good. Did you remember my questions?
Yeah.
Big root.
Can you hold on just for a moment? Can you hold on just for one moment, just while we finish this discussion?
Yeah, welcome back, Pakistan. Yeah, we're speaking to somebody else right now. If you could just hold on for a few moments, yeah, we'll get to you after.
I'm not going to move on to the second question, by the way, because I guess the first one answered that. Thank you.
Yeah, have a look in the side chat. It's not sharing. I'm going to have to reconnect on my phone. But yeah, keep an eye on the side chat. I'm going to share with you some well-known and announced, publicly known high-altitude craft, high-altitude blimps that are part and can be part of the weather and satellite system.
Oh yeah, but again, if I'm going off topic, just mute me. But the ISS is going a little faster. When I observed it, it was going quite a bit faster.
Yeah, you gotta put all the pieces together, though. If the imagery that you see from their perspective on the ISS inside out, and they show you the Earth curving, when you check the Earth, it's not curving the real Earth, so the imagery is wrong. And when they say they are in the vacuum of space, or whatever, 200 plus miles away in a vacuum, that doesn't conform to the laws of nature. So there's a bunch of things that don't add to the puzzle. But then you can create this in Hollywood. You can create an imagery, a movie that will show you something like this. You don't see in reality. That's why they have to give you fake
I'm so sorry. I'm always talking about my perception. I'm not talking about like what I see in videos.
Okay. So let me ask you a question then. How come you are not scrutinizing and then questioning the people that are giving you the narrative if your perspective of the object does not match their claim?
Well, this is new to me that my perspective doesn't match the claim. You guys are educating me on that, so I will, I guess, scrutinize the other ones afterwards, which is why I'm asking what should I respond to people when they tell me about the ISS and when I see the ISS.
Just stick to the ground. Remember your perspective. So you stick to the ground and you tap on the middle.
So you see some kind of sky phenomena. You're told a story about it. You don't scrutinize it, and then you ask us about it. I don't understand your logic.
Wait. I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
It wasn't a question, it was a statement.
Your statement being?
Your logic is flawed.
What's my logic?
You see a sky phenomena. I'll repeat it again. You see sky phenomena. You're told a story about it. You don't scrutinize it, and then you ask us questions about it. Why?
Well, I think, I don't know if you were here, says who, but I asked what should I respond to people who talk to me about the ISS, which means I am out to scrutinize them, right?
What should you ask him? Ask him why the claims about the distance and the size do not match their claim about the distance and the size.
I wrote that down.
You can come to a conclusion about the nature of the claim, but you won't be able to make a complete. You won't be able to come to a complete answer of what it is it made of, how big it is, what are the mechanisms that are that it works with. You won't be able to answer those questions. But you know that the Earth is not. You know those things. The Earth is not curving. It's not spinning. That thing is not in a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system that we're in. So those things we do know. But the other things that your friends might ask you, what about how does it work? How does that ISS works? If we're not in the vacuum of space or whatever, there's a lot of questions that you won't be able to answer because there's unknowns about certain things.
Yeah, while you're there, I want you to write down the inverse square law. Have you ever heard of the inverse square law for light before?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, there's a model within that called standard candles. That will, based on the luminosity, that will give you the distance you should be able to see something from, and how far you'd be able to see it before eventually it would decrease in angular. You just wouldn't be able to see it from that distance. So type down the inverse square law.
I did.
Yeah, it's based on the inverse square law. When it comes to things in the sky, it all depends on the luminosity of the object.
Pakistan, you're hot looking again, bro.
Yeah, I did mute him for a second. But yeah, that's what Says Who was trying to tell you, and Gemsy was trying to tell you, Artifactus. Does that make more sense?
It does. I wrote everything down. It is, I guess, I'm not going to go there. Okay, thank you.
So Artifactus, let me compare this to something. So there's a sky phenomena that happens every day. There's a sunrise. Okay, now you see a sunrise, I see a sunrise, everybody sees it. So I tell you a story about it. I say that the reason that the sun rises is because the rooster alerts the horses that pull the chariots that the sun is sitting in, and the chariots and the sky chariots are the thing that holds the sun, and the invisible horses pull it across the sky. Would you have more questions for me about that?
I would never question you, Says Who. I don't want to fight with you.
I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to have a conversation. I mean, the passive aggressiveness I have, detected from you, which is not necessary. I'm just giving you a scenario where you see something and I see something, and I gave you a story. I got to believe that you would probably have more questions about it than just me giving you some kind of story and you blindly believing it. Although it seems that that's the same thing that you apply to whatever somebody from NASA tells you. Now, why are they more credible than anybody else?
Don't apply anything in real life what NASA tells me, which is why I'm asking you questions to apply that to real life.
Wait, say that again. I didn't hear the first part.
I don't know why you presume that I believe whatever NASA says, or I just look. I asked you a couple of, I guess, popular things, which obviously people will ask me, and I got the answers. So I'm cocked and locked with all the facts that you guys gave me, and I will go scrutinize everyone else.
Okay. See, that's the thing that we deal with the most here. You mentioned earlier you don't know how much kickback we get or what kind of aggression people come in here with. Well, quite a bit, a lot of hostility, a lot of questions for us that they've never actually applied to their own worldview. So you say that you don't actually believe one way or the other about what the world might be. That's no problem. But we are the only ones getting the scrutiny. Nobody seems to be asking their physics teachers or the people in university or the astronauts or whatever. Nobody ever asks them these kinds of questions. Nobody asks them to just go, hey, prove it to me. And then right afterward, they're going to get some kind of affirming the consequent type of answer. So it is the kind of scrutiny that we get is not the kind of scrutiny that the powers that be or the agencies or the astronauts get. So the treatment we get is scrutiny without cause, and it's not equally distributed.
If it looked like I'm scrutinizing you, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna sound like you might be gathering some information to see what answers you can give to people if the topic is brought up. You want to be kind of ready about what to say when they ask you about the ISS and what that is, and are they lying or whatever questions come with that frame of mindset and questioning. Is that there are things that are unknown, and we can only speculate. There are things that you won't be able to have a concrete answer, and people are just gonna turn the wheel and use their non-logical logic to just turn whatever you're telling them to something else. But there is other objective things that are not up for debate, like the Earth is not curving, like gas pressure requires a container, like the ground is motionless. That's not based on opinion. So that those are the many things are objective, and then the other things are maybe up for debate and speculation. Like, what is actually that thing made of whatever they claim the ISS is, right? What is that thing exactly? If it's not what they claim it to be, that will be a speculation. What is the sun? What are the stars? What's the mechanisms of the luminaries? There's a lot of speculation there. It wouldn't be objective or empirical. You see, there's a difference between certain questions that you may be able to answer, and others that you're gonna speculate about with your answer.
I mean, to things that I don't have an answer to, I'll just say I don't know.
Yeah, there's things that we don't know. The Globers are going to tell you that they do know. They tell you how black holes work and exoplanets 7 trillion miles away, and there's water and methane and diamonds falling from the sky. They'll tell you those kind of stories. But that's the issue. The whole globe thing is just a fantasy fairy tale, and a lot of people just believe it, and they will speak about it like they are characters in a movie, and they believe they are the characters. They're the superheroes in the movie. They're trying to save the planet, and you are the villain trying to take away their planet and their outer space fantasy. You're going to be a villain if you try to take it from them. You see the issue? Some people will hear you. Some people will hear you. Some people, a lot of people are very logical, and they will follow the logic and come to a fundamental conclusion and an objective conclusion about many things. But don't expect that from everyone. They're gonna label you crazy if you question the ISS as if it is given in the TV. If you question the ISS, they're gonna turn on YouTube, turn on their phone, open the YouTube app, and they're gonna tell you, "Look, right here. Are you crazy?" And from then on, they're not gonna think about it logically anymore. They saw it in YouTube. It makes sense for them. They confirming their bias based on the imagery that they're getting. The Earth is a globe. There's astronauts in outer space. I pull up YouTube, and that's confirming my bias right there. They don't have to think about it anymore, logically or objectively. You get what I'm saying? You get it?
Yep. I'm writing things down as we go.
Yeah, pick your fights. You don't have to tell this to everyone. Whoever is curious about the topic, if you want to talk about it, definitely have the conversation. But you don't need to push it to your mom or your dad if they believe and if they're NASA fans or whatever.
Yeah, I'd actually suggest you don't do that.
If your dad is gonna disown you if you don't believe in outer space, just don't tell him. Maybe give him the suggestion, but you don't need to go all out on people that just gonna believe the authority and not their friend or family member that is trying to have them talk about it and question things. But my dad and my uncle, they're astrophysicists, and they know that there's raining diamonds in Jupiter. My uncle is an astronaut, aerospace engineer. Yesterday there was an aerospace engineer in here, and he couldn't answer a bunch of questions, and he couldn't prove that he actually works with devices that are taking the globe into account, talking about airplanes and flight. he believes that what he's doing is on a globe. He believes there's outer space out there. He is an aerospace engineer, but he couldn't prove it. He couldn't prove that he's using the globe for any of those things. You just believe it. He couldn't put it into words. He said it himself. I don't know how to put it into words. Like when you're trying to talk about something logically that follows reality, and you don't violate that logic and that objectivity, if then you're trying to explain how fantasy things like the globe works in reality, and you try to mix those things, there's going to be a lot of confusion, like the outer space engineer yesterday was showing. A lot of the globe believers show they cannot put it into words how the globe actually works in reality. Why? Because it doesn't work in reality. They have to make stories about it and just believe. Go ahead, guys. I already gave my spiel. You go ahead.
Thank you. While we're all quiet here, I had to answer a questionnaire when joining the server. What's my English fluency level? Would you guys put me at fluent or native?
It sounds to me like you are not a beginner. Definitely not a beginner. Fluent, I will say you will have to be able to speak legalese and differentiate between, I don't know if you can speak the legal language, then you'll be fluent in English. Can you win a court case in the English law?
Oh no, I wouldn't count on myself to win a court case. I would hire a lawyer for that.
There you go. That will be advanced English speaker, or I will say what, fluent. But then you can communicate. So you are, what's the other one? Intermediate? What's the other one?
Okay, well then I judged myself too good. I pressed fluent. I apologize to everyone.
Do you get what I'm saying? Between the fluent and the intermediate and the beginner, you're not a beginner. But you wouldn't be able to win a court case in the English language. So you're not an advanced English speaker.
You mean like self-represent in court?
Something like that, or represent some. You wouldn't be able to self-represent because you cannot represent yourself. You can only present yourself. How are you gonna represent yourself if you are yourself?
No, I mean
you'll be a lawyer to represent someone else.
No, if you go without a lawyer, I think you can do that and just self-represent yourself.
Now that will be representing your strawman. You will be gathering the strawman version, your name. You'll be representing your name, but you're not the name. Yeah, that's the thing about certain legalese. You're not that legal fiction that is a persona on paper. You're not that thing.
What's the gap between native and fluent then? I'm sorry.
Native. That's a good question. I think natives will be like you were born in, I don't know, in England, and you learn English that is from England, you know, from that section of the world, and you're able to speak that English, even if it's the street English. You know, a lot of people speak the high school English, but the high school English, from whatever they are, versus the legal English, which is an advanced version of it in commerce and the dictionaries for the meanings of words. There's a difference.
Yeah, excuse me, Jency. Native just means it's your native language. So anybody from Australia, America, England, anywhere where English is the native language in that country. That's the definition
native.
given by the server.
Yeah, but a lot of people native in the US wouldn't be able to communicate in a court in English.
I don't think all native level speakers would be able to communicate in court.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. In court, you will need like an advanced version of the English language. But the native one,
you need to be able to pass the bar and communicate. You just need to know the codes of the different court systems.
To pass that test, you will have to be kind of advanced in the language.
I'd say you'd
to pass the bar.
Much more advanced than fluent.
Is it because there is the English that you learn in school, and maybe you graduate with the door, window, floor, mom, dad. That's English, and you know what it means. But that wouldn't be like advanced. Advanced will be like the meanings of a bunch of words, maybe more than 50% of the language, that you know what the words actually mean, and you use them within their you use the words within their context, their actual meaning, what they actually are being used for. You know what they mean when you say it. When the Glober says gravity, like a parrot, a parrot can say words in English. Gravity, paka. But does it know what it means? That parrot speaks English. It says hello. It says gravity. That's a native, because it was born in America, says words in English. That's native for the parrot. It doesn't know what it means. I'm rambling, but there's some logic to what I'm saying. You probably can find it. I know what I mean.
Thank you. I see my time.
Yeah, Jemsy, what I was referring to was what it says on the server. When you join the server, it asks you that question about what's your level of English, and then it has the definitions of what each different category you can choose from. So if you were born speaking only English in an English-speaking country, that's what they mean by native in this particular context.
Yep. I remember. Let me read it. I think I took a screenshot from that thing. Yeah, you're going based on the server thing. I'm extending it a little bit. But yeah, I agree. It's the server meaning of whatever they labels of the roles. Did I take a screenshot of that stuff?
Hi, guys and girls. Thank you so much. I'll be joining later again. Once again, thank you. Sorry for my
Thank
early
you.
behavior. Bye bye.
Have a good one. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
Beginner can communicate in English with a limited range of context or with the help from the listener. Intermediate can communicate essential points and ideas in familiar contexts, uses English effectively. Advanced, a person who can pronounce the words correctly, express themselves in pure lucid English. Fluent, able to use English fluently and flexibly in wide range of contexts. Yeah, I think the fluent, advanced to fluent will be the guy that passed the legal exam. Oh, I don't have the screenshot for the native. It's cut. Let me see. Oh, fluent. Able to use English fluently and oh, actually, native. No, I don't have native. For those who have spoken English, that's the only part I got from it. They were baby. Yeah, a native English speaker doesn't necessarily mean an advanced or fluent, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? G. How you doing, G? Have you been here before? G. And this VZ. VC.
Yeah, Gen Z, I agree with you 100%. There's plenty of people who grew up speaking English that don't have a very good command over the language. A lot of my boys in New Jersey were from the projects, and they spoke Ebonics, so that was like my second language to be able to communicate with them.
And there are people for sure that are not natives, but they are pretty advanced in English speakers.
Oh yes, that goes without saying. I mean, there's some people who have a brilliant command over the language, and that goes for all languages, really.
Yeah.
Have you ever read any Carlos Castaneda? He's an author from like the 70s, I believe. His command over the Spanish language was pretty impressive.
Carlos Castaneda. Anthropologist, and writer. My bad. Anthropologist. First time I've heard of him, but looks like there's information about him even in the Britannica Encyclopedia. Books, biography. What did he write about? Do you know? Do you remember?
He wrote stories about his experience as a shaman's apprentice in, I believe he was in the United States.
Don Juan.
Yeah, the Don Juan. Yep, Don Juan. His first book was The Yaqui Way of Knowledge.
The trick is in what one emphasizes. We either make ourselves miserable or we make ourselves strong. The amount of work is the same. That's a good one. Well said, Carlos.
Yeah, I read all his books. They're if the stories are genuine and true, he's got some remarkable stories he's told so far. So, yeah, pretty impressive stuff. But, another famous writer was really into his work. His name is Wayne Dyer. He wrote The Road Less Traveled. Another great read if you're into reading.
And you, like you've just said, you can now, you, AI Overlord, has stated, you can have level water on that spherical object, right? Thus saying it doesn't have to curve, right? Because it's a spherical object. I mean, nice going. Just hope that all the flat earthers are aware of this.
What's he on about now?
Yeah, I don't know. He's senile rant again. Like, AI just told him you could build a cofferdam and then put that on any object, not just a ball, and then have the water be level across the surface of that cofferdam. And Bev says, did all you flat earthers just hear that you could put a cofferdam on any object? And thought he won something. Dude, you're too retarded. Just like AI told you. You're too retarded to even grasp the concept. So he broke out clay. He used clay. Something that you could like play with yourself. And you could mound up clay and hold water inside it. And it'd be like, huh.
Wow, dude. Come on.
So the argument, right, that he was rebutting, the one he talked about, a video he went over, was an argument that states, if the Earth is a spherical object, E, then the surface of liquid water, at rest, brackets, must curve. And AI say that it doesn't. It could be level. So, thus disproving the fact that there must be a curvature on a spherical object. Which seemed to me is like a rather strange claim for a flat earther to be making, but then I realised it was AI Overlord.
What I missed.
He claimed victory. He said that he globe smacked you back to a true globe.
Yeah, whatever.
He disproved the modus tollens.
Yeah, you're T-shirt logic. We're smart because we're the next level and we're logical thinkers. One that we critiqued last time. Yeah, got smacked harder than a ton of bricks. So, what's your point? You got any other arguments I can destroy?
Oh well, there's the Earth not being flat one. That one. But I mean, you
mean the retard argument?
Right?
You don't understand how flat is defined? You mean that one?
Well, like I say, I do it as a visual surface.
Yeah. Here, we could settle this right now. Give me a functional definition of flat that can be effectuated in tangible reality. Go ahead.
A visual surface condition.
What type of visual surface condition?
One that you can see.
Wow. So a visual surface condition is a condition you can see. That's your wisdom, dude? Are you dumb?
Well, you said what type? I'm just trying to wonder, what do you mean by visual? Do you not understand visual? Or surface?
No, dude. What you don't understand, is that there's nobody fooled by your retardation, dude. The audience can see what you're doing. We all can see what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm defining flat.
No, you're not. So if you look up flat in a dictionary, you're not going to find visual surface condition, and that's it, dude. Are you dumb?
No, there's about 20 or 30 different definitions of what flat is, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
So now give me one that we can use in tangible reality to call an object flat.
Visual
surface condition.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's agree that that's the definition. So that means that my Red Bull can is flat because it has a visual surface condition. Wow, you're an idiot.
Which bit has a visual surface condition and flat?
No, I didn't. See, now you're trying to define the word, dude, with the word itself.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out which surface of your...
No, dude. Nobody knows. Nobody knows which surface is flat because all you said is it's a visual surface condition. Every surface of the Red Bull can has a surface condition, you moron. So how do I tell the difference?
The ones that are flat, you can describe as being flat.
Right, so what does flat mean?
Obviously not the ones that are curved. They're not the
What
ones
does
that are...
flat mean? Bev, if we can define the flat ones as flat, based on the visual surface condition, then what does flat mean?
Just a visual surface condition.
You dumb. All right. I think I've won this round as I win every round with this moron.
So what do you define flat as then?
Yeah, it's very simple, dude. It's where all extents of the surface quality on one axis are much, much lesser than the extent of the surface quality on the other axis in the sense of amplitude or direction. And all the other surfaces perpendicular between two parallel planes. As a matter of fact, if you look up any machining handbook, you'll pretty much find that same exact definition because that's the only way you can actually define objects because ideally flat, as in all points on the surface are in the same plane, is a geometric ideal that can't exist in tangible three-dimensional free space, which is why if you look in anywhere where they make flat products and you look at how they define it like I defined it. None of them define it as a visual surface condition, you dolt. And they certainly don't use a tautological loop where the definition is the word and the word is the definition, for goodness sakes. According to you, Bev, there's no way for me to determine which part of the can is flat because you gave no functional definition of how to determine that. Because you need to have it be no functional definition because you want to be smart and think you're smart and say the Earth isn't flat because of varying heights of objects differential on a plane. So it's not ideally flat, which is the first definition in an ideal geometry definition, which if you say that definition must apply across all categories, you're committing a lexical fallacy. But you would be more than happy to do that and to not define the word actually that anybody can use because you're a disingenuous a-hole, like we already knew. Yeah, so how do you define flat, dummy? Give it to us.
Visual surface condition.
Yeah, you're stupid, dude.
Wait, AI Overlord, can you repeat the definition of flat?
Yeah, I will, but first I gotta mute this moron because I'm not interested in hearing him talk through me. Give me a second. Man, this sucks. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, so AI Overlord's coming back. He's going to answer your question about flat. Then if anybody else has any questions, the new people that have come in here. Jess, I know you've been communicating in the chat, text chat. So
yeah, I'm very sorry, but like, sorry for interrupting, but I'd rather not talk in the chat because when I do, people either don't take it seriously, they insult, or they just debate in bad faith. So I try to avoid that. That's why I type in side chats.
I hear you. Thank you for coming on the mic to say that, because sometimes people just, refuse to talk at all. It's always nice to hear somebody's voice, even if they're telling us they don't want to talk right now. But yeah, Overlord, I don't know if he's ready to answer the other person's question now. He's back.
Well, right, so I went a little overboard with my definition because I wanted to parse out all the particulars and the exclusions. But the basic definition of flat that's functionally, in reality, is essentially the extent of the surface variance height is dramatically, or they use different types of words, but a certain boundary of a differentiation between the extent of the width of an object. So if the width of an object is like 5 and the height is less than 1, right, that you might not consider that flat. But in order to consider anything flat, all the points of the surface with the height and the depth. So, for example, the tips and the troughs, or if you're using the Earth, you'd use the tip of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, right? And then you have a level line that passes through all those points, and all the points on the surface are between two parallel planes. Okay, that's how they define flat in any mechanical sense. It's the only way you can define it, because in order for something to be idealistically flat, which means there's no variance on the surface, it can't exist because molecules have variance on the surface. So a three-dimensional object cannot be idealistically flat. Like, no, duh, everyone knows that. So an attempt to impose an ideal definition on reality would be retarded and incoherent. So we don't do that. What we say is that all the points on the surface variance, right, are between two parallel planes with a tolerance. That's how we define it. Now, what Bev said was a visual surface condition. Now, if anybody didn't know what flat meant already, yeah, so if you didn't know what flat meant already, and someone told you, when you asked, hey, what is flat, you said a visual surface condition, they'd have no idea what the heck you were talking about at all. You'd go away still not knowing what they meant. So Bev's attempt to define what flat is just to beg the question that you already know what flat is and to hide the fact that he has no functional claim of what flat is, so he can maintain his stupid critique of flat Earth by saying the Earth can't be flat because of variance in the surface. But we know that we define objects as flat that have variance in the surface. In fact, it's the only types of objects we can define at all, because those are the only types of objects that exist in reality. So, for example, when you're doing machining and stuff, you'll buy what's called a surface plate. And a surface plate is a standard of flatness at which you can judge your parts that you build against. And they machine these plates to be very, very flat. But guess what? If you zoom in on them with a microscope, you can still see crevices and undulations in the surface. Because why? Because it's not idealistically flat. However, all the points on the surface are arranged between two parallel planes. Right? It's that simple. That's why I asked Bev to work in my factory, right? Yeah, Mary Mom, one day I asked Bev to work in my factory where we make flat parts, and I asked him, I want you to be my quality control engineer, and I want you to reject every part that isn't flat. You know what that would mean? It means you have to reject every part we make. We could never sell a single part, according to his standard of what flat means. That's how dumb he is.
Yeah, it's the same theme with all the globe believers like Bev. We choose to live in the real world, and they choose to live in their imaginary fantasy world. Yeah, well, we already discussed how I would have to use too many quotation marks to say that. I guess I could call you an RGK, and most people wouldn't know what I was talking about. Would you prefer that?
You could give me a label of whatever you wanted, right? But you should know that I can actually prove this stuff. I mean,
I'll just call you a Glober. I'll just call you. You're just a run-of-the-mill Glober. Nothing special. Same as all the other ones.
Yeah, he keeps promising, Mary Mom, that he can prove these things, but anytime you ask him to do so, he hems and he haws, and he says, it's a journey. You have to take the journey yourself. I can't give you the destination. It's the journey, my friend.
What the fuck?
Hey,
it's pretty obvious.
Hey, Bev,
argument, right?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that you haven't given an argument. How about you give one right now and prove it? Go ahead, prove one right now. Give it to Mary Mom. She hasn't been around for years. She might want to hear your argument. Go ahead, give it to her. Live, right now. Do it.
Okay. If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. Antecedent consequent relationship. I think you can agree on that. We can then say a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And then we can say not Q. There's no curve to a horizontal plane of reference. So therefore, not Q, not P. The Earth is not a spherical object.
All right, cool. So let's go back to critique your first premise. If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. How How is that true? Prove it.
Wait a minute. Mary Mom, what do you think of that?
Of what? The whole thing? You're disproving a sphere, but then you're still claiming globe. I mean, that's where you're going with this.
I said it's not a spherical object, right? I did say.
Yeah, but his first claim was that if Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Now he left out a bunch of assumptions necessary to carry that premise. He left them out on the table, expecting that people would just bite on it without doing any critical thought. Because he, unlike other people, are entrenched with a bunch of knob-gobbling sycophants who don't critique him logically. They just listen to what he says. They say, oh, yeah, that sounds so great. I won't parse it out or check your premises at all.
Yeah, so what do you think of that argument then, Mary Mom? What do you think of that?
Yeah, your first premise is false.
What, if the Earth is a spherical object?
Yeah, if the Earth is a spherical object, then water must curve. That's not necessarily true.
No, that's a.
So how do you prove that premise?
The Earth is a spherical object. B. That's the first premise.
What?
If the Earth is a spherical.
No, that's not a premise, you dummy. That's a proposition, you dummy, not a premise.
That's your P statement. Your P premise.
Oh, yeah, prove that those two things are intrinsically linked, where if the Earth is a sphere, then water must curve. Prove that.
That's what the argument does, right?
No, the argument doesn't prove it, it claims it. That's not a proof. A claim is not a proof, in case you didn't know, dummy.
Well, that's the argument. It's a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. You're dumb as a brick, dude.
Oh, well, you can critique the mind my P's and Q's. Is that...
No, it has nothing to do with your P's and Q's, you dummy. It has to do with your premise, you retard.
Why is it so logical enough, dude? Must the surface of liquid water, must that curve?
You tell me, dude. It's your claim that you made in your proposition.
Yes. I think
why?
That's the idea.
Why?
Because the spherical object is the Earth.
Why?
And well, the water goes on the Earth, right?
Oh, so what you meant to say?
I don't know what
object. Yeah, I know, dude. I know you don't know what I'm doing because you're dumb as a rock.
But you're dumb as a rock. It can be level, right?